197 XM 202. Presenting a special edition of The Worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by some of your favorite comedians from The Opie and Anthony Show, including Bill Burr,
hey,
Bob Kelly,
fucking I suck,
Patrice O'Neill,
ready nigga,
Rich Voss,
I've done Kimmel,
and Louis C.K. Tune in every day this week as a different comedian from The Opie and Anthony Show hosts The Worst of The Opie and Anthony Show.
Hey, what's up, all you out-of-shape maniacs? This is Bill Burr, and I'm hosting The Worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. I'm not hosting it. What I'm doing here is it's June right now. I'm just running through like 58 of these, so I'm not even fucking here right now. But if it makes you feel better, I'll act like we're doing this together. How about that? I'm hosting 5 hours of Opie and Anthony that you didn't get sick of listening to for the first time. Is that how I'm supposed to say it? E-Rock, what are you doing here? This is weird. What am I doing? You're listening to the best of the worst of Opie and Anthony. For the next 5 hours, we're going to play the best clips from the show. You know what the fuck they're doing, so thanks for listening. Thanks for having no life where you had to listen to this again. All right? But God bless you. This clip is about my trip that I took to the Dominican Republic about 5-6 years ago. And I lampoon... I don't know what the fuck. I mean, I told this story so long ago. You know, like whenever you watch those Carnival cruises, or when they show people going to these islands and all the great times that they're having in the bar pool. Well, I actually left the resort, and I learned a thing or two about where Sammy Sosa's from. So enjoy the story.
Broadcasting The Worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
Hey, are we going to do this thing or what, Bill?
Oh, the shark thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was backstage at the PNC Arts Center.
Yes.
And I'm getting ready to do like another vacation. I'm just sick of doing these you go to those stupid resorts where you sit at the bar pool having a pina colada, just some crap you've never drank. There's somebody urinating next to you. And then they always have they create this paradise in the middle of this unbelievable poverty to the point they have to build like 10-foot walls so these people won't climb in and stab you with Cohiba cigars.
Because they're so pissed off. Let's really rile them up. Let's build a paradise in the middle of a slum.
There's basically no middle class in that country. And we're doing something, drilling oil or, put a military base.
Bill,
there's something we're doing that's irritating them. You land in these countries and they put you on a bus and they drive like 80 miles an hour and blow by all the poverty. There's like people chasing chickens and stuff. And then they just drop you off at this resort. Dun, 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 dun. Isn't this great?
Good, man.
Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I can't do these vacations. It's too much. I got too much white.
Hold on, before you move on. I've been going on those vacations I've done 10 of those. You've just nailed it.
Oh, yeah, and I used to always sit there and be like, why am I getting all these dirty looks? Like, I went to Costa Rica, and I'm like, why am I getting all these dirty looks from these...
And you wonder, why is the help so surly? Because they're going back to their poverty.
They're allowed into paradise just to clean up our mess.
Yeah, I finally wormed it in. This is I read this book. It's called Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
Yeah.
This will explain why you get the dirty looks when you go. Because I'm basically, if I go to a country and we had a war with them and we kicked their ass, it's like, okay, yeah, we probably knocked down your famous statue, raped a couple of your women, casualties of war. Now, I know why I'm getting the dirty looks and with the result. When I go to Costa Rica, it's like, I don't remember the American-Costa Rican War.
Where was that battle?
Yeah, but this book here, this Confessions of the Economic Hitman, it's written by this guy, John Perkins, and it basically explains how through, governmental loans, we ensnare these people in this debt that they never get out of, and it's like brilliant evil. And this isn't like, George Bush is an idiot. It isn't one of those books. It's just about this guy's job. He basically lays awake at night trying to justify the crap that he's doing. It's like reading Goodfellas. It's like the mob. I can't explain it, man.
I want to read that.
You got to read this book. Just put your joystick down, for the love of God, Anthony.
Joystick. Stop shooting imaginary things.
How crazy that this show is. I actually bought 2 copies because I was envisioning Opie ripping up one of them or burning them.
I would actually read that.
Yeah, you want?
Yeah, I would read that.
You know what? I'm not buying this. Go ahead and rip it.
No,
up.
I swear to God.
It's really.
I'm a reader.
People
don't know that. I'm a reader. I'm reading about rats right now, but I'll read this next.
Where does this plug in?
Huh?
What is this? Book? What do they call that?
Can we get back to Paradise?
Oh, yeah. So, anyways.
We should keep going with that. That is just hilarious. With the fake palm trees and the swim-up bars.
And it's the greatest time. But it's literally, if you go over that wall, you're getting macheted like a coconut.
And they got these guys that live in poverty that rake the beach for you to make it really nice.
Yeah, they allow them to come into the Paradise just to clean up your mess.
Right.
And then get back out.
The best is in the bus going 80 miles an hour. They purposely do that so you have a better time when you get to the resort.
You get all nervous when you have to stop somewhere and you start looking around like
we're going to get kidnapped. Here we go.
Going to get caught slipping.
This guy,
but they all
couldn't beat out Sammy Sosa.
But
now he's upset.
They all love Nike and Puma, though. They got that. All the locals, they got their Nike shirts and their Puma
they stole
sneakers.
Them from work, making 8 cents an hour.
Yeah, those are the T-shirts that you find under the bed.
He's got a pair of Pumas. There you go.
No, I just find that a little strange. That's all.
Oh, that I don't know. Like I said, I don't. I very rarely read. That's why I'm suggesting that.
What would their economy be if we weren't there, or if these resorts weren't there? If Americans and other richer countries didn't come there and spend their money?
That book basically explains how we'll like give them a loan, right? Like back in the day after World War II, to be like, hey, you want to get into the 20th century? We'll
help you out.
We'll give you $1 billion to build a dam. Then you can make electricity. You know what I mean? You'll bring your country in, and you'll make $1 zillion, and your gross national product will go through the roof, 30%. Everybody will love you, and you get to be dictator forever or whatever, right? The only catch was that you could only hire an American company to build the dam. So the great thing is the money leaves America and comes right back within 2 seconds. And the genius is they still owe the money. They still owe the money. And then the fact that their economy is going to, go up by 30% is actually a lie. It only goes up by 8%. So we show them on
America
on paper.
You and me.
Yeah, they show them on paper how they're basically going to be able to pay back these loans. So basically, after 3 years, they're in this debt. They default on the loan, and then we come back like the mob, like, hey, now we got a problem.
So how do we collect?
The only way to pay back, you got to give us the dam. At which point we control your electricity, possibly your water supply, or you got to let us drill for oil. Or
Who did we do this to?
Or build a military base to protect your country. Dude, it is brilliant. So now the only option this guy's left with is to basically say yes, sell out his people so he can still remain the leader. Or he goes, you know what, F you guys, I'm not doing this stuff. And at that point,
we replace him.
I actually talked to this guy when I did this radio show. He came in. I go, what did we do then? He goes, we sent out like the hitmen, like jackals is what they would call them.
And you just replace him with the guy that will be cooperative?
You ever see those little plane crashes they have? He goes, yeah, like those things. He goes, really, is he sabotage?
Those little plane crashes?
Yeah, that they have. We did it to the guy in, like, Panama. We did it to a guy in Ecuador. It's hilarious. And then, now this is the thing. Now, if you can't get to the guy, or if you can't get one of his henchmen around him, do you want to be dictator? We do that. Give him a PlayStation, and they do this stuff, right?
And they knock off the guy.
They knock off the guy. But if the guy won't do it, the last resort is you start a war. And that's when you go out there, these guys, they're going to get us. And we're like, then when we start getting all freaked out about a country we don't even know where it is. Oh, these Ecuadorians, they're going to kill us. And that's like the last resort. Dude, it's an unbelievable book. You got to read it. And what I love about it, like I said, it doesn't, like, it's basically going back like 40, 50 years in history, you know what I mean? There's been Democrats, Republicans, all that. So
I will read it with a completely open mind.
Yeah.
We'll read it and we'll have you back in there, Bill. So getting back to the vacation thing.
You should have John Perkins come in. I'm an idiot. I just read what he wrote. So
getting back to the vacation thing.
So getting back to this stuff. So I'm sitting there going, I can't go to these stupid-ass resorts and drink these gay drinks that I never drink in an umbrella. Huh? On vacation.
Banana daiquiris.
And you know they water them down anyways if they don't spit in them. So I was on some plane or whatever, and they had Johnny Damon on the cover, with his new clean-shaven look. Red Sox fan, I got to read this thing. So in the back they have all these crazy these vacations, and they got like all the usual stupid whitewater rafting. I'm like, I'm not doing that stuff.
No.
You want to sail on a tall ship?
No.
You know what? I don't. I want one with a motor.
What about climbing Machu Picchu?
Yeah, all this
That's usually
stuff.
in the back of that magazine.
Machu Picchu.
So one of the things
the
that
Incan civilization high in the clouds there.
So anyways, I'm backstage at it's been a silly morning. And I was
all right.
I was all right.
Payback's gonna be a bitch, you know.
I was backstage at PNC and I started telling Opie, because I remember you went diving with sharks and I was trashing you.
No, just snorkeling a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, and you lift
with the reef sharks.
He lifts his legs up as this shark goes by, because evidently, like, the shark. Oh, he's
no. What happened? We were all on
cannonball position.
I can't get him.
Yeah.
We were all holding onto a rope, but everyone did the same thing because it's just a reaction. You see him coming closer, and you try to make yourself as small as possible. That's all.
What you really did was turn yourself into like a milk dud.
Yeah, probably made it easier to swallow.
Made you bite-sized.
Right.
What do you do, Bill?
Good point,
Dangle
good
meat
point.
between your toes and kick them?
Yeah.
Like, what does a brave guy do?
A smart guy doesn't even go out on the boat. That's my thing. So I was trashing you
hold on,
bad about that.
because I was talking about this the other day, and I even referenced you. I go, Bill and I have talked about this, but you do it much better than I. You go to these faraway, countries on vacation. And you go on these excursions.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, well, is there any laws protecting me, or has anyone figured this crap out?
There's no governmental group. There's no helmets.
And you realize
anything.
And you realize that the locals are simply just taking a chance with every single boatload of tourists.
Lift your legs, man.
Right. That's the advice they give you. Like, you would never be able to just like snorkel with sharks in America somewhere.
No, there's protection.
They would have you signing 1 million forms, talking to lawyers, going through a training program. But this was in the Bahamas. They're like, jump in and check out the sharks. And like, I guess people have done this before, so all right.
Yeah, 10
you just
people,
assume.
4 life vests.
But it's locals that just come up with these excursions, and they're not regulated by the government or anything.
Oh, dude, as you go out there, you're just feeling the beginning of like a 60 minutes like little episode, Yeah. You go out, you go look at the sharks. Mm-hmm. It was brutal. So anyways,
go ahead, sorry.
So I'm sitting here looking through, and they had all these crazy, like, all of a sudden they have this page, all these crazy, like, vacation things you can do, like, fly in a like one of these F-16s and stuff. So they had one here, dive with great white sharks, and I'm terrified of sharks. But I'm looking, you actually go down in that shark cage, which is the only reason why I would ever go into one of those things. So I was talking to Opie about it, right? And he's like, I hate going to the zoo and you just see the lion just defeated, laying there like, for the love of God, can you get me out of this goddamn thing? So
they look at you like, come on, help me out.
Yeah, it's like Richard Pryor used to have a bit about that. When he went to Africa, like, it was a real lion. It wasn't the one that you saw at the zoo.
Right, yeah.
And when you went there, everything, the grizzly bears, all of them, they just have this...
hang out. If you could see him at all, usually it's like at the end of his tail, and he's in the brush somewhere, never comes out, because he's on to the whole scene. It's like, I'm not going to perform for the man.
He's on the bench now. He's not getting any playing time. He's not a grizzly bear anymore, nothing.
I like going to the zoos and check it out, but I do have a tough time because you always have some ass because, like, the lion or the bear is sleeping. So you get some ass with the pebbles, like, throwing them at the animal. Like, do you have to do that and show how ugly we are?
I don't even go to those
the animals
zoos.
are pacing back and forth, and they're sitting there going, we built this habitat.
Right.
Or it's just like Africa. This or 50-yard
Or they start pounding on the glass with their fists because they're trying to get their money's worth. It's like, will you let the thing be? There's plenty of other animals that are moving around somewhere here.
I got to admit, as a zoo goer, I do want to see them go into attack mode.
Yeah,
I do
that is
try
fantastic.
To subtly
when that video hits the TV every once in a while, I'm rooting for the animal every time. Because
the ladies who goes down and gets like attacked by the polar bear.
Oh,
polar bear grabs her jacket.
Because they were doing something stupid. And then, and then they're caught by the polar bear getting mauled to death, and then you have to kill the freaking polar bear because obviously
he was being a polar bear.
Obviously, there's something wrong with the polar bear. He's crazy, and he's got to be removed from this planet.
Have you seen that one where he literally has that woman's entire femur?
Oh,
in his
yeah.
mouth? Oh, it's great. It's just
fantastic.
Like killer.
My favorite is the one that gets they pull the coat.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. The panda.
Yeah, the panda pulls the coat, and now they're stuck up against the cage as they're.
And there's another thing I noticed that, like, whatever the hell country that is, the complete lack of security. Like, it's just you can just walk right up to the fence. There's literally like 6 inches.
Yeah, they reach through and can grab you.
Yeah, just enough so he can get his hand, just to keep it interesting.
Here in this country, forget about it. You're 10 feet away from anything that could possibly get near where the animal could possibly come up to.
Right. So what are we doing with the sharks there, Bill?
So I actually called these people up. It's actually it costs it's like $2,000, and you go there. But my thing is, they're going to guarantee. Are they just going to stick me in a shark cage and be like, I see like a flounder?
Yeah.
It's like, no. We had a bad day, buddy.
Flounder.
Sorry.
Par for the course. Plus, when I called these guys up, I got an answer machine. It just really sounded like someone was going to lose a leg. And I was just like, someone's going to lose a leg. An Opie and Anthony bit. Let me run this by Opie.
I would do it in a second. Where are we going to do it?
Would you?
There's one. There's one
Florida?
off the coast of San Francisco, and then there was one down in Mexico. If you really want to get
Mexico.
let's go, you gringos.
Yeah, you just know they have all the safety equipment.
They don't.
The bottom of the cage falls out. You just fall. Wait a minute, I'm out of the cage.
And they yell, surprise! We didn't want to tell you. We just wanted to make it a little more exciting for you.
Cage works like a piñata, gringo. You just fall out.
We should do it.
You want to do it? Because
I do want to do it. I would do it in a second.
My girl, she's like, you're an idiot. She wants to sit in a...
Can we just fly to Florida, though? Make it a little easier?
Dude, you think I know about the great white habitat? I really don't.
I'll do some research. How's that?
Do some research. If you find one and it's off
Australia,
continental United States, Australia's not bad.
Got to go there. The Barrier Reef.
All right, we got to take a break. Bob Schieffer, his last broadcast last night, and he cried like a little girl.
Did he?
Yeah.
Aw.
Katie,
weepy old guy.
I guess Katie starts Monday or
That's
something.
sad.
Or Tuesday, probably. What?
Did this whole idea just bomb? Was it me?
No,
I like it.
It was all right?
Bomb. It was a great bit.
Oh, okay.
You nailed what it's like to go to these, third world countries.
I thought I had it like
and they build up
75% of the way through, and then I'm like, so then they have sharks and cages and San Francisco. Okay. Hey, so this guy retired from radio.
It's out Friday wide.
That's bombing, Bill.
That's
okay?
bombing.
Do you feel better?
I'll give you an example.
This is an example of bombing. One more time.
It's out Friday wide.
Wide. That's bombing, okay?
He's just saying words.
What you try to do is relate to the audience. Bill, you try to relate to the audience, and you did just that. A lot of people have gone to these resorts in the Bahamas and Costa Rica and what have you, okay?
Now this is awful. Now you have to, cheer me up. I apologize.
Oh, you nailed me for going, it's a silly morning.
Did he say wah, wah?
Well, yeah, I might as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
All right, it's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show, hosted by myself, Bill Burr, and we're going to have more of this stupid shit coming up after the break. So keep it here.
The worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
Let's begin now.
And we are back. This is so fucking weird. If you're just tuning in, we're back here with the worst of the Opie and Anthony show. I'm Bill Burr. Okay, all right. This next clip, this was one of my favorite movies that came out in the last few years. It's called Grizzly Man. And what I loved about this documentary is that if you ever seen it, what it's really about is just about acceptance. How you just have to accept who you are, whatever it is. Because if you don't, if you keep running from who you are, eventually you're going to be eaten alive by a grizzly bear. So enjoy.
Broadcasting the worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
We got Grizzly Man audio. Bill Burr, give us the setup. Because we have new listeners. We have new listeners checking us out as he throws a stuffed animal into the garbage.
my stuffed animal.
Grizzly Man. It's about a guy of questionable sexual preference.
Right.
Living up in Alaska with bears with absolutely no training, wildlife training. He just goes by gut instinct.
He did it for many years, and he finally got eaten alive by bears.
Yeah, and then his girlfriend, his beard, came over with a frying pan, tried to hit the Kodiak over the head.
Yep.
Kodiak wasn't having it.
Nope.
And instead of getting the cheeseburger, he went for the quarter pounder.
He ate Grizzly Man and his girlfriend.
He supersized it,
Right.
Supersized it.
And he was a guy that wanted to be famous in Hollywood. He was up for the part in Cheers that Woody Harrelson ended up getting, supposedly.
Dude, every failed actor, if they fail, they somehow came this close.
This close to
Close.
I was supposed to be Kramer. I was this close. It was me, and Kramer was right in the fucking room.
Yeah.
Really?
The last minute he came in, I had the part.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
And Bill Burr does a great Grizzly Man impression. But here's the real Grizzly Man talking about bears.
I kind of think he was over 10 feet high, don't you? Whew,
He's a big bear. He's a big bear. A very big bear. Wow.
Grr.
Anyway, he's over here rub-a-dub-dubbing. He's a big bear.
Holy
It does,
crap.
and I'm going to tell you, that doesn't even do it. You have
No?
to rent this movie because this fucking bear is 10 feet tall, rubbing its back against this tree that if you drove into it in your fucking Hummer, you would go through the windshield and die. And this tree is like bending over, like, get this fucking thing off of me. And this gag dude is like 2 feet away going, he's a big bear. Yes, he is. He's a big bear. And these fucking bears are just, they're like weirded out by the guy. It's like they're kind of full of salmon, so they don't attack him, but they just kind of, every once in a while, they kind of snap at him.
Yeah,
and he
like,
treats
get
him
the
like a
fuck
dog.
outta
Like,
here.
Yeah, they get creeped out by him. You could tell.
Wow.
On some level, you could tell the bears are creeped out
It's
by
like, this guy should not be here. Does he know we can just kill him instantly?
yeah, and what is that?
Yeah, what is it?
Tony in Cleveland. Tony.
Wow.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
Hey, on my MySpace, and a couple months ago, I sent some pictures to Steve. There were pictures of the Grizzly guys' attack on Ogrish for about 2 weeks after it was announced, and then they had to pull them.
Oh, so they are out there somewhere?
I don't even want to see the movie because they yanked that audio of him being killed. It's like, that's the fucking highlight of the movie.
Yeah, they had the audio and they refused to play it during
Why?
a documentary.
And you know what's
It's
funny?
a documentary. They should have played that.
I didn't want to see it.
But they were going for a mass audience.
Yeah, I've got it on my MySpace. If you look, it's got a picture of a cop standing next to just his leg with like all the meat gone and just bone laying there.
Is that really the pictures from this?
Yeah, they were on there for about a week or two, and then for some reason they jerked them off because the whole family, I guess, was having a fit over.
All right, we're going to put you on hold so we can go to your MySpace. If it's really good, we'll announce it to the world.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Tony. Hold on a second. Get his MySpace thing.
It's MySpace/Jim Norton.
I didn't want to see the movie because I didn't want to hear that audio, but after 3 minutes of watching this idiot, I wanted to see him get killed by a bear.
That would have been a great finale.
But they don't play it. They don't do
copped
it.
out.
Of course
It's
they
even
did.
worse, yeah, because the director
Douchebags.
listens to it and then just goes, you need to burn this. Like it was a big moment about himself.
Yeah, you're going to decide for everybody
Yeah.
else. Thank you.
Don't exploit this.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I have.
Yeah, as we exploit the guy. Exactly.
What a fucking asshole.
Oh, that pissed me
He was
off.
just afraid it'll be too graphic to probably get mass distribution or something like that.
He fucks an 8-year-old. No one else should do this.
No one should. We should burn this child
Yes,
now.
people should not have sex with children.
I saw that movie early on, and halfway through it, I realized, oh my God, they're teasing it, but they're never going to play this audio.
No.
And I was getting so pissed off in the
Yeah,
theater.
that's why I don't want to see it. For what?
Because it's in the documentary category. You know what I mean?
We have the director on the phone?
I guess we can.
Yeah, why
That'll
not?
happen.
It's not a bad idea.
He's
But
not
they
there.
did kind of sell it like you were going to hear the audio.
Yeah, exactly. You know he's killed. You're like, all right, this will be kind of interesting to watch. This
I
dude's
remembered
right.
that. I remembered that.
All right, here we go. Grizzly Man talks about the Grinch, the name of one of his bears, I guess.
I want to introduce you to one of the key role players in this year's expedition. The bear's name is the Grinch. The Grinch has come on to be one of the more frequent bears here in the Grizzly Maze. The Grinch is a female of about 5 years of age. Oh, hi, Grinch. Hi. And she has kind of an aggressive attitude. Hi. If I turn around too much, she'll bite me. It's okay. Hi. How are you? How are you? Don't you do that. Don't you do that. Back off. Don't do it. It's okay. I love you. 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 I'm sorry.
Wow.
Okay, what happened there was the thing, like, he fucking walks up to this thing in the... I mean, I'm literally looking at it like, they're going to show it. He's going to get killed here.
Right here.
You can't believe actually what you can do to a bear, what it takes for these fucking things to attack you. The bear is looking at him like, dude, get the fuck away from me. He's coming, hey, there's a big bear, and he finally just went, like this 10,000 per square inch lunge at this guy, and then he starts scolding him like he's a fucking, like a chihuahua.
Yeah. No.
No, I love you. You don't do that. And then the thing's walking away, and he's going, I love you. I love you. And the bear's just like,
You know,
maybe the bears were afraid to bite him because of what they might catch.
Somewhere there's a bear in a robe right now. Little honey tea next to him.
An 80-pound bear.
Going, I just wanted a snack.
Hairless.
Yeah, hairless.
Hibernating in July.
He's all curled up in the fetal position, coughing and frightened.
His friends have to bring him honeycomb.
All he wants is the fucking Will and Grace box set.
Other bears protesting to get him out of the neighborhood. One understanding deer.
There is no... See, I didn't hear any of this or see the movie or anything.
It's a comedy, and you got it right.
Yeah.
All I've seen close to this are real nature documentaries where there seems to be a professional person who knows something about the animals teaching you about them. Even that stupid Australian guy.
Audio's too low.
Even he, like, kind of knows something about the animals and how they should and shouldn't be treated. This guy, from what I've heard so far, has no business being among goldfish, never mind bears. He has no clue. It doesn't seem like he's doing anything that is benefiting our education of the bear. What we learn about bears. This guy just decided he's going out with bears until one of them eat him.
He just makes up shit about nature. At one point, he's laying next to half a fox. Some wolves or something ripped this fox apart.
That used to be one of his pets.
That he'd named.
Yeah,
what was his name? I don't know what the hell his name.
Foxy.
Yeah, this is Foxy, and he's laying there. I just don't understand why this has to happen. Like it's like there's too many guns in the neighborhood. That's the way he's treating this shit.
Another senseless killing.
Yeah, I don't understand. And then the idiot who's making the documentary hits like pause and he goes, "This is where I have to disagree. I believe wilderness is chaos." It's like, dude, you're rationalizing with the crazy person.
Right.
That dude just went like, and you were like, no, I actually think it's...
Any idiot knows what goes on out there. Bigger animals eat the littler ones.
Yes.
That's how it works.
He did this year after year after year. He got crazier and crazier, and I'm convinced that he decided, all right, I'm going to just commit suicide by allowing one of these bears to eat me.
Suicide by bear.
And then there'll be video, and I'll be legendary.
Voice in his head got louder and louder. Suck a cock. Suck a cock. I like pussy. That's a big bear. Kill me.
By the way, we got reports the audio was a little low. We got a brand new copy, so you might want to turn down your XM so you don't get...
That director really should be shot. You're right. That was probably a personal moment for him that everybody else had to fucking suffer because of.
I know. I hated that.
Yeah, what a douchebag.
Beck in Florida.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, if you can recall during the movie, the guy had a fetish with the bear shit. Every time he turned around, he was, like, caressing and holding it.
It's just one of these movies that's not supposed to be a comedy that is.
Yeah.
It's in my comedy section at my house. It's hilarious. It really is funny on so many levels.
Caddyshack, Animal House, Grizzly Man.
Right. Fucking, he's got it sandwiched between Caddyshack and Schindler's List.
I forgot about that. He does start. He gets more and more into playing with the bear shit.
That's just great.
It's
That's fantastic.
touches it?
Oh, yeah.
yeah. Hey, there's something in there for you, Jim.
He's got a helpful rascal.
With his, what kind of haircut does he have? Like the Prince, what is it called?
Prince Valiant?
Yeah. He's got that hairdo going. It's funny.
Oh, the best part. Do you have the audio of the guy from L.A., his ex-actor friend out there, who turns his death into like a monologue? He's like trying to like book an audition. You could tell he fucking rehearsed it.
Right.
This thing is like, there's so many different layers. This thing's hilarious. And if I described it better, that would have been funny too.
Well, maybe we can get the actor friend on the phone. We should interview them.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Why not? They're not that big famous. No one cares about them.
I don't know.
Hey,
someone's saying the director's in Munich, Germany, or something like that. Or,
Oh, really? Well, we have audio. They didn't highlight it as one of the best cuts, but it is, though. The director listens to the audio of the attack, then tells Jewel, ex-girlfriend, to get rid of the tape. So we do have that. We'll get to that in a second. But first, here's another clip. This is a helicopter pilot that used to fly him in and out. Would drop him off and go, oh, Jesus, this guy's nuts. And then he'd pick him up like 2-3 months later.
That long he'd be there?
Yeah, he was there for like the whole summer, I think, right?
Yeah, he would leave right before they started to hibernate.
But the year he got eaten, he decided to stay longer, knowing that more dangerous bears were taking the place of the bears that were there that were going to hibernate. I guess there's a whole cycle. Like some bears go hibernate earlier, and then these really nasty ones that could survive in worse conditions still hang around for another month or so.
And eat everything.
It's like being in Midtown, I guess, and then deciding one night you're going to go uptown.
How much longer?
It's kind of the same. It seems the same. You would think it would be the same, but somehow something's different.
It's like walking around this area at night. It gets a little different than walking around here during the day. Here we go. Here's the helicopter pilot.
I think the only reason that Treadwell lasted as long in the game as he did was that the Bears probably thought there was something wrong with him, like he was mentally retarded or something. That bear, I think that day, decided that he had either had enough of Tim Treadwell or that something clicked in that bear's head that he thought, hey, you know, he might be good to eat.
I think that's closer to it.
My opinion, I think Treadwell thought these bears were big, scary-looking, harmless creatures that he could go up and pet and sing to, and they would bond as children of the universe or some odd. I think he had lost sight of what was really going on.
Yeah, that's the same.
This guy's fucking rationalizing it like the bear had maybe it was a political argument. Maybe that's why he killed him. You fucking idiot.
I'm Tim Treadwell. Get to the chopper.
He had a falling out with the bears.
The bears thought he was retarded.
The bears thought he was retarded and said, hey, I've had enough of this guy. Or he thought, that's a tasty treat.
The bear...
I'll go with the tasty treat. I think the bear just looked, he was hungry, and bears will eat anything. They're stupid bears.
They have video of the bear that ate him. They're convinced that he actually taped him.
Yeah.
And you could just see it. They make this point in the movie. You could just see it in the bear's eyes that there was just I just need to eat look.
Hungry bear.
He was an older bear. And all the younger ones ate all the salmon, and this douchebag was standing there. He's a big
old bear. Can't hunt anymore,
they had
probably.
An expert looking at the footage, and this Tim guy is watching this bear dive really deep. And Tim thinks it's great that the bear could dive that deep, and it's so cute and stuff. Oh. And the expert's like, that's not cute. That's proven that this bear is beyond hungry and is going really deep down to try to get food.
You ever see the cute picture of the bear sitting down by the waterfall, and he just puts his hand in, and a salmon's on his claw, and he eats it. Puts another one. If bears got to work for anything,
right?
Yeah, they must be hungry.
That's what the expert is explaining. It's like, you know, he has to work real hard to survive at this point. It's not like, you know, the height of the salmon season where you just scoop up as many as you can.
And what's funny, when you look at the footage of the bear, it literally looks like the bear's playing. It's a scene right out of Bambi, because he's diving deep and then coming back on his back. And if you knew nothing about these animals like I don't, I was like laughing. Go ahead, look at him.
How cute.
He's swimming. He's just taking a break.
He's starving.
He's doing he's diving down deep because there's no fucking fish left. And he keeps coming up, and he's occasionally glancing over at this idiot.
I could eat that, I think.
Yeah, just
I think I could eat
another
that.
step closer.
It's like finding a chick in the neighborhood who sucks your dick immediately. The bear's probably like, I heard about this asshole. I can't believe he's really here. This guy's for real? I thought this was a goof. An urban legend.
Did you hear about the guy that just hangs around?
He doesn't run away when you walk up to him? No, he just talks.
He just talks to you.
It's a setup, man. I don't like it.
Who did this, Danny or you? Danny? The description on the next track is hilarious.
Hello, Bear. Why don't you take a seat right over there? What were you thinking when you came over to this guy's camp?
I don't know.
Track 7.
Sorry.
Listen to this. Spirit, the fox's cub ghost, takes Tim's hat and runs off. What results can only be described as fag mad and can be the most hilarious audio ever recorded.
Fag mad?
The hat ends up in a den. But Danny's saying this could be the most hilarious audio ever recorded, Anthony.
All right.
Ever.
Hey, who's stealing that hat? Let me see that hat. Ghost, I want that hat. Mayor, Ghost is bad. Ghost, what are you doing with that hat? Ghost, that hat is a very important hat. Drop it. Hey! Oh, God damn it! I can't believe this. Ghost! Ghost, where's that fucking hat? That hat is so friggin' valuable for this trip. Ghost, you come back here with that friggin' hat. If it's in the den, I'm gonna fucking explode. Ghost, where's that hat? It's not okay for you to steal it. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's a friggin' den.
See, he sounds like he's chasing a toddler through his house. He's in the fucking wilderness.
Right.
Ghost! It's my hat.
I want to say that I mean this. I hate Tim Treadwell, and I'm glad he's dead. I'm glad he's fucking dead.
By the way, his girlfriend's name is Ghost, too.
Yeah.
Damn it. That's kind of funny.
Ring, ring. Phone.
Grr. Grr. Grr.
All right, here we go.
Oh, wait, the phone.
Here's the next track. Tim petting and talking to Timmy the Fox.
Timmy.
And then he asked the public to stop killing and hurting foxes. Do you know anyone that kills and hurts foxes?
I know nobody that does that. No.
Bill, you?
No, you know what? I've never heard of that.
I've never, tally-ho! We get up on horseback and send the hounds out, chase that fox.
Go on a fox trot.
Fox hunt.
How often do you call your friend? I'll leave a message. We're out hurting a fox.
Right.
Call you back.
It's a different perspective, I do believe.
Yeah.
How many foxes could be hurt out there?
Only Timmy is the boss of all foxes and all bears. You're the ruler. Look at that face and look at that ear. Yay. Thanks for being my friend. This is so good. Does it feel good here? We patrol the Grizzly Sanctuary together. How did we meet? Over a decade ago. He left his mother and father's side, promptly peed on my shoes, pooped on my clothes. That was it. He was my friend, Timmy the Fox. Yep. And we watch over things, and he's the boss. Takes care of everything. Yep. Yep. Yes, I love my headband. I think one of the things that's really important is you can see the bond that has developed between this very wild animal and this fairly wild person. And you realize he has this gorgeous fur, and people are trying to kill him for it with steel jaw traps and cruel farming practices, and other people run him down on horses for sport, fox hunting. We want this to end. Between Timmy the Fox, this beautiful fox, and me, we ask the public, please stop killing and hurting these foxes and torturing them. Don't you think? If they knew how beautiful he was and how sweet he was, they would never hurt him. Thanks, King.
Holy shit.
Too bad 2 Bears didn't do an infomercial. Please stop eating psychotic faggots. Please just let them wander around your neighborhood without being harmed and eaten.
I like how they're playing that acoustic guitar music, like they're so trying to get you to give a fuck about this guy.
Like,
he had a good heart.
Yeah, he
the rest
meant
of
well.
us, we're all too jaded.
I like
well.
this next track because he loses his mind because he's talking to the camera and it's not coming out right. So he does the lines over and over again, and he gets madder and madder. Listen to this.
Timothy used his camera as a tool to get his message across. Sometimes his approach was very playful.
Do another take here. I fucked up the last one. I almost just fell off the cliff. I'm a fucking asshole. Behind me is the Grizzly Sanctuary, and also behind me, hidden down below in those trees somewhere, is my camp. I must stay incognito. I must hide from the authorities. I must hide from people who would harm me. I must now even hide from people that seek me out because I've made some sort of, I don't want to say celebrity, but they come here to Alaska and they hear about Treadwell in the bush and they want to go find him. Well, they can't. I'm hidden down below. No one knows where I am. Even I don't even know where I am. That was pretty shitty. Let's do a really short take here.
But as a filmmaker, he was methodical.
Whatever.
Often repeating takes 15 times.
One more really short, excellent take. Let's just really sum it up. Here we go. This is going to be the motherfucker. Behind me is the Grizzly Sanctuary, and also hidden down below is my camp. For I must now remain hidden from the authorities, from people who would harm me, from people who'd seek me out as a story. My
Mr.
future helping the animal depends on it. I must be a spirit in the wilderness.
Fucking, he's methodical as a director. He's kind of like Kubrick, but without limbs. Shithead.
Rachel, my camp is down there. Someday it will all be yours. The Peloponnese, my mutilated body.
What is a string of intestines?
Rachel, you've hit him over the head with a frying pan. No.
I have no idea if there's a God, but if there's a God, God would be very, very pleased with me. If you could just watch me here, how much I love them, how much I adore them, how respectful I am to them, how I am one of them, and how the studies they give me, the photographs, the video, and take that around for no charge to people around the world. It's good work. I feel good about it. I feel good about myself doing it. And I want to continue. And I hope I can. I really hope I can. But if not, be warned. I will die for these animals. I will die for these animals. I will die for these animals. Thank you so much for letting me do this. Thank you so much for these animals, for giving me a life. I had no life. Now I have a life.
Thank you so much for getting killed.
That faggot-eating bear does not get that picture.
Foraging lessons, salmon eating lessons. I was going to make him a producer for Foundry Music.
Danny didn't highlight this
Poor guy.
this track, but I think we should play because it says this is the cut where Tim wonders why girls don't want to be with him.
Ah.
Let's see what he has to say about this.
Because you're gay and you smell like bear shit?
And that's my story here. For me, Timothy Treadwell. The kind warrior.
Again.
The kind warrior.
Can I take it? I'm trying. Okay, yeah, I can do it. Yeah, why not? Why not? I crossed the halfway point. Government's given me all they have so far. I've stood up to it. I've had danger in the boat, almost died, I've almost fallen off a cliff. Yeah. The danger factor's about to amp up in the maze. The maze is always the most dangerous. Lord, I do not want to be hurt by a bear. I do not. I always cannot understand why girls don't want to be with me for a long time, because I have really a nice personality. I'm fun. I'm very, very good in the, you're not supposed to say that when you're a guy, but I know I am. They know I am. And, I don't fight with them. I'm so passive. Bit of a patsy. Which, is that a turn-off to girls, to be a patsy? I mean, it's not that I'm a total great guy.
That means faggot.
I'm a lot of fun and have a good life going. I don't know what's going on. I always wished I was gay. It would have been a lot easier. You know, you can just bing, bing, bing. Gay guys have no problem. I mean, they go to restrooms and truck stops and they perform sex. It's like so easy for them and stuff. But you know what? Alas, Timothy Treadwell is not gay. Bummer. I love girls. Girls need a lot more. Need a lot more.
Hold on, I gotta back up a little.
Yeah, that guy is trying a little too hard.
Hold on, let's back up here a little bit.
No problem. I mean, they go to restrooms and truck stops and they perform sex. It's like so easy for them and stuff. But you know what? Alas, Timothy Treadwell is not gay. Bummer. I love girls.
You lie!
Girls.
You're a fucking liar!
Need a lot more. Need a lot more, you know, finesse and care and I like that a bit. But when it goes bed down in bed and you're alone, it's like, well, you know, you can't rebound like you can if you were gay. Sure, gay people have problems too, but not as much as one goofy straight guy named Timothy Treadwell. Anyway, that's my story. That's my story.
He's like, oh, what a shame I'm not gay.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. I'd like to be, but I like girls.
Let's go to Eric in New York. Eric?
Damn.
Rachel, I've become Bear Houduvers.
Houduvers. Hors d'oeuvres. Nasty bossy.
All right,
That's the
good.
marshal.
Good one, Eric. Well, here's Tim talking to a fox. We're almost done here. The Grizzly Man audio.
I love you. Look at you. You're the best little fox. But how did I come into this work, Iris? Did you ever get the story? I was troubled. I drank a lot. Did you know that? Iris, you wouldn't even know what that is. But I used to drink to the point of that I guess I was either going to die from it or break free of it. But nothing, Iris, could get me from to stop drinking. Nothing. I went to programs. I tried quitting myself. I did everything that I could to try not to drink, and then I did everything I could to drink.
From the mule,
and
he means.
And it was killing me until I discovered this land of bears and realized that they were in such great danger that they needed a caretaker. They needed someone to look after them, but not a drunk person, not a person messed up. So I promised the bears that if I would look over them, would they please help me be a better person? And they become so inspirational.
Thought he said a deader
and living with the foxes too. That I did. I gave up the drinking. It was a miracle. It was an absolute miracle. And the miracle was animals. The miracle was animals.
Sex with them. Guaranteed this guy fucked something. An animal. One of the foxes, a bear, something.
I gotta say, this is what's impressive. But you saw the pictures.
Yeah.
One of them, he's sitting behind a bear. This bear is fucking massive.
I don't think
that's not the guy.
That's him, and this one has been disputed.
They're fake photos.
This is a fake photo. The other one isn't a fake photo. It's a real dead guy.
This isn't that.
But it isn't the guy.
That's not the guy.
I don't know if this is him, but there's a picture of a guy's leg that has been shredded off, and his fucking hog is hanging out by his intestines, and he's got to be packing 7 soft, and I'm like, in a panic mode, your cock shrivels. So for this guy to fucking have a dick this big after being attacked by an animal, hats off.
And the animals even know not to eat the taint. Look at that. It's completely intact.
So this is not him?
No, that's some other animal attack.
Why would the bear leave the best part?
Maybe the bear just sucked it and walked away.
I like how
this whole thing was bullshit.
I like how his thigh is completely gone, but his shin is there, and his sneaker is still nicely tied on.
And his leg is like kind of almost like in relaxed mode, like he's sunbathing.
Like he's kicking his leg up a little bit.
But the pictures are fake. They're definitely fake. Those aren't the ones.
No, that's not the guy.
So, you guys want to hear from the medical examiner? We got 2 clips left.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, this guy. Oh, everybody.
This guy was a creep in the movie.
Yeah, you ever like see a movie where it's just everybody's good, and then they all go on to be like stars of movies? There's an occasional. This fucking documentary is like that. There's not a B-list person in this.
Did you ever see the movie? We got to get the audio of. They made it kind of a loosely based documentary. I guess it's a documentary on the death of Kurt Cobain.
Oh yeah,
that came out about 7-8 years ago.
Kurt and Courtney.
I don't know what it was. Was it called Kurt and Courtney?
The one that said that she was involved in the plotting.
Yeah, that she got a hitman to kill Kurt Cobain and stuff.
Yeah, that was it.
And they finally find this guy, and he had a really scary name, and this guy couldn't kill a mosquito. I got to get the audio of that. What was that guy's name in that movie?
I don't remember.
And then, after a month or 2 after filming, he was run over by a train. He was like a raging alcoholic that was in some obscure punk band in Seattle or something. It was hilarious. Another movie.
Yeah,
that
not
was
trying
hilarious.
to be funny, but it was. You remember when he was driving in the car and he goes, "Right here, we were going to use some audio from Nirvana, but Courtney wouldn't let us."
Yeah. No, what about you did see the movie?
Yeah, and he left that in the movie.
So it's these 2 bumbling idiots. They're trying to prove that Courtney killed Kurt, right? And now it's the moment that they've been waiting for on film. Their cameras are rolling. They finally got Courtney. They only have her for a couple seconds, and then all of a sudden the screen goes blank. And all of a sudden, there's a voiceover going, "Unfortunately, at this point, our battery ran out." Remember that scene?
Nice professional work.
Another one of those movies so worth renting because it's so silly and funny.
I forgot about that.
I
remember laughing in the movie theater, and these people in front were evidently big Nirvana fans.
Oh, dude, once again.
And they were turning around and going I'm like, this is pathetic.
I saw the movie in Cambridge. And a huge Nirvana fan. Most people know that. I was openly laughing, but there are people in this theater, like you just said, taking this movie like it was the real deal. All right, here's the medical examiner. He had examined the bodies after the bears ate good old Tim and his girlfriend.
All right.
His girlfriend.
Timothy Treadwell and Amy Huguenot's remains came in this large metal can. Inside this metal can was a plastic bag, one for Timothy and one for Amy. I mean, these are human beings, and the question I ask is, first of all, who are you, Timothy? Who are you, Amy? And what happened
I don't
to
think
you?
you'll get an answer.
In the case of Timothy and Amy, what I had were body parts, just the visual input of seeing a detached human being before my eyes.
Make my cock hard.
Makes my heart.
That's what I was going to say. The guy.
Yeah, he sounds a little into it.
You know what you couldn't tell in the beginning is he has these big silver crates, and he's like Timothy and whatever her name was,
Amy
and Hosebag came here, and these crates, and he wham slams down as this big creepy echo.
Yeah,
yeah.
He just looks like he's way into death, like
way
Yeah.
into. He
He's a
gets
metal
to be.
examiner. Why does he act like he's never seen a fucking
No, he
body?
gets really into describing the what happened to these people. It's coming up.
For my eyes, makes my heart race, makes the hair stand up on the back of
Makes
my
the
head.
blood flow.
Particularly in combination with the contents of a tape, an audio tape, that is the sound portion of a videotape. And when I find out from other investigators that the shoes neatly placed at the entrance to a tent and the cap left on a camera so that the visual part could not be recorded, yet the tape is running so that we can hear the sounds of Amy screaming and the sounds of Timothy moaning, tells me that this event occurred very, very quickly, suddenly and unexpectedly. I clearly can hear her screaming, "Stop and go away. Maybe run away." There's a lot of background noise. Timothy is moaning, and I hear Amy beating on the top of this bear's head with a frying pan, and Timothy is saying, "Run away, let go. Run away, Amy, run away." Amy had a great deal of conviction. She had a great deal of conviction in this relationship, we know that. Although in the past she was more standoffish, she didn't get as close to the bear as Timothy did. She was more cautious. However, I know that at the moment of death, when one is being tried to the maximum of one's ability to be faithful, to stick to a situation, to be loyal, if one can say that, to Timothy, she stayed there and she fought with Timothy. She did not run away. Amy, we know, fought back for approximately 6 minutes. Amy stayed with her lover, with her partner, with her mate, and with the bear. Ultimately, she stayed with the bear in the situation.
Yeah,
definitely
smart
a
move.
Definitely a James Blunt moment right there for her.
Where was she going to fucking run to? You're in the woods with a bunch of bears. Where are you going?
Right.
Where's the
sort of slowly? Where's the audio of him
You
explaining
just slowly
the injuries?
sort of walk away, like, "All right, Tim,
Yeah.
take it easy."
It's the way you kind of wanted to go out. It's not the way I want to go, so I'm going to be leaving.
I know. She's like, "You haven't fucked me in years."
He wouldn't have had to tell me to run away. He would have been like, "Run away. Where are you?"
Here's
a puff of smoke where you used to be.
Here's the director or the main guy listening to the actual audio.
I like his
of him being eaten alive and his girlfriend. Go ahead.
I like just his brutal, like, reenactment of what they were saying, and he was like, "Run away. Run away." It was more like, "Run away!"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Run away.
But at this point, there was a lot of background noise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't one of those quiet, getting eaten alive moments.
Wasn't mixed well.
Yeah.
They really didn't have good mic placement.
This is the big bummer of the whole movie because they didn't play the audio. But
Yeah.
this guy, you get to watch him listen to the audio with headphones on.
Yeah, he gets to hear. We can't.
So there might be some dead space in here as he's listening to the audio. I don't know.
This is Timothy's camera. During the fatal attack, there was no time to remove the lens cap. Jewel Palovac allowed me to listen to the audio. I hear rain and I hear, "Amy, get away, go away."
He's listening. He's still listening. Grr. Grr. He's listening. Grr. Grr.
No.
And he's listening.
No.
Grr. He continues to listen.
Turn it off.
Grr.
No.
He's still listening. Grr. More listening.
I bring nothing to the table.
Huh, where did that come from?
Grr. As he continues to listen.
Is he laughing?
Julie, you must never listen to this.
I know, Werner. I'm never going to.
And you must never look at the photos that I've seen at the coroner's office.
I will never look at them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chicken, Leichen.
And you must never look at the photos while listening to the audio.
There it comes.
Now you know why no one's going to hear it.
I think you should not keep it. You should destroy it.
Yeah.
Thank you,
I think that's what you should do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it will be the white elephant in your room all your life.
She was later killed by a white elephant, which is odd coincidence of that situation. You must burn it. You must dig a long ditch and get the people to load them in and covers them with kerosene and burns them so our crimes will not be... Oh, the tape, yes. Burns the tape.
You should never listen to this while looking at those pictures while having your ass eaten on a bear rug near a fireplace. Creep. Cockblock Nazi.
What did the girlfriend look like?
Oof. She looked like she could have been
bear?
in the woods,
really?
Being filmed.
The kind of girl that had to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, exactly.
Also known as a fag hag.
Fag bear hag. Wow.
What year was this?
A few years ago, I guess. I don't know.
Something like that, yeah.
Did the audio still exist?
I think there's got to be more than
Had
one
to get out
copy.
there somewhere.
The cops, they always do.
The cops.
Hey, check this one.
The cops for the Christmas party, you got to think.
Murphy ran off a tape. Look,
all the shit they've seen, they're like eating lasagna. It doesn't bug them.
Right.
Well, I'm making an offer. $25 to whoever produces that audio.
Holy Jesus, that's a lot of money.
And tickets to my February 24th, 25th Albany shows.
Wow.
That's right.
I don't think the listeners will be sending in audio of a bear eating somebody.
$25.
All right. You owe me.
Grr. 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 Grr.
Listen to the pain he sounds.
No, that's him ripping the flesh off the bear's body. Grr. All right, we'll leave with one last clip here from Tim talking to the bears.
Well, I just want to discuss that fight with Mickey Bear right here. He's right.
Oh, yeah, he got on film a crazy fight between two bears. A very violent fight. That was a lot of fun to check out in the background.
Two heavyweights.
And he's about 50 feet away from what just happened.
Well, I just want to discuss that fight with Mickey Bear right here. He's right next to me here in the Grizzly Sanctuary on the Tide Fly Saturn off to camera left. Mick, you underestimated Sergeant Brown. You went in for the hit. He seemed to be rope-a-doping you like he wasn't that tough. And then once you banged into him, he turned out to be one heck of a rough bear. A very rough bear. And I'm telling you, I was so scared, I almost got sick to my stomach watching you fight. And then when he knocked you down and you had him, and you were down on your back, it was terrible. It was terrible.
You can't win, Rock.
I'm not duking it out for any girl like that. I'm telling you right now, I'm not duking it out for any girl. But I've had my troubles with the girls. Yeah. And I'll tell you something. If Saturn was a female human, I could just see how beautiful she is as a bear. Whew. I've always called her the Michelle Pfeiffer of bears out here.
Michelle Pfeiffer.
All right, you lay there. I'm going to go off with your girlfriend. Don't beat me up over it. I'm cool.
Even
I'm
the
cool.
bag
I'm
knows he's
respectful.
gay.
Yeah. Things are bad for me with the human women, but not so bad that I have to be hitting on bears yet.
The bear's like, fine, you can sleep in the same bed with her. I don't care.
Right. That guy.
The bear looks like Helvina.
That guy is so gay and so in denial that he's got to say things like that. I've had some trouble with the women. But don't worry about it.
It is a movie of acceptance.
It's unbelievable. Through the whole film, he's talking about girls, and
It's why
doesn't
he's
understand
there.
why people
Yeah.
think he's gay. He's not gay.
It's why he was
It would be
drinking.
better to be gay.
Finally, he's attacked by some fucking bear in skinhead boots. Doesn't approve of his lifestyle.
That's a little taste. The movie is just terrific.
A little taste. That's funny.
A little taste.
Michelle Pfeiffer bear.
Michelle Pfeiffer. That's what I call her.
Before we go to
First
break,
half of that whole clip CD you played, I thought it was still Mario Cantone's Grammy commentary.
Oh, that was from the Grammys?
Yeah.
Well, it was after
Yeah.
the
After.
View the next day.
The View.
He's funny, man. He just does all the voices.
All the girls just got together.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Was his angle like a gay thing, or no? He didn't do that again, did he?
That angle, I don't think he's changed that act.
It's a 45. It's actually a 90-degree angle when he's on his back and his legs are straight up in the air. It's the angle he takes.
I'm going to call you Liza, you bear, you big bear.
Oh, stop eating me!
when VH1 does the Tim Treadwell story, starring Mario Cantone.
What if they'll do it like a clip show, like fucking the 80s, where everybody chimes in and comments on what a fucking
grr, grr,
grr. Hal Sparks.
Yeah.
Him.
Some funny bear-eating anecdote.
Yeah.
Someone's saying the audio still exists. Jeff in Houston.
Yeah, what's going on, gentlemen?
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, they, on the Discovery Channel, when they aired it, by the way, thanks, Oprah, for having me watch that goddamn dribble. They had a roundtable discussion after it was over, and they talked, and the girl talked about how she never did destroy the audio, so it's still there somewhere.
Someone break into our house and get it for us.
Yeah, I'll give you $25.
That's right.
I'm willing to match that.
I'll throw $12.50.
That's $62.50. $62.50.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
Hey, it's Bill Burr. To find out about me or where I'm going to be performing, all you have to do is just go to my website. Please go to it. I spend a fuckload of money on it. Go to BillBurr.com. BURR. And if you go down to the left-hand side of the page, you can check out my appearances to see where I'm going to be. And if you just lost your job and you want some free comedy, listen to the Monday Morning Podcast. I do one of those every goddamn week for free. All right? And I hope you get your job back. And if you'd like to get your job back, stop going to those fucking automated lines in the goddamn grocery stores. You're just putting more Americans out of business. All right? Go to the one where the people figure out what you owe and they bag your shit for free. This is a public service announcement. In this next clip, this was during the period of time, I don't know when you realize Anthony went out and got himself some hair plugs, and he quickly told me that they're not hair plugs, they're hair follicles. All I know is he was dressed like T-Boz. That's all I remembered. I just kept waiting for him to start singing, what the fuck was that, Crazy Sexy Cool? What was the name of that damn group?
TLC.
TLC, that's what he looked like. And he's explaining to me the brand new technology of how he's going to try to look like he's only 51 years old. So enjoy this one.
Broadcasting the worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
Our old friend, who now lives in L.A., but he comes back from time to time, is in studio. Bill Burr on the Opie and Anthony Show. We were kind of catching up in the office, talking about Biggest Loser, John and Kate Plus 8. Yeah. What else? Nutrisystem, The Perfect Push-Up, and guns. So
Yeah.
we got a full plate for you, Bill. How are you?
How come I can't hear myself? There we go.
You bought the Perfect Push-Up?
Yeah, I did.
I got the Perfect Push-Up.
I actually got to admit, it is a little bit harder.
It's a nightmare.
To twist yourself.
It's those things that twist your arms as you're doing your push-up.
Yeah, it makes you realize that you're cheating when you do regular push-ups. Like, you're getting nothing done. Because with the Perfect Push-Up, they're on these rotating things, and when you go down, you naturally, rotate, and it makes it a lot harder to do push-ups.
Yeah. Plus, I really bought them because I'm so old, my wrists can't handle me doing that anymore. I'd be going down So it's actually, it's assisted. You know what's funny is the handles are the same, shape of like a walker.
Yeah.
So I'm basically inching my way towards that. I'll have nice pecs though.
You make a really good point, because when you get older like we are, and you try to stay in shape in the gym, the joints
Just doing sets, your joints just ache.
Oh, they're killing. I wake up now. I have to, like, when I get up in the morning to take, the morning whiz, like, literally my ankles. I feel like Dan Marino. I'm like, dude, did I play in the NFL? I'm a comedian. What happened to me? And literally, my calves are all, I got to, like, stop.
You're getting hip replacement surgery already from all the
I
time
lean on the wall when I relieve myself now. Just literally just trying to hold myself up. It's brutal.
You ever have to go through your mind and try to figure out why something hurts? You're it's got to because you want to rule out like a disease or bone cancer or something. So you're like, why does my leg hurt? And then you're like, oh, that's right. I brought in some groceries yesterday, and it's just some stupid thing that you did and realized that was enough of a workout to conjure up some muscle.
Oh yeah, I bought a gallon of water. And I inhaled at the wrong time when I switched the water from one hand to another, and I just felt this nerve pain start somewhere in the upper mid part of my back. And then I'm literally like hanging from the door jamb trying to undo it. The girl's like, what happened?
I pulled something.
I switched the gallon of water from the right hand to the left hand. Oh, it was brutal.
You used to be able to juggle with that, and you'd have no problem.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable. I'm sounding like a broken record, but I got to say for you guys, there's only a handful of guys like Bill, Jimmy, Louis C.K., and a few others that do the show that are constantly working on new material. Some of these guys, they leave town, they come back 6 months later, and they're doing the exact same set, and they're wondering why they're not getting discovered or going anywhere in their careers.
Well, Jimmy and Louis are they're setting the bar.
Good.
I think I'm an hour behind you.
No, Louis on his 11th hour, which he's doing. He just shoots himself now. It's always Louis like I'm doing 90 minutes now. But I'm like, how?
But see, for the comedy,
it's amazing, and it's all good.
But for the comedy fan out there, the guys that don't work on new material are kind of wrecking it for guys like yourself. Some people are like, I'm not going to see Jimmy or Billy because I've seen their stuff already. No, you haven't.
Yeah.
Like you guys are working on a new hour, what, twice a year?
No,
every 8 months, something like that.
Every year you tape it, and then you got like that 4 months before the special comes out where you're frantically. That's what I found trying to read, doing a half hour. That's no big deal over the summer to try to come up with like a new 20, 30 that you're halfway happy with. But like when you got like an hour coming out, that is definitely a sprint. You're starting to tell stories. And my uncle was crazy. Like just trying to fill up that 45. You tell him the middle to do 30, do 35. That's cool.
We've talked about it on the show when we're having a slow show. We start admitting all sorts of crazy stuff. Like, why am I admitting this?
That's when all the stuff comes out.
Why don't we just play Freebird and go home early? I don't want to tell people this.
When you're out of wacky news clips, it all boils down to, well, I was touched.
I think that's where the hair restoration thing happened. I don't think you were going to tell anybody, but it might have been a slow show. And Aunt goes, what the hell? I'll tell her when I did a little something with my hair.
Yeah. I figured I would blurt that out. No, it was kind of hard to come in and wear a hanky on my head. I look like Chloe from Fight Club. And I have pornographic materials and poppers.
Yeah.
I just want to have sex one last time.
He didn't want to go with the shaved head, so he did a little something up top.
Those are the options.
I did. Yeah,
one of the other. I love that. I moved to L.A. You say I'm going to be a big phony, and I come back and you're getting the plugs.
No, they're not plugs.
Hey, how soon before you do the commercial where you step out of the pool and just shake off your mane?
They're trying to make it sound cooler, Bill. It's hair restoration now. They don't call it
What is the difference?
Plugs where they took this giant cookie cutter and gouged out chunks of hair from the back, and then gouged out a chunk of your scalp and traded places.
Oh, my God.
So they did that. So you'd have these big lumps of hair growing out of your head that looked like plugs.
Yeah, and they would literally, and it all looked good, but like the frontline soldiers, those Saving Private Ryan hairs in the front, they just look like they took like your grandmother's sewing, the needle point, they stitched it in.
They
never
stitched it in.
They were never able to figure that one out.
It didn't.
The front of the hair always gave it away.
So
you got to have bangs.
Yeah,
you got the
exactly.
Yeah, you couldn't brush your hair back or anything like that. Now they take individual hair follicles. It's individual. Each one is placed in your head, like in the direction your hair grows and everything. So it's not like a clump of 50 hairs at a clip. They take like thousands of hairs and separately put them in your head, like an artist at work, and they pop them in your head.
Laughing at you.
artist.
It works. It's amazing.
Each hair is finely selected.
Finely
from
selected.
The finest forest at the back of your head.
Yes. Harvested from the best place, the back of your head.
And since you can't see it, hopefully they just put them in like in the shape of a penis. Some kind of practical joke.
Yeah, we like pulling gags on people.
Right.
Yeah, do they give you the option to like switch your part? Like, do you want to switch the part in your head, from this side to the other?
I wonder if they could do that. It's like, kind of I want to switch this around.
Get the magician haircut from the 20s where it's like right down the middle.
Down the middle
like you look like you actually still own some gold.
Can I have the Harry Houdini? I own some gold.
Wow.
With a handlebar mustache.
That's strong.
I want to be a weightlifter in a circus.
I got a peek yesterday. It looks good, I got to say. I was prepared to beat him up over it, but it looks pretty good back there.
It's just got to grow in. I got the front, got these little...
Please put it down. I don't... It's already...
In the back. What's the matter?
You look like you're going to go clean someone's apartment.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the bandana thing is creeping.
The bandana's horrible, but it's
when do you get rid of the bandana?
It's Chloe from...
Yeah.
She looks like a video game.
When do you get rid of the bandana?
I guess
in the new year, hopefully.
Once Friday, tomorrow, I get the stitches taken out from the donor area, and that's why the hat hurts, because the back of the hat band rubs right on where the stitches are, and, and it hurts.
So you'll be back to a hat soon.
So
hopefully.
Yeah, I'll be able to wear that,
and then we can finally look at you again.
Yeah, I know you want to look at this stupid bandana. I know it's awful. I know it's.
You know
terrible.
what it is? It's loose.
Yeah,
it's much too loose. It has to be because tight. It winds up hurting because the knot to the bandana is right where the goddamn stitches are too. Everything seems to be there. My pillow when I lay down in bed, right where the goddamn stitches are.
They don't show this part. They don't show this part of the hair restoration thing. They go right to the hair looking great.
It's the smiling guy with the girl riding a horse, and jumping out of the pool, skydiving. It's not me trying to sleep, going ow. Ow! I'm moving my head around. I'm tucking rolled up towels under my neck. I don't have to lay the back of my head on a pillow.
I got a bandana question for you, because not in recent years, but over the years, every once in a while, I'm like, you know what? I think I might want to try the bandana look, right?
Yeah.
And you see them in the stores, all the different colors and stuff. Have you checked with the homies to make sure you're not doing anything stupid here with the bandana color?
This is an obvious Crip color.
So it is.
This is the notorious blue Crip bandana. And the red one is a Bloods bandana.
So once you go with the neutral, what's the neutral color? Which bandana are we allowed to wear without getting shot?
Right, any color.
Pink.
Isn't 42nd Street's the cutoff, right? Like you got to know whether you should be north or south of that.
Yeah.
Here in New York.
So you might have.
I never even know.
You might have a dangerous bandana on your head. I would have checked.
I don't think
you want the homies to call in.
Yeah,
and,
you do.
And let you know.
You look like you killed someone in '78. You just got out.
I got to get a tattoo of a teardrop on my eye.
Yeah. He did all his time. He never ratted on anybody.
Neck.
Over a crank sale.
Yeah. This looked like an extra from Longest Yard or something.
I did. I did my time like a man.
Yeah. We'll get some of the.
He's just gonna decide.
Out of the blue.
We'll get the homies to call to make sure you're safe and where you're safe with that bandana color.
Yeah.
I don't think the Crips or the Bloods would look at Ant and think that he's a member or a rival member.
I'm in their turf.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not wandering into Blood's turf either with my Crips color. So I don't think I have to worry about that.
All right.
People wear red bandanas around here and blue. And, what are you going to do?
I think if you're a black guy, you get more of an issue because they think you could be a member of the other. I almost said the other club, the other gang, but no one would think you are.
But
he's kind of got a little Latino look about him.
Maybe that's true.
He does. He's got that Jim Croce mustache.
Jim Croce mustache. I've been trying to shave it a little. I've been trying to shave the top a little more. And then I take, the electric razor and really get it down to try to make it a little thinner.
It's very Nicaraguan.
Yeah. I don't want a Gomez Adams, but I don't want a Groucho Marx. But it's very hard to groom a mustache so it doesn't look big and, very Hispanic, fatherly looking.
So you're chopping it down now, too? On this?
Yeah, on the side. You can't really
they're putting it on his head. They're taking his mustache hair out. They're selecting the finest whiskers from his face.
Mustache hairs.
So does this creep you out, Bill?
What?
The look he's got going.
Well,
the hair restoration.
No, I've seen
he
guys.
calls it hair restoration.
I've seen guys go through this stuff.
And does it look good in the end?
No, it's just weird. It's weird for a little bit, and then you just kind of forget.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't think about it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a ton of guys. Like you see, like movie stars who are like totally going, and then they're not.
Mm-hmm.
The next movie comes out, they look like they're 18 again.
But in
And you
L.A.,
wonder, you know,
in L.A., can you tell the guys that are getting this done?
You know what I noticed in L.A. is that only good-looking people get plastic surgery.
Yeah,
that's what I've kind of like. Anybody who has like the face yanked and everything, you could tell they used to look good-looking, and now their face just looks really shiny. They look like they just got over like the worst ass kicking ever. Their faces are all messed up, but like ugly people, like you know what I mean, like the people who should get plastic surgery, like a Steve Buscemi. Those guys that just like, I think because there's no pressure when you were never really good looking. Where
Yeah.
like good looking people, like, you know, when you go back to your high school reunion, no one cares about me. I was just one of those, you know, guys in the middle of the school of fish. Yeah, no one cared. But like you look at the cheerleaders, the popular guys, you know, like, you know, no one ever says like, wow, Paul Giamatti, wow, that guy got old. Yeah, he really fell off. It's more like, you know, like Tanya Katane. Have you seen her on the...
Oh, my God. Celebrity Rehab.
Horrid.
We haven't talked about it much on this show, but what an awesome show.
If you look at the old Whitesnake video of her on the hood of the car and everything, it's amazing. And then now...
That was the hottest video out of all those hair metal
Yes.
videos.
Oh,
Those
absolutely.
ones with her in that white dress dancing at the foot of that bed. It was insane.
What happens with the plastic surgery, you know, people do a little something, and you don't really notice, and then they cross the plastic surgery line.
Yep.
Tawny Katane did it, and know who just crossed the line recently? Not that any of our listeners care, but look at Madonna. She crossed the plastic surgery line. She's starting to look like one of those cat women now.
Yeah. Well,
They're
what it is,
creepy.
you know, it gets to that point, I don't care what age you are, you got to put some clothes on. Even if you're shredded, it's like you're 50. Oh, you look great for 50. You know what? That's the thing about it is, like, I don't know, whatever happened to, like elegance is gone. You know what I mean? It's just like, you know, the new elegance is you dress like a whore.
Yeah, no matter how old you are, you try to get in shape, and still the arms aren't right.
Well, it's the ligaments.
Yeah, all you're seeing is ligaments.
Elasticity's kind of gone.
In
no,
the
if
skin.
If Madonna would wear like a really classy dress, she would look unbelievable for her age. But she's still wearing that, you know, muff shaved, whatever leotard that she's wearing. It's like, dude, you're 50.
The pointy highway cone bras and jumping out on stage.
Stripper body makeup to hide the spiderweb varicose veins. I mean, there's just no way. I don't care if you're doing yoga. I don't care. You're still blowing out those blood vessels. You're 50. It's time to cover up the hoo-ha, sweetie.
Go the other way. We were talking about Biggest Loser in The Office. I didn't know you were a fan of that show.
My girlfriend watches it all the time.
I'd take a peek at Biggest Loser.
Yeah, no, but I don't know if this season's as bad, but last season I had to tap out where it was just like I can't watch.
Explain for these guys because I don't think Jimmy or Andy look at Biggest
But my
Loser.
thing, well, the reason why I stopped watching the show is like I'm just so sick of watching obese people cry on TV. It's just one of the most unsympathetic things.
Oh yeah,
ever.
yeah.
And
It's
they're
like, and they play sad music. Like I'm going to get emotional. I'm going to start crying because some dude can't stop eating cookies.
Yeah.
It's like didn't like a school collapse on a bunch of kids in China?
Right.
Some guy dies senselessly in Walmart, and this guy, hey, cookies taste so good. I eat one, I can't stop. It's like, you know. Put 20 starving people in a house, I'll cry for them, but, you know.
It's fat bastard.
Yeah, living a level of sloth that only, like, Slash can relate to.
But they don't tell you with this Biggest Loser, they're just using these people. Completely using them for ratings. Because they have a gym that they're working out 24 hours a day. They got someone watching every bite they throw in their fat faces.
And then finish the second they leave.
Oh, yeah, and then the show's over. They're like, all right, well, take care. Good luck to you. And they go back to working 60 hours a week. They got 4 kids to feed. And it's impossible.
That's a great documentary. Just watching, like, their eyes tearing up as they're driving by Wendy's.
Right.
Trying to fight it and not go back to their old life.
It's so easy to do when you're on this farm they put you on out there in L.A.
But when you're driving past all those fast food places.
Most of them
calling your name.
Yeah.
Most of them end up gaining most of the weight, if not more, after they leave the show. But they don't want to acknowledge those people. They make believe they never existed. One guy
that's when I get into fights with my girls because I always do that when they sit there and they're like, you know, and the people get kicked off because they couldn't, you know, spin a hula hoop for like 9 minutes or whatever the hell they lost to the competition. They're just like
all the fat competitions they make them do.
Yeah, and they're like, I don't regret this. I really feel like I've made a change.
Yeah.
And I just sit there, gonna be fat again.
Absolutely.
She gets all mad. Yeah.
Absolutely. a very small percentage learn the lesson and figure out how to make it work, in their regular lives.
Well, that's like on ESPN when they do that Nutrisystem with those guys. All those guys like, hey, if I can do it, anybody can do it. By the time they edit the commercial and they get it on the air, the sports anchor's fat again.
Yeah.
Like that John Krupp guy. He looks like a Rottweiler. He's got one of those big St. Bernard. He's got all the and they literally, they'll show it during the time when he's announcing sports.
Sure.
Whatever the hell it is they do.
You know what I found out that they were doing? Because it's illegal to have a before and after picture that are reversed. You can't have somebody that lost weight and then gained a lot of weight on purpose and then put a before and after picture. Mm-hmm. They made that like illegal, false advertising, whatever the hell they call it.
They were doing that?
Yes, years ago. But they found a way to get around that.
De Niro's of weight loss?
Yeah.
Putting on that Raging Bull weight?
Yeah, put on the weight. For some reason, they could take it off. But they find athletes. They take out ads where they look for athletes that have had injuries and weren't able to work out and that gained weight. And they take pictures of them for the before picture, knowing that once their injury is taken care of, they're going to get back in the gym and get back into shape.
Oh, wow.
And then they lose all the weight, they're back buff again, and it looks like they used this product to get into shape, but what they really did was just get back into the shape they were in before they had this injury. So it's just more, more crap they're throwing
Well,
at
I noticed that on The Biggest Loser, like the first week, they just completely humiliate him. They put him up on that scale. They make him take their shirt off. Stand there in all their awfulness.
Let America see your fat.
It's a broad that weighs 280 pounds.
Oh,
it's not bad enough. They get him down to the least amount of clothes possible.
Oh, literally like a 6-foot crease.
That's for our
on
pleasure.
The side of their body.
That's for our pleasure as we watch at home.
But the second they start losing weight and all that, for the rest of the time they have like a shirt on.
Yeah.
They never show
the
loose skin horror that has to be that they tuck into their sweatpants. I'm really being mean right now. This is awful.
Why not?
Well, most people are out of shape, and I'm trying to sell tickets, so I'm offending most of the audience.
That's true.
It's the holidays. It's fine. Eat up. Come on,
comics have a mindset like that.
Well, like Kenny says, when he wants to shut you up because I eat bad on the road sometimes. I'm like, Kenny, I want cookies. Oh, treat yourself.
He's always
just treat yourself.
You're worth it.
Yeah, it's okay. You work hard.
He's such an enabler.
Kenny is the little voice in your head, which like when you don't want to do something but you know you're going to, that justifies it. Kenny's okay with it.
Go ahead.
Treat yourself.
Do an extra push-up.
You go to the gym tomorrow.
Yeah.
Nice, Kenny.
You work hard all week.
Ladies and gentlemen, the worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
Hello, everybody. This is Bill Burr once again, trying to whore myself out so you come out to my dates so I can make some money. Go to my website. Please go to it. I spend a fuckload of money on it. Go to BillBurr.com. BURR. And if you go down to the left-hand side of the page, you can check out my appearances to see where I'm going to be. Please come out. Please support me. Please buy DVD and show me your tits during the show, unless you're a guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, shut up and listen.
The worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr. Now hear this. Here's Sirius 197 XM 202. The Virus.
Hey, it's Jim Norton. Friday's Worst Stuff show is supposed to be hosted by Louis C.K., but he had to cancel due to child pornography charges that he's facing in court and admitting to. In his place, a much fancier gentleman has been chosen to present this great material. Oh, I didn't see this part. So check it out right here on the Virus Sirius 197 XM 202. Who wrote this? That's his what creepy handwriting is that? It's like fucking hieroglyphics. Poor Lou.
Here with the worst of the Opie and Anthony show. I'm Bill Burr. I love how I'm looking back on it. It's literally 5 years, and I feel like I'm on Johnny Carson right now. Like I actually have 40 years of incredible radio. This next one was actually recently. It was back in 2008 when I was one of the zillion morons in this country who actually bought the sham wow and thought that it was going to, they fucking have the thing and they stick it in a goddamn aquarium and it sucks up even the gravel. And then when it's delivered to you, it's not quite what you saw on television. And here's the story that goes along with it.
Broadcasting the worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
I really am done with reality shows. That's why it's I really don't watch a lot of them. Mm-hmm. When they come up, I know a lot of people watch them and stuff, but I'm so sick of it. A reality show, if it was real in reality, Just let the camera roll. But like you said, they put the music in. They try to tug on your heartstrings.
Yeah.
It's not reality. They direct these things. They write them. There's a writer. Look at the friggin' credits at the end. There's a writer's credit on a reality show. Let the camera roll. And
no, because if you do it that way, then you literally, to get 5 minutes of TV, you got to go through like 600 hours of footage.
Oh, well.
Which made the real world great because it was real stuff going on.
And it went on for months.
They had to sit around. Now I hear the Real World house is like barely a month. It's like 2 months. It used to be 6 months.
Yeah, 6 months.
Easy. And they would just camp out in the basement waiting for those special moments.
And they were regular, like, people at the beginning. Now it's a cast like that Laguna Beach show or one of those. Where there's the sexy guy. They're in the hot tub. And
well, I think they're out of ideas at this point. I saw one last night as I was falling asleep. It was called Secret Millionaire. And
on Fox.
And basically the gist is people who are millionaires hang out with poor people. And I had to shut it up the second one of the rich people was just like, I had no idea people live like this. It was like trading places. Oh, it's the worst PR ever for white people. Like that we're all that out of touch. Like I had no idea. And I just,
never.
And then the whole stereotype too that rich people have no problems.
Oh, Mortimer.
Like nobody's getting molested in a mansion.
Yeah.
Like that only happens in like a crack house. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
It's by the way, the reality they call it assisted reality.
Yeah, they
That's what it's called.
Assisted reality.
Assisted reality.
I can't deal with it. It's the same show. Every show is the same show. There's different ideas, but
I blame the Osbournes, actually. The Osbournes was such a great show, and then they didn't want to do it anymore, and everyone's like, well, we got to find the new Osbournes. And they tried it with the Hogan family and others, and it's like, well obviously we got to write material because they're not as interesting as the Osbournes. Right?
I think Sharon said there was never a take two. That was what they shot. That was what
it
was.
The worst on these reality shows is when something happens, they put on this ominous music and show like someone turning their head and looking at the camera, and they're like, they're all scared, and that turn of the head was just like, I got to go shopping later or something. Like it had nothing to do with that moment. There's these dramatic pauses that never happened. It's like, well, then why did you do it? Bum. And then the person's staring at them, just looking. Right. And
in reality, it was like, why did you do it? Because I felt like it.
Oh, okay, I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they make it into this big thing. It's all phony. I can't deal with it.
What about when I like when they clearly only have 12 hours of footage, but they stretch it out over an hour. So that literally, as you're going into commercial, it's like, well, then I don't want to live here anymore. And then when they come back from commercial, they start the whole fight over again. You got to sit there for another 3 minutes just to get to the part where they're like, well, I don't want to live here anymore. It's like, dude, you just showed this.
That's a new thing.
This is a half-hour show, and you're making it an hour.
And you got to recap after a commercial.
Yeah, that's like the stand-up, huh? He knows what I'm talking about. Come on, back me up. Round of applause if you ever ate an apple.
Yeah.
Hey,
right, ladies?
Yeah.
Yeah. Before we move on from Celebrity Rehab, that model, is that a hot story?
She is the best-looking junkie I've ever seen.
She was a supermodel. She was on the French cover of Cosmo. I guess that's really important in the business. And she's very famous. You would recognize her pictures from years ago. Dude, she was so down on her luck and so addicted. She was hooking. She was hooking.
No,
wow.
They got to that point?
Yes, she was an escort.
That turns me on.
Rock.
And now she's trying to get her life together on the Celebrity Rehab. But she lost it all. And she
brought that up? I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah, she did.
Nice.
Get a picture of her.
Jimmy, can you imagine that? You always pray and it looks like the picture, and she actually shows up.
Always
it's actually her.
She looks like the picture. What kind of messes are showing up?
Do
they look like the picture?
I've never hired an escort. I always did eye to eye on the street.
Jimmy, do they look like?
Here's what happened, right? Aunt knew that Bill's a decent guy, but he didn't want to make it look like I'm just such a pig, so he had to be diplomatic, and he goes, well, Bill, what do you think?
Instead of going like the picture, I don't.
Instead of going right to the source.
Let me look around the room. Just a random Jimmy.
Yeah, this is how that should have went. Hey, scumbag, when they show up, sometimes they do, a lot of times they don't.
A lot of times they don't?
Yeah, some of the ads, they'll Photoshop a head in. It's so obviously not them, because the lighting is different.
Here's the girl.
You know what you should do, Jim? You should actually, make a copy of the picture with your printer, and then they show up, just hold it up to their face, and then just shake your head.
Nah.
Beat it.
Look at this girl. She was so down on her luck. She started escorting, and she's on celebrity rehab.
Find a hot photo.
They're all hot. What's her name? Amber Smith.
Amber Smith.
Amber Smith, yeah.
Let's see. All right.
That's
not
bad.
That's not bad, though.
There's way better pictures.
Yeah, no,
than
she's
that.
like naturally.
Just go with the face right here to start.
And she had to.
Look at this face, and
This
the,
is showing
and the
up
body matches
to your Super 8 at 4 in the morning.
Look at the face. Look at this.
She's just super.
Right. Look at this. She started.
And she.
The drugs got her to the point she was escorting.
She's
to
actually
get more
better
drugs.
looking than that. That's
Yeah.
like some
Why'd she start
big-
doing drugs?
I don't even know. I think she was doing it the whole time. Like a
No,
lot of
she
these models.
was with her mom. Her mom kind of got her into it.
Her mom. I didn't hear that part.
Oh yeah, no. No, I'll tell you what's brutal though is if you see what her mom looks like, she looks like Large Marge, and you're like, wow,
Large Marge.
That's what she's going to look like
the future.
Yeah, the mom is horrific looking.
in the future. Well, if she
That's
keeps doing the
her
drugs,
future.
she will keep the weight off.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's bad when the girls stop doing coke and gain a lot of weight. Happened in the 80s to that girl that was she on? That, not T.J. Hooker, because that was, what's her name? The other blonde. The other Heather. Heather Thomas was just a coke fiend. And she was nice and skinny and everything. And then she got all fat. Stopped doing coke, she got all fat.
Well, you know what's funny? Like junkies, like hardcore junkies, really are skinny for life. Like Keith Richards, all those rock stars. It's like Iggy Pop. The guy's shredded. He's like 62. He still has abs. Something about doing heroin.
Yeah.
Just.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, this shit.
Here's a picture of Amber's.
But she might have been escorting. A lot of them escort, like porn stars escort. They call it doing privates. But a lot of them make $2,500
They got a corporate gig.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Tagging some guy from Exxon.
Yes. They get a lot of money. So she wasn't escorting like Craigslist escorting. I'm guessing.
Right.
She's probably she might be getting $3,000 an hour. Like not Playboy girls escorting.
Oh, like a lot of cash, yeah.
Yeah, like real money.
I'm sure she
You can basically rub one out from across the room. She's standing. Act like you're on the runway. Yeah. Do that little turn.
But what you do though, when an escort shows up who's not the picture, I've only sent one escort away, and she was. I wanted this blonde girl, and this brunette, kind of heavy, showed up, and she was nice. And I'm
Did
like,
the penis bother you, or?
No. She actually didn't have one, which bothered me. I'm like, look, this said blonde, passable, and fully functional. Explanation.
False advertising.
It was a really skinny blonde girl, and I said to the girl on the phone, if the girl in this picture doesn't show up, I'm going to send her back. And she goes, no, it's her. Totally different girl. And the girl showed up, and she was nice. And I go, look, you're not the girl I asked for. You're very pretty, but I had it, and I showed her on the computer. This is the girl they told me was coming. And she was, yeah, they do that sometimes. And I called the lady. I'm like, this is the girl you told me. Why'd you send somebody else? You just lied to me. And she goes, well, put her on the phone. And the girl's like, okay, and she was going to leave. I just gave her $50 for coming because I felt bad for her.
Oh, you were nice about it.
It wasn't the escort's fault. It was a scumbag.
I asked for a skinny blonde. You are a fat brunette.
No, I even said she's very pretty, but I'm like I had a particular thing for this one girl, and that's what you told me. And this, I wasn't a dick about it.
Bastards.
Yeah, I was going to call the police, but I figured.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
Yeah,
I like how you called up an escort service. You're like, why did you lie to me?
Yeah, most people would just be like,
entire evening is a lie. This girl really doesn't like you.
Go in, throw her a banging, give her her money, and then have her leave while you're all disappointed and mad that you gave her money. And then who
I just
calls?
didn't feel like there was enough honesty.
Yeah,
Who calls?
Jimmy wants scruples.
I do.
Yeah, we need some,
We want this to be on the up
some
and up.
honesty in this business. I'm bringing honesty back to prostitution.
What kind of whorehouse are you running?
Yeah, it's called the bait and
Liar.
switch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's called the Better Business Bureau.
I did. I filed a complaint. I wanted to dehumanize this one girl, and they sent another girl for me to dehumanize.
You're a jerk.
No, but I was very nice. I've actually taken a few that I didn't want.
Oh, speaking of which, here's something. I actually late at night, I actually ordered something against every
what
prince.
are you doing?
I ordered the Sham Wow.
What's the
You
sham? Wow.
ordered
swear to God.
dude, that's the biggest.
You know
I don't
what?
know what that
Dude, but
is.
he takes this face cloth, he sticks it in an aquarium, and all the water goes away, and then he wrings it out over the sink, and the fish are coming out. It was incredible.
Dude, it's...
I'm like, And he's like, you know what he got me? He goes, you'll never have to buy paper towels again. And I'm like, that's good for the environment. I'm getting one of these, right? First of all, I was on the phone for like 3 hours.
Yeah, what did you also sign up for CDs and
I couldn't get off. I finally had to hang up. And, dude, I came in. Dude, they're possibly worse than paper towels.
Dude, it's called a sham. What did you What a sham. Wow.
This guy,
and wow
it's
is
such
for,
a
wow,
lie.
someone bought this.
I've watched this infomercial.
My favorite part is like, and the Germans make it. Germans always make good stuff.
Do they? Yeah, ask a few people in the 30s.
Rockets.
Yeah, I watched this infomercial. Look, he pours soda on this piece of carpet, a lot of it.
Watch for the edit.
Then look, watch the edit. Look, it's dripping through this carpet. Then he takes the ShamWow and he places it on top. Now look, there's no soda coming out of the bottom anymore, by the way. He rolls it up. Look how much just came out because it was already full of soda.
Oh, I fell for this hook, line, and sinker.
And now look, he pats it really hard, lifts up the carpet. Look, it's dry.
How did they not catch that? That it's a horrible edit.
It's a horrid edit.
And how come the table's not wet anymore?
Nothing. It soaks it up like crazy.
Because it's the ShamWow. And look at all these white trash losers, and I actually bought this.
They went to like a county fair where the ShamWow stand was set up and interviewed these fat white trash idiots.
Dude, why would you buy
these
this?
rubes, if you will.
Bill? Are you lonely out there?
Bill's a rube.
I don't know what happened.
Give me your number.
You know what's funny is, but I continue to use it, and every time I use it, I'm cursing my brains out.
Sir, why don't you come up here? I have this fine elixir for you. Right off the wagon. Your ancestors were in front of the snake oil salesman buying this elixir.
Who's that guy from Green Acres? Genuine?
Mr. Haney. Well, let me tell you, I got the ShamWow. Oh, Mr. Haney. Mr. Douglas, it'll clean up anything.
I've bought some late. I bought that. What did I buy? I bought the that set it and forget it thing, which was great.
Everything is set it and forget it.
Showtime Grill.
Oh, is that the one where he goes set it and the audience goes and forget it?
Yeah.
Oh, you bought that?
Turn on an oven and just walk away. Yeah, forget about it.
Just forget it.
Forget about it, yeah.
It's next thing is the firemen at your house hosing it down. Well, you're not supposed to forget it totally.
Yeah, but this is the thing. That thing was great.
Oh, really?
It was great, yeah. That thing totally worked. But the ShamWow...
What happened with the ShamWow?
I might as well be wiping up water with this plastic bag. That's about how good it is. You just move it around. Dude, I'm on a hardwood floor, and I can't get it all up. And
when did it sink in that, oh, my God, I was ripped off?
The second I got it, and it smells bad, the whole thing. But I continue to use it because...
Were you so excited when the package came in the mail, like, oh, my ShamWow is here?
Oh, I was literally expecting... I was going to go stick it in the toilet to do a demonstration.
And see how much it absorbs.
Yeah, check this out. And just wring it out to the top of the toilet.
And you did this to conserve, to not waste paper towels.
Yeah, and what I did was actually, those things are probably not even biodegradable.
Oh, I'm sure.
You know what? And this is a great scam, too, because I guess you can return it a month, month in if you don't like
it.
But the genius is at 1995, am I really going to go through the problems of repackaging this and sending it back to Germany?
That's what they're banking on, that you're never going to return something that's so cheap you're just going to take
I might as well use notebook paper.
It's that bad.
It's horrible.
The wow sham.
If you want to save paper towels, just be neater.
Yeah, Bill, what's wrong with you?
Just don't be such a messy man.
I have a really bad habit of setting glasses of water down on the floor, and it can literally be 90 feet away from me, and somehow I will forget, and I will. I just kick it across the room.
The other day, here's how eco-friendly I am. The other day, reaching into the fridge for a beer, of course, and it falls out of the fridge and smashes on the floor in front of the refrigerator. I calmly grabbed a full roll of paper towels, and by the end, I had a cardboard tube and a giant pile of beer-soaked and glass-embedded paper towels that I just picked up and threw in the garbage, and everything was fine. It was an entire roll, brand new, from the plastic to the cardboard tube, because I don't care.
I know. That's the worst.
I'm not getting a ShamWow.
I don't mind. Like you, at least you're conscious.
Not getting when you're wearing one on your head.
My ShamWow on my head.
Oh, that's good. I should get one. Keep it soaked in water. Water my follicles.
Ladies and gentlemen, the worst of Opie and Anthony. Hosted by Bill Burr.
Hey, we're back. If you're just tuning in, we're back here with the worst of the Opie and Anthony show. I'm Bill Burr. And I'll tell you, this summer weather has just been fantastic. And it's too bad the dollar collapsed and that we now are combined with Mexico. But it's all good because we got the best of the worst of Opie and Anthony. So keep it here. All right, so this next clip is a story that I told evidently sometime in 2007. Is that what I did? E-Rock?
Think so.
Even though you're not supposed to be here because this is just supposed to be me hosting this. And it was about the time I was down doing this gig in Washington, D.C., and it was about 6 months after 9/11. And I wanted, a plane crashed into the Pentagon, and I wanted to go down there and see it. And for some stupid fucking reason, I thought the Pentagon was like going to the Jefferson Memorial. I thought it was a tourist attraction rather than the Hall of Justice. So, and I don't know, that's the setup, and hilarity ensued. So enjoy.
Broadcasting the worst of Opie and Anthony. Hosted by Bill Burr.
Washington is a great town.
Yeah, a lot of culture. I'm going to the museums.
Are you really?
No. I sit in my room like I always do and watch movies.
You got to get out there.
No, you don't.
Experience the culture.
No, you never do.
I told you that time I went down there and I went to the Pentagon because I thought it was like the Lincoln Memorial that you could just walk around. Look at it. So I started walking around the thing.
I bet you were stopped.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, funny. I was like looking in a Jeeps like, oh, this is cool. I'm just walking around. All of a sudden.
What are you doing?
Well, it was right after, it was.
Don't say right after 9/11.
No, it was. It was 6 months after 9/11.
Oh, good one.
And they never really showed the footage where it hit, so I was just like, all right, I want to see this.
Yeah.
So I start, there was some people in uniform, other people were wearing, like, suits, so I don't know, it just didn't dawn on me, and I just started walking around, looked in a couple of Jeeps, and then I just started, and all of a sudden this Jeep came flying out, and this guy gets out with, like, this red beret, and he's, like, smiling, but he's looking right through to the back of my skull. He's like, hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
He goes, what are you doing? And I was just like, oh, I'm just sort of, just kind of walking around. And the guy goes, oh, yeah? That's not what I heard. And I was like, uh-oh.
That's not what I heard?
Yeah,
oh, no.
He goes, that's not how I heard. He goes, I heard you were walking around looking in Jeeps, acting suspicious. And the reality was, I was like, I wonder where the plane hit. Do I walk around this way or do I walk around that way? So I kind of did like a back and forth thing. And I was looking
Jeeps. Suspicious.
I was brutal. So I had to be like, and I couldn't say why I was there, Did
they haul you in?
No, they just, they started asking me questions and I just said, look, I'm a comedian. I'm in town. I was working this place, Teddy's House of Comedy. Down there, and
Teddy's House of Comedy.
Welcome to Teddy's House of Comedy.
That's what I don't understand about
that's
comedy
where my
clubs.
career was. That's where
but
my
I don't understand
was.
These comedy club owners. They can't come up with better names for their clubs.
Oh, they're terrible.
Teddy's House of Comedy.
That's not even a bad one. Laughter Hours.
Oh, Oof. Laughter Hours.
Yeah, like New York Post headlines.
Yeah.
What is the name of it?
Puns.
All right, anyway, I don't want to get you off track. So,
he just ends up taking down my name and whatever, starting some sort of file, I guess.
Oh, no.
And then I go, look, man, I didn't realize that this, now I'm really starting to think like, yeah, dude, this isn't a tourist attraction. This is where they plot out.
Wars.
This is where they plot out world domination.
Covert actions.
Yeah, like I was going to take a tour of it. I'm an idiot.
And you're peeking. You were peeking into things.
I was looking at the Jeeps like it was an exhibit. I'm surprised I didn't get in one and start, pretending I was driving. Like
this
moving.
Is great. Can someone take my picture?
Yeah, and perfect. Just white male, mid-30s. I mean, I just had everything that they were looking for. Yeah. I was a psycho.
Some wacky militia guy.
So then I go, look, man, I was walking around looking at it. I go, all right, I'll leave. And the guy goes, no. He's like, you're free to walk around the whole thing if you want. And at that point I was so freaked out. Like, no, dude.
Yeah.
And I walked away and I was kind of laughing. And then one other Marine all of a sudden just kind of yelled out. And he was trying to scare me or whatever. And I was just,
He did
think
that for his buddies. Like, watch this, watch this.
Yeah, you think the football players didn't do that in high school? I know that noise.
No, my problem with Washington, D.C. is I'll go in front of the White House every time I go down there, and I get this urge to I'm not even kidding, to climb the fence to see what happens.
Well, that happens every so often.
I know, but I get that feeling like, why don't we just see what happens?
Same end result. You get tackled on the lawn.
Hopefully you get tackled and not shot.
Oh, yeah. Pre 9/11, that was a wacky frat stunt.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Hey, what Opie did.
See how far you get, man.
Yeah.
Before you get tackled by Secret Service.
I think I can make it to the front door.
Yeah, sure.
And all you got was like community service back then. Now it's like you get
prison, torture, Guantanamo.
But what is that? We all have it in our brains. Like, I get the urge to do that, but I don't. Like, I used to watch come into the city from Long Island and go see a lot of talk shows with my mom and my family. Like back in the day, Phil Donahue and Montel and the rest of them. And I would
Sally Jesse.
Whatever they were giving free tickets out for. And I would sit in the audience and get the urge to just run onto the stage and tackle the host. And then I'm like, oh, my God, is anyone reading my brain? Do they realize what I'm thinking of doing right now? Like, I get all freaked out, and then I'm like, all right, calm down. No one knows. Just enjoy the
show. Crazy people do it.
Right.
But
that's
you
the
just
difference.
think about it.
You think about it, but for some reason, you don't.
That's like when you. I think it's the same mentality like when you were in class and the teacher's like, the next person who laughs, and then immediately you're just holding your nose.
Yeah, you're trying not to laugh.
Anything. Even to this day, if someone said, you walk into a store and they'll have something there that says, please do not touch, you just have to go up.
I want to touch it.
You just got to take one finger and
just poke at it.
Yeah. Don't tell me what to do the second I come in your store.
Crazy people do those things. That's why they're crazy. Like, they think about it and just do it and don't give it a second thought, and then they get dragged off.
Yeah,
but sane people, you still think it, but you just know, well, I can't do that. I'll be thrown in jail. You think about the consequences of it.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
If you're just tuning in, we're back here with the worst of the Opie and Anthony show. I'm Bill Burr. I love how I'm looking back on it. It's literally 5 years, and I feel like I'm on Johnny Carson right now. Like I actually have 40 years of incredible radio. So enjoy this one. How is that for an awful ending? Well, I'm not getting paid, so I don't give a fuck.
Broadcasting the worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
And we got Bill Burr in studio.
Hello.
And he's very excited because Bret Michaels is coming in about 20, 25 minutes. And you're a big fan of Rock of Love?
Oh, great show.
Are you a fan because you think it's a great show or because it's kind of like
I'm
a train
fan
wreck?
because of how they started off the show. Out of all the humiliating things I've seen on reality television, they basically get, it's basically Flavor of Love. So they get 25...
Flavor of Love for white guys.
Right.
For the white audience.
They get 25 white whores this time, right? They have them out in a driveway, and, Brett comes up in his yellow motorcycle. They're all going crazy. I got it, Brett, and all that
right
stuff.
there,
right?
I think the show is ridiculous that they're going crazy over Bret Michaels.
Right.
I mean, back in the day, I understand he was with Pam and everybody else, but come on.
No, but
I mean, come on.
If you saw these girls...
That's not reality.
If you saw these girls, though, they all look like the hottest girl at, like, Denny's. I mean, retired stripper-looking girls. They're horrific, right? So he pulls up, everybody goes crazy, and then he walks in the house, and his big bouncer guy stands there, and he's looking at him, welcoming them all, and all of a sudden he just starts calling off names. Called off, he picks one girl, then picks another girl. By the time he got to the third girl, I'm saying to my girlfriend, they're going to kick these girls out before they even get in the house. Exactly what they pick 5 of them, and all the other whores are going like, "I'm not picking me," right? They get done picking 5 of these girls, and they're hideous. They look they're just awful looking. They tell the other girls to go in the house, and then they tell those 5 girls, basically, you're too ugly to even get into the house on a horrific reality show.
That's great.
That was awesome.
Did they talk to him later? I'm very disappointed.
Well, there was one girl who just, all of them, they all just I'm embarrassed. I came all the way from Iowa. They're just, from horrific states, right? The bus from Oklahoma City was 72 hours just to get to Utah. I deserved more, right? But one girl just refused to leave.
Wow.
She was just the whore that wouldn't quit, right? So she comes back, and just starts pounding on the door, and then they just had to let her in. And, she looked like she was every bit of 47.
Oh, my God.
Was that Tiffany?
That was the girl who kept going, don't threaten me with a good time.
Oh, Tiffany. We got that clip,
Don't
actually.
threaten me with a good time.
That was her catchphrase.
They did a montage last night. I don't know if it was on last night. I have it on DVR or whatever. But the episode I saw, they did a montage of her saying that over and over again.
And when she says it is basically when someone's telling her to get her life together. Someone's criticizing her.
Someone's
being like,
trying to give her some real good advice, and that's what she said.
Yeah, if you don't shape up, we're kicking you out of the house. Now it's me a good time. If you don't get off drugs, we're taking away your children.
Yeah.
That's right, me a good time. Dude, she was a mess.
It's the catchphrase of the summer, though.
Oh, it's fantastic.
So, we got the clip of Tiffany trying to get back in the house after she was deemed too ugly to be in the house, right?
Basically.
Big Johnny called out 5 names. He told us, you're out of here.
By the way, Bill, thanks for the huge setup.
Oh, no
Wow,
problem.
really?
We just happen to have this clip.
5 names. He told us, you're out of here. I didn't come all the way from Chicago to be eliminated before I even walked in the door. My name is Tiffany.
Hi, Tiffany. How are
You
you?
caught me, and I was wondering why.
Listen, it's nothing personal. This is physical.
If it was up to Brett, he wouldn't have dismissed me.
No, Brett, if it was up to Brett, the entire city of L.A. would be here.
But I'm a big fan of his. I had a hat made. I came here all the way from Chicago.
There's literally nowhere for you to sleep.
I'll sleep on the floor. Please. Please, I'm begging you. I'll sleep in the bathroom. I'll sleep in the kitchen. I don't care. I had a hat made. I'll do anything. Anything.
The music. Bags.
He finally said yeah, and I jumped up, hugged him, and I didn't let go. It's meant to be.
Oh, man. What did you have made? A hat?
Yeah.
I can't hear.
Tara Reid's older sister.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'll do anything. I'll sleep in the bathroom, I'll sleep in the kitchen, I'll sleep in
You have to stop smoking crystal meth first. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
I'm telling you, man, if she did 4 more episodes, she could have sold 1 million of those T-shirts. It was just, it really was going to, like you said, it was going to be the catchphrase of the summer.
Oh my God.
Well, then she gets let back in the house, and this is what she does immediately.
I'm Tiffany. I'm alcoholic.
Tiffany, she got completely bombed. I was just sitting back watching, like, holy.
Ain't no booty like Southside booty. Ain't bitch no bad enough to step front in my face. I got here this long. I'm not gonna go home now. Brett will keep me around.
Just an old drunk broad.
You know what?
Is that what she
this
is?
is what it's not doing justice. She's like one of those girls who's old, but she's kept herself in shape.
Right.
So from the neck down, she could be 32, but you look at her face, she's just a lizard.
She's closer to 50. Yeah.
Oh, it's awful.
Oh, Jesus.
Tammy Faye.
Yesterday, you know what? It's a good show. I mean, yesterday I was watching. They had to do phone sex because if Brett Michaels is on the road, did you see that episode?
Oh, it was
yet?
great. I'm telling you, it's a great show.
You know, Brett's girl's got to help him out if he's on the road and she's back home.
Sure.
So they had all these girls dress in their hottest lingerie and lay on this heart-shaped type bed and do phone sex, and he's in another room. And they hooked up something. Did they hook it up to his?
Yeah, they actually hooked something up to his unit.
Yeah.
To see if he would get aroused.
Yeah.
And if he was terrible at it, they would just flatline. And the best part was Brett would get halfway through. If they stunk, he just hung up on them. Dude, I'm telling you.
And
they got some great bits on this show.
And one girl just started just giving phone sex, and everyone else was horrified, whoa, man, it's just a fun little show we're trying to participate in. And she's like, I'll suck your beep. Her whole segment was beeped out.
That was the weird thing.
In my beep.
It's all the other girls. All the other girls are watching. So it kind of made it awkward, but there were some girls that were just so bad at it.
Yeah.
They were just like, I just really want to spend time with you.
Yeah.
I just think you're interesting. And it's just like, lady, what is this supposed to do for this guy? This guy's a rock star. He's probably had an 18-on-1.
18-on-1.
You know what I mean?
Oh my God, Brett! Let me tell you what I'll do. I will take your entire into my, and then until you all over my. And if you want to put it, feel free. I don't mind that. I've done it before. Brett, if me staying in the house takes you putting it, I will do that. I've never done that sober, but I'll probably do it for you. And I'll even wash because my is probably really filthy. But for you, I'll do anything. I'll let you go from to my. And that's really sick. That's disgusting. A lot of girls won't do that. A lot of girls wouldn't let you put
in the heart monitor
and then put. But I would let you do that. Right there, and I will until you. And then if you want to put it, I'll even do that. I don't care.
Do you have a dog?
If you have a dog and some peanut butter, I will the peanut butter on. And then I'll let the dog, and you can watch. I'll even let the dog me.
All over on my.
And the dog could, I don't even care. Even the dog could because I don't care. And that's really dirty. But for you, I'll do
it. We got one more Tiffany clip worth playing.
You love me. Love you. She's a sloppy mess. And it's pretty funny. Hey, that's not a nice word. Oh, yeah, it is. It's not a nice word. You can't go throwing words like that around. Hey, now, simmer down now, simmer down. No, you simmer down.
Simmer down.
No. You totally hey, we're just having a good time.
Yeah, that needed a setup, obviously. Tiffany calls one of the two black girls in the house an effing C word.
Yeah, she was dropping it.
Dropping it like it was nothing.
Why would they boot her?
Yeah, right.
Did they boot her yet?
Oh, yeah, they boot. Yeah, she was.
That's where they're just so stupid.
Why?
With these shows.
You would like the black.
You keep her as long as you possibly can. They did it with Sanjaya.
Loose cannon.
You keep these people. It makes it interesting.
It would have been good because the black girl on the show is hilarious. She wore like
There's a clip on CW11.
Oh, there it is.
Of a clip of the show.
Yeah, well, I think he's on CW11 right now, and then he's heading over here.
Oh,
yeah, there he is. It's still 1988, dude.
I was gonna say don't talk about him, but he's on there, so he can't be here. He can't listen to us right now.
He looks good though, man. I gotta say, he doesn't look much different than he did a few years ago.
Well, I mean, they showed him in like pajamas without all that stuff, like the headband.
Oh, that was bad.
Oh my God, he looked like a circus clown out of his makeup.
Oh,
it was bad, dude. He's had some stuff done on.
Wow,
his
there's
face.
chicks like pushing each other and
no,
stuff.
that black girl's hilarious. That girl there is like she's really into animals, like PETA, and the black girl had a fur coat. And she goes, I hate animals. She goes, they're for food and clothing. And she goes, how can you say that? She goes, if there was an animal in here right now, I'd slit its throat. I swear to God, just to piss her off, and she totally took the bait.
That was great on last night's episode. Two girls went at it after the phone sex thing, and they're upstairs, and one girl has like, I think the girl calls them circus boobs.
Yeah.
She's got implants that are so massive, and they're really high up, like way higher than they're supposed to be, and they just are
bizarre.
They're massive, and she calls them circus boobs. They are a little freakish looking.
She looks like she has an ass on her chest.
So the one girl thought she was going to be cocky and started making fun of her circus boobs. So the circus boob girl goes, oh, yeah, and just starts making fun of her face, and it turns out the girl that has the kind of the face is a little off is because she was in a car accident at 50 stitches.
Oh, Jesus.
So she started the little fight, and then Circus Boob goes, well, look at your awful face. And she's like, but that was from a car accident. Like you went too far with this.
And she started complaining to Brett, saying it's like a disability. Right. Would you make fun of somebody in a wheelchair?
Right. But she was the one. You know how it goes. If you're gonna fight, you're gonna break out all the weapons. That's not fair. I was in a car wreck.
Yeah, if your face went through a windshield, you probably shouldn't start snapping on somebody.
Yeah, you shouldn't be talking about someone's circus boobs.
They just showed a motorcycle accident, a little motocross, a little crash one of the girls took, face planted. Pretty good. So they just put these whores in interesting little contests and competitions.
Dude, they're all whores. They're all trying to act like they're not whores, but they have a stripper pole in there, and then the second they got drunk, all of them were doing those you need whore abs stripper moves on the pole. You know, you got like your legs straight out. It's like the only people who can do that are strippers.
Yeah, I didn't want to like the show, but I like it. Yeah, VH1 knows what they're doing with this celebrity reality crap.
I was telling Jim last night at the Cellar, like we were talking about, you know, how, you know, the reality TV and game shows. There has never been a better time in Hollywood to be a has-been than it is right now. You have you have a better shot at getting a TV show than
anyone else.
Somebody brand new, yeah.
Scott Baio, I just want to punch him in the face. Have you seen that show?
The two Coreys?
The two Coreys.
They were in here yesterday.
Two Coreys, yeah.
But my thing is, what is the cutoff line where even like you're too old? I think it's like 75.
I would say like Tony Dow isn't getting a reality show. He was the older brother on Leave It to Beaver.
But then, when you get to that old, then you have to herd the has-beens. You got to put them all. You got to put them all in a house.
In the surreal house, yeah.
Yeah, after
like the My Three Sons guys, the My Three Sons sons.
You could get one of them.
Yeah.
And he just sit there crying how there was no residuals.
Anyone from Gilligan's Island? Do you think?
It'd have to be one of the women.
Yeah, Marianne or Ginger.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could probably do it. Yeah.
Hey, we got to change gears a little bit here. How to dial a rotary phone. We teased this before the break.
Speaking of the olden days. Nice segue.
Well, you know.
Speaking of Juan Epstein.
Sometimes you got to just jam on the brakes.
Well, they could do that. The Welcome Back Kotter people would definitely be. Yeah. Because they had Horshack in the fights. Remember that? When they had celebrity boxing. They've just been through all these, and they gather up the has-beens to beat each other up. And Horshack got beat up by Screech, right?
Yeah.
I'd love to be a has-beens agent just to hear the offers that come in.
Oh, it's got to be just hysterical. VH1 wants you for a celebrity toe jam.
Race to the bottom of the Grand Canyon with the cast from Family Affair. Just these horrific shows.
It's heading that way. They're going to get worse and worse.
It is VH1, I think, that started all that stuff, too. They're the ones who first came up with it.
Yeah.
They're brilliant, man.
Well, they came up with the concept celebrity.
Yeah, they took the reality show thing.
The celebrities involved with the reality shows. And making it cool, because when reality shows first hit, no celebrity would be caught dead doing it. It's like, oh, that's hack stuff. That those are people that just can't make it, legitimately.
Yeah.
But then somehow VH1 talked them into like.
Well, they don't get the big celebrities; they get the has-beens, which is hysterical. Watching these people, living together, or
yeah, but see where it's going though. It's going to be legitimate stars are going to sign on for this as their next project.
Well,
I think
that Mini-Me guy, he was the quickest has-been ever. He was just like
Yeah.
They were still in post-production.
Yeah. And he was naked on that little scooter peeing in the corner.
One of the greatest moments ever, by the way.
And he was huge. Like when the movies came out, the Austin Powers movies, like people were quoting things from the movie.
I remember, like, in page 6, he was in Scores and he had little leather pants.
Yeah.
And he was the toast of the town from Monday to Wednesday.
And then he's here he is.
Oh my God!
How do you make a comeback from that?
How can you classify that as a person?
No. What about when he started getting going?
Yeah, do we have that clip?
Do we have all the clips?
Yeah, if you're laying there dreaming about a fire, there's a fire engine going.
What a mess! And he was
he is
big star.
Even when he's sleeping, he doesn't even look peaceful.
No. Completely naked on a scooter, gets off and just takes a leak in a closet. And then he was in all the Austin Powers movies. That's great.
This next clip is called Top Gun Sucked. And I got to be honest with you, I read a description of this and I have absolutely no recollection of ever having this conversation, so I'll be listening to this right along with you, because my memory is failing me, and I think it's because of my cell phone, or maybe it's because of the government spraying the chemtrails. I don't know what the fuck it is, but I'm going to listen to this one right along with you.
You weren't in it.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that's why you don't know it.
Oh, okay. Should I put that in, or it'll be funny if you just leave that?
I'll leave it like that.
Broadcasting the worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
More montages. Top Gun, yes. One of the greatest montages ever, probably. Footloose. Weird Science had a montage? I don't remember.
Nothing better in Top Gun than that fucking volleyball game. Gets me every time. Sends shivers down my cock.
That's what I was getting at, Ann. You know, that's why it was a terrific montage. Nothing but topless men,
homoerotic, and toweled men in locker rooms. That is the gayest movie ever fucking made.
Under the guise of not being gay,
of being manly,
right?
They're all on a carrier, just in towels, smacking each other around, verbally abusing each other.
See, we got to do our own list. Like, it was fighter jet pilots.
Why would you play this and not Danger Zone?
On a carrier. On a carrier.
Oh, volleyball scene. Wow.
And all that stuff was supposed to hide the gay undertones.
The complete gayness.
Right.
It's like, yeah. How do you know you're getting close? Because I'm getting hard. It's like these are guys talking.
Yeah.
How do you know, like, the MiG's getting close? Because I'm getting hard, man. Can't you feel it in your hand?
Is that a corny movie?
Ugh!
I haven't seen it in years.
Corniest.
I don't remember.
When it first came out, I was sitting in the movie theater watching that, thinking, this is the coolest movie ever made. It's like from the opening scene. The opening scene while the credits are going. Yeah, look at, there's the volleyball scene. Thank you, Danny, for popping it up on the screen.
And look, all the guys watching the volleyball game have to be topless.
They're all topless, too, because it's hot out.
Hey, what was wrong with what's-his-name's body that he's the only one with a shirt on, by the way?
Anthony Edwards, Goose?
He's got something going on because he's the only guy wearing a shirt.
Goose didn't want to take his shirt off.
He must have a third nipple or something.
All right.
Goose had a vagina in the middle of his chest.
Yeah!
Look at them all.
They're high-fiving each other. They're oiled up. Gay!
Oh, look at that.
Look, he's got his arm around Maverick. What's that move?
Val Kilmer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You served that ball.
Oh, wow. Yeah, what a dork.
Oh, diving into the sand shot.
What a worthless scene this is.
It's the volleyball.
This was trying to get the chicks to come to a fucking fighter plane movie.
Are you sure?
I don't know what it was. And the gay men.
I'll believe it.
I don't think I like airplane movies.
No, you got to see the volleyball scene.
Yeah. Oh, the volleyball scene.
You got to question this Anthony Edwards. What was wrong with his body?
Why didn't you want to take his shirt off?
He's the only one.
He probably had little cocks on his stomach. Second genital joke in a row. Predictable hack I am. Fucking one-trick pony.
Yeah.
Look how long it takes Tom Cruise to put his T-shirt
Get that shirt on. He's like, I gotta go, and
I gotta go.
Yeah, I gotta go and meet a girl.
I gotta go ride my motorcycle by the airfield.
Yeah, and wave my fist.
My fist in victory
at fucking fighters.
That's right.
Somebody recut. They took all of the most gay portions of this movie and just put it together into like a 4 minutes.
It's the whole movie.
It's everything but the planes.
Everything but the credits and the gaffer's name.
There really is a lot of parts to this movie where you're just
hilarious.
like,
what's going on?
I'm going to buy it and watch it again. It really is a corny movie.
So bad.
It's so corny and bad and cliche and gay and it's just really bad. And when, like I said, when I first saw it, like the opening sequence, you know, the sun's coming up over the carrier deck. And then they start flight ops.
Yep.
And it's just the coolest fucking thing. You're sitting there going, holy shit, this is going to be a great movie. Fighter jets and then it just turns gay. It turns gay and fucking corny as hell.
Who is the bitch in it?
Kelly McGillis.
Yeah.
Who, not hot.
And the song was "Take My Breath Away," right? Wow, 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 wow.
That was in there every time they were together.
It's a good song.
There it is.
Who doesn't like this?
Take my breath away. This was Berlin.
It sure was. I did a fucking TV show with her.
No, you didn't.
I did with the woman in Berlin. Me, her, and Coolio.
Really?
Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah. No, it was Never Mind the Buzzcocks, hosted by Mark Maron.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
Congrats again.
A little bit of trivia. You keep that under your hats, ladies and germs.
Top Gun homosexuality.
Hey,
what is that, Quentin?
Yeah, he starts off, the video that I was talking about starts off with him explaining why Top Gun is the gayest movie of all time.
And what movie is that from that he's explaining? Or
You know, I don't know.
Oh, let's hear this.
I do remember.
Hang on. Let me start it from the beginning.
Yeah, I want to hear
You ready?
what Quentin says.
Yeah.
What's the film about? What's it really about? What genre does it take?
What like it's like the spine?
The spine.
Like one sentence? Like
no, I don't fucking Boy Meets Girl. I don't give a shit about that. Fuck Boy Meets Girl. Fuck motorcycle movie. No, what is really being said? What's really being seen? That's what you're talking about. Because the whole idea, man, is subversion. You want subversion on a massive level. You know what one of the greatest fucking scripts ever written in the history of Hollywood is?
What?
Top Gun.
Oh, come on.
Top Gun is fucking great. What is Top Gun? You think it's a story about a bunch of fighter pilots?
Yeah, it's about a bunch of guys waving their dicks around.
It is a story about a man's struggle with his own homosexuality. That is what Top Gun is about, man. You've got Maverick, all right? He's on the edge, man. He's right on the fucking line, all right? And you've got Iceman and all his crew.
Right.
They're gay. And they represent the gay man,
right.
All right? And they're saying, go the gay way, go the gay way. He can go both ways.
What about Kelly McGillis? Right?
Kelly McGillis, she's heterosexuality. She's saying, no. Go the normal way. Play by the rules, go the normal way. And they're saying, no, go the gay way. Be the gay way. Go for the gay way. Right? That is what's going on throughout that whole movie. He goes to her house, right? All right? It looks like they're going to have sex. You know, they're just kind of sitting back. He's taking a shower and everything. They don't have sex. He gets on the motorcycle, drives away. She's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on here? Next scene you see her. She's in the elevator. She is dressed like a guy. She's got the cap on. She's got the aviator glasses. She's wearing the same jacket that the Iceman wears. She goes, okay, this is how I got to get this guy. This guy's going for the gay way. I got to bring him back. I got to bring him back from the gay way. So I'm going to do that through subterfuge. I'm going to dress like a man. All right? That is how she approaches it. Right. Okay. All right. But the real ending of the movie is when they fight the Migs at the end. All right. Because he has passed over into the gay way. They are this gay fighting fucking force. All right. And they're beating the Russians. The gays are beating the Russians. All right. And it's over. And they fucking land. And Iceman has been trying to get Maverick the entire time. Finally, he's got him. All right. And what is the last fucking line that they have together? They're all hugging and kissing and happy with each other. And Ice comes up to Maverick and he says, man, you can ride my tail anytime. And what does Maverick say? Maverick, you can ride my sword fight. Sword fight. Fucking it, man.
Fucking love Quentin.
Brilliant.
Quentin Tarantino, man.
The gay way.
And a little Dane Cook delivered.
I love that. It's like, and here's Iceman and his crew, and they're all gay. And they're gay.
What really makes that clip, though, is the cuts to the movie.
Oh, yeah, the cuts to the movie as he's talking.
That, if they go on YouTube and just put in Top Gun homosexuality.
You'll get the movie, and then this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
All right, so evidently the reason why I didn't remember having that conversation is because I never fucking had it, because I wasn't in that day. All right, so this is going to be the second half of, I guess, Anthony and Jim Norton talking about how Top Gun sucks, and Anthony's going to explain some Air Force terminology to the great little Jimmy Norton.
Broadcasting the worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
In honor of the Top Gun discussion that just went down during the break.
Yeah.
It wasn't a discussion. We all just blew each other.
Trying to be just like the movie.
So, Ant said that he watched Top Gun.
What?
Could this be the Tootly Toot song of the day?
Oh. No, wait. Let me see.
All right, hold on. I got to be able to do it.
Toodle-dee-doo, tweedle-dee-doo-doo, do, tweet, 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 do, tweedle-dee-doo. Tweet, 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 tweedle-dee-doo. Tweet, tweet, tweet.
Yeah, apparently. We had a discussion recently about Top Gun and how gay it was, but and we pulled some clips and played them. But we had to watch it. So we were hanging out. Danny was over the house and shit. So we figured, let's just watch Top Gun.
Sure.
And see really how fucking gay this is. So we took all our clothes off.
Lubed up.
And spooned as we watched.
We were spooning.
It's not gay because you're watching Top Gun.
No, Top Gun could be. Top Gun is gayer than anything that's going on between two greased up naked men.
Danny called his dick Goose, and he treated your asshole like the inside of a fucking plane hatch.
Yes, my ass was the canopy, and he slammed his head into it.
And what do you bring to the program?
Well,
movie more gay than you thought?
Yes, it was so completely gay, and not even just this gay stuff everyone kind of knows about. The jaw clenching of Val Kilmer in the locker room when he's telling Tom Cruise how dangerous he is, Maverick. It's like this. The whole speech he gives about how dangerous he is, and then Danny brings up a great point about that scene. Maverick doesn't want to hear about how dangerous he is. So what does he do?
Well, I was going to say, he doesn't want to hear what Val Kilmer has to say, so he turns completely away from him and kind of puts his foot up on the bench that I think Goose was sitting on, and just kind of presents his ass to him.
Yeah, he presents his ass like an ape would present to another ape to get fucked.
He's not just standing kind of like Captain Morgan-y. He's like actually bent over.
He's bent over, and his ass is pointing. Now he's twisted around a little bit.
Yeah.
And they're all in towels, by the way. They're all in towels in the locker room, where they have most of their real in-depth man-on-man discussions in the locker room.
You guys got to do secret show with this movie, I'm thinking.
Maybe.
Top Gun could be the one.
Could be the next Back to the Future movie.
Could be the next secret show, I'm thinking, because, I haven't seen that movie in years. I remember just the dumb stuff, like the volleyball freaking scene.
That's ultra gay.
Where everyone's topless except for, what's his name? And rumor has it he had a third nipple or something, or an appendix scar, so he couldn't show off his manliness like the rest of the boys.
And people like to point out that particular scene when referencing Top Gun as being totally homoerotic and gay, but what a lot of people miss about that particular scene is that he's late to get to Kelly McGillis's house, where he knew he could have got some poontang. He was late,
right?
Because he wanted to fit in. You're playing with the boys.
The playing with the boys is playing,
because that was more important to him than getting some ass off the fight instructor.
This is the gayest song for one of the gayest scenes. The volleyball. Tweety tweedly doo. Tweedly doo. I could play the whistle. I just gotta shove it up my ass first and blast some gas out into it. The volleyball scene is known as being gay, but Goose does have his shirt off in the locker room at one point.
Oh, lucky us.
So I did get to see Anthony Edwards, who I think Anthony Edwards ran into a nuclear reactor right after the movie was done, because he went from having a full head of hair in that movie to completely fucking bald. I don't know what happened to that guy.
He didn't do well with all the gay sex that was going on behind the scenes.
Maybe not.
He actually had cancer after that.
Shut up, Jimmy.
Did not agree that he didn't, and continue eating.
Yeah, and let's not forget about where Maverick is all distraught over Goose's death.
Yes,
because he feels guilt for it.
Yeah,
so he's looking at himself in the mirror. In like the barracks, and Tom Skerritt decides this is going to be a great time to get in there and build his confidence up, while Tom Cruise is naked. He's wearing a pair of tighty whities.
Tighty whities is all he's wearing. He's completely nude except for his tighty whities. Tom Skerritt comes up and starts telling him that this stuff happens when you're a fighter pilot, and you're going to get losses like that. Yeah. And then, as he's walking away, he doesn't give him a pat on the shoulder. He takes his hand, Tom Skerritt, places it on Maverick's shoulder, and then runs it slowly to his other shoulder, across his back and everything, as he walks away.
That arm swipe?
Yeah, it's like an arm swipe thing to a nude man in the bathroom.
And don't forget, when Meg Ryan, when they first meet in the movie, Meg Ryan and Tom Cruise, she goes, "Oh, Goose tells me that you're in love with one of your instructors."
Yes.
But that's it.
Doesn't say which
really
one.
Say which one. So.
And then they're talking about, they're going over some briefing in their little briefing room, and they're talking about, MiGs and how you got to get into position, a fire. And one of the guys leans over to his flight partner there and goes, "This gives me such a hard-on." He had to whisper it.
He whispered that to another guy?
To another man, his life partner in the cockpit. He's whispering. Just one scene after another. We were laughing at every gay scene, and we were constantly laughing. The movie doesn't have gay scenes in it. It's constantly gay.
They pulled one over on us, you think, huh? And then the famous line, "You could ride my tail anytime or every..."
Because you could be my wingman.
Or...
Tell you the truth.
Just the whole... He never said you could
ride my tail, which I was waiting for, but it's, you could be my wingman.
Said that in his
movies,
right?
He gets it wrong.
Oh, he got it wrong?
Yep. He says, you could be my wingman anytime. He goes, you could be mine. It's just as gay. Mm-hmm. Believe me, it's semantics.
It really is Tom Cruise's character kind of he's overcompensating for being gay. So he's in flight school. He has to ride a motorcycle, the fastest production bike on the planet. He has to ride that.
He has to fly a big fighter plane. He's in love with Goose too.
Absolutely,
he's in love with Goose.
The way he talks to him, I understand that there's going to be some kind of bond between the pilot and co-pilot. But the way he talks to Goose, it was more like two men in a relationship than a team, than like two partners, like two team partners having a chat.
Yeah, like because Maverick was the Maverick. And he would always get them in trouble. And Goose would be like, hey, dude, I got responsibilities here. I need to get through this and stuff, and you're screwing it up for me. And they'd be like, I'm sorry. It was like a boyfriend and girlfriend chat.
That will never. It was like Maverick cheated on Goose, and he has to sympathize. He goes like, I swear that I'll never do that again.
Yeah, I'll never do it again.
That will never happen again.
Goose. And then he put his cock in his mouth and just squeezed his balls a little.
At that point, you got it.
That's right.
What else is there to do?
His nickname was Goose because when he would fuck his ass like a Japanese businessman, he would choke his friend, and his asshole clenches in death throes. And he would say, God, your asshole grips my cock like a goose's would. He said, I want that to be my nickname.
And that is, that goose, the act of goosing someone is like sticking something up their ass.
Yeah.
Which is a little odd.
Sure.
Maverick, the Maverick kind of guy.
Well, Barry's reminding us of the bar scene. That's right, with all the boys with their arms around each other singing into a big black microphone.
What are they singing?
Is that
Great Balls of Fire?
Great Balls of Fire. No, when they're in the bar when he's trying to pick up his beard, Kelly McGillis, and they're singing
You've Lost That
Loving Feeling. And just, they're all wearing...
Boom, 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 take my breath away.
No, that was the other one. And Tom Cruise, boy, can he not even hold a note.
No, a nut. He can hold two.
In his mouth.
Yeah. A chipmunk.
And Kelly McGillis dressed like a man in the elevator. You know that scene where he walks in and she's got the cap on and the pilot jacket and stuff. A completely homosexual movie.
Brother Joe wants you to plug a gig or talk about Top Gun. You never know, Brother Joe.
Probably a little of both. But,
all right. Brother Joe, what do you got,
Joe,
buddy?
a little Top Gun.
What's up, Joe?
Hey, boys. How you guys doing?
I want to see sloppy party bottom gun.
You know what?
Think about it.
Nobody even mentioned the fact that Tom Cruise's co-pilot's name was Goose.
Okay, I just said that.
Actually, wait. He was Goose, right?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
Well, if you guys are talking about it being a homoerotic movie, Goose is, if I'm not wrong, taking it up the ass. Is that not correct?
Holy shit!
Well, a goose is when. That's actually a pretty good. That's a good observation. It's
shut the fuck up!
I just said that. He hung up. Shut the fuck up!
Of course, he knows the show.
That's great.
He just Anthony had just said that.
And just said it. His name's Goose. Poor Joe.
I know.
Brian from St.
Louis.
Go to
what?
Some acknowledgement. Slider. Of course, Slider.
Oh, yeah, Slider.
Yes.
Was
sliding. Where was he?
One of the guys. Was that Iceman's? Who was Iceman's Rio?
Iceman. I don't know. Iceman.
I don't know.
Can we play the Quentin Tarantino rap on this? It's brilliant.
Because that one is really good. Good capper for the the gayest movie ever. And, it starts off so promising when you're just seeing, like, flight ops on the carrier deck. It's kind of like, okay, this is going to be a cool fucking movie. And then it just goes right to gay.
Here's the question, though. Is this the gayest movie ever that wasn't supposed to be gay?
I don't know.
What year was it?
God damn it, Maverick! How many times did...
I I need some butts. Give me some butts.
How many times did fucking what's his name from Back to the Future?
You forget it's him too.
I know. It's him.
You had me wrong because he's like, you know what your problem is, Maverick?
You're a slacker.
You're a slacker.
You're a slacker, Maverick.
Father was a slacker.
And you're because he did, like, his father was a slacker. But
you guys watched the movie together?
Yes, we did.
On a couch?
We watched it. Well,
it's a big couch.
I have a big L-shaped modular couch. He was on one part of the L. I was on the other. And our cocks met where...
I was going to say, so how did he make the awkward move to get all the way over on yours?
Get over to me. We wanted to play Top Gun while we were watching it.
I bet you they had one bowl of popcorn.
I sat behind him like the Rio.
Yeah. He sat behind me. But it was cool because he was sitting behind me, but he put his heart on between my legs, and I grabbed it like the stick. And I was working my airplane that way.
That's nice.
With Danny's cock as the stick.
Yeah, he did a split S.
We got it. We got it.
See, do you get it?
Yeah, we got it.
I've done that before. It's not gay if you, as long as you keep saying vroom.
Vroom.
Vroom. My boys love it.
Movie came out in '86. Let's do
a split ass.
The Quentin Tarantino.
Boo.
Let's get to the rap by Quentin Tarantino. You got it right, Dan? Dirk? Okay.
You know what one of the greatest fucking scripts ever written in the history of Hollywood is?
What?
Top Gun.
Oh, come on.
Top Gun is fucking great. What is Top Gun? You think it's a story about a bunch of fighter pilots?
Yeah, it's about a bunch of guys waving their dicks around.
It is a story about a man's struggle with his own homosexuality. That's it. That is what Top Gun is about, man. You've got Maverick, all right? He's on the edge, man. He's right on the fucking line, all right? And you've got Iceman and all his crew.
Right.
They're gay. They represent the gay man,
right.
All right? And they're saying, go the gay way, go the gay way. He could go both ways.
What about Kelly McGillis, right?
Kelly McGillis, she's heterosexuality. She's saying, no, go the normal way. Play by the rules, go the normal way. And they're saying, no, go the gay way. Be the gay way. Go for the gay way. All right? That is what's going on throughout that whole movie. He goes to her house, right? All right? It looks like they're going to have sex. You know, they're just kind of sitting back. He's taking a shower and everything. They don't have sex. He gets on the motorcycle, drives away. She's like, what the fuck is going on here? Right. Next scene you see her. She's in the elevator. She is dressed like a guy. She's got the cap on. She's got the aviator glasses. She's wearing the same jacket that the Iceman wears. She goes, okay, this is how I got to get this guy. This guy's going towards the gay way. So I got to bring him back. I got to bring him back from the gay way. So I'm going to do that through subterfuge. I'm going to dress like a man. All right? That is how she approaches it. Right. All right? But the real ending of the movie is when they fight the Migs at the end. All right? Because he has passed over into the gay way. They are this gay fighting fucking force. All right? And they're beating the Russians. The gays are beating the Russians. All right? And it's over, and they fucking land. And Iceman has been trying to get Maverick the entire time. Finally, he's got him. All right? And what is the last fucking line that they have together? They're all hugging and kissing and happy with each other. And Ice comes up to Maverick, and he says, man, you can ride my tail anytime. And what does Maverick say? Maverick, you can ride my sword fight! Sword fight! Sword fight!
This in from Pat from Munaki. He texted me. He says in one of the deleted scenes on the DVD, there's the scene where Maverick goes into a meat spin.
Wasn't that a flat spin? What? Yeah, meat spin.
Oh, that's. Now I got to go see that damn movie again.
Yeah, you got to get it. It's on on demand or something.
We got to get a list of our favorite movies. And not the typical The Godfather movies that weren't supposed to be what. Well, you know what I mean? Like they're different to us and makes it hilarious.
Yeah, it was made either too much time went by and they're dated now.
Well, like Twister's in there.
Like I look at movies that I used to think were good, and they are so bad. Red Dawn is another one. That's just an awful movie. With all the fucking the Brat Packers and. The Soviets kind of invade us, and big World War III on American soil.
Ew.
Patrick Swayze's in it. Tom Cruise is in it.
What does Patrick Swayze do? Throw his pancreas at the enemy?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow. Let's go to Dan listening on BCN.
I'm really proud of myself for that line.
Very good, Jimmy. Let's go to Dan. Dan!
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
The gayest scene in that movie you guys actually missed, it's right before they sing You Lost That Love and Feeling. Sundown, the black guy, is actually pouring his drink into another man's mouth.
That did not happen.
Yeah. I don't know. I missed that. But you know what? You reminded me of another instance in that scene where Goose is saying he's making the bet with Maverick, and he goes, all right, so, you have to get some kind of sexual contact, and he goes, with a girl this time, and then fucking Maverick makes a face at him like
yeah, like something might have happened.
Yeah, like Goose knew something.
And we kind of laughed
and
at
called
that,
him out on it.
Yep.
It's packed with so much gay.
That movie's queer.
I gotta watch it now.
And you know what, too? It was the top-grossing movie of the year, and it's so fucking predictable. Like, Goose dies because they go into that flat spin. So, of course, what's the big crescendo of the fucking movie? It's battle time, and what does Maverick do? He hits the jet wash and goes into a flat spin.
Another flat spin.
What is a jet wash?
Well, it's another jet's flying in front of you. And it kind of, you get into some unstable air. So the engines aren't sucking in air, and you get a flame out. So your engines die.
Is that what a flame out is?
Flame out. Like, a few things can cause flame out.
How do you light the flame while you're up there in space?
Birds flying in there.
Wait,
but how do you relight that shit?
You got to restart your engine.
Can you in mid-flight, though?
Yeah.
You can?
Yeah. As long as it's not damaged. If a big fucking turkey flies in there, it's going to be fucked up. But if you flame out from unstable air, you can... I don't even think people are really flaming out from unstable air, to tell you the truth.
Can you on a commercial airliner relight the restart?
Yes. Yeah, there have been instances where their engines have shut down and they had to restart. One guy actually shut the fucking engines off, one pilot.
By accident?
Yeah, no, I think it was on purpose. I'm going to kill everybody on the plane thing.
Oh.
And they subdued him.
And then somebody said, you daffy bastard, you can't do that.
Ah, you goofy guy.
I thought you had to have some kind of thrust to get lift. I thought if you stop that,
you start falling.
Yeah.
Well, the turbines are going to keep turning just from the air going through.
Not that fast, though, right?
If you go into a dive with a fucking commercial airliner, the thing's going to spin like a pinwheel.
Yeah, but then your wings rip off.
But also, you do have, a starter. So you could start the thing. It's not like some guy's cranking it on the ground with a fucking Model T crank.
But if you're plummeting, your wings will rip off.
No, you wouldn't be plummeting. You set up what is called a glide slope in a plane. You can set up where you glide a certain distance forward for every foot you fall. You're going a certain amount of feet forward. It's your optimum glide where you can get the most forward motion out of how far you're falling straight down.
Is it a good glide slope if you go 2 feet forward, 1,600 feet down?
Hey, we got a fighter pilot on the phone. I don't want this guy to go away. Rick in Oklahoma.
Hey, what's up?
16.
Hey, yeah, I was a pilot down there in Miramar when all those fucking faggots were down there filming.
Were you?
And?
Yeah. Every day before filming, that fucking faggot Tom Cruise would want to see. He'd want to see every pilot out there in their flight suit, so he could figure out which flight suit he wanted to wear that would make him look the best. So he was actually staring at all these pilots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you look hot?
Well,
in your flight suit? Did you present? Did you present to Tom?
Yeah, I actually did for Tom. I went in his trailer and pulled out my hog and stuck it in his fucking ear.
All right, get out.
He doesn't sound like much of a fighter pilot to me. I'm calling shenanigans on him.
Bravo Sierra.
Yes.
Let's go to Pat in Texas. Pat. Bless you, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Hey, Pat.
Good evening.
Hey, Jimmy, you are a comedic god.
Oh, come on. Don't be so fresh. Thank you.
You guys have just completely and totally fucked up my childhood.
Why?
Loved that fucking movie as a kid.
Okay.
I even went so far as to go out and get my parents to buy me an aviator jacket and the sunglasses, and I wanted to go into the Navy. But after hearing you guys today, I can never watch the fucking movie again.
So instead of going to the Navy, you went into the fashion industry instead?
Yeah. I wanted to fly a plane, then I had these glasses, and now I'm in FIT. Fucking, I suck unclipped cock.
Let's go to Kyle on the Interstate 78. I want to say hi to all the truckers today. We don't acknowledge you guys enough.
Hey, man.
What's up, Kyle?
Hey, you guys left out a good one in the beginning when Hollywood's like having the orgasm in the airplane and Maverick guides him in.
He's having an orgasm. Yeah, he's in shock. because the MiG got a lock on him, and he freaked out. He lost his edge, and he turned his wings in. He lost his edge. So, but it was like he was having an orgasm.
He blew splooge everywhere because of a MiG.
Yeah.
The recruiters were smart, though. They took recruiting booths to like the major movie theaters because they knew that they were going to have.
People were going to come out. I want to be a pilot.
Jesus, I think they had like the highest recruit levels for like 3 or 4 years after.
Bobcat Goldthwait used to do a bit on that years ago when the movie was actually out about how a bunch of people joined the Navy to after Top Gun because they wanted to be a fighter pilot and go out with. But he was saying like, I want to drive the planes and I want to have sex with Kelly McGillis and all that stuff. And then there you are scrubbing a fucking toilet bowl on some tub of shit boat, picking up cigarette butts.
Not as glamorous.
No.
We got another fighter pilot, Craig in Arizona. Craig.
Hey, what's up, Opie? How's it going, man?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I loved that fucking movie so much when I was in 6th grade that I actually went in the Air Force, and now I'm a flyer. Does that make me a raging homosexual?
No, Air Force, you're fine.
Yeah, well,
the Navy, you're a gay.
Okay, good.
I couldn't fucking fly in one of those planes.
No,
I couldn't fly in a fighter jet.
We were talking about that too.
No fucking way.
It's like we've had opportunities to fly with the
a bunch of
Blue
times.
Angels and the Thunderbirds and all that, and it's just. I don't feel like taking that many G's. It's just insane. I've seen these videos. We were talking about the video clips of the pilots that black out.
Yeah.
Because, now they have pressure suits and stuff, but still, you can only take so many G's. They have pressure suits that just squeeze the blood out of your extremities to keep it inside and in your head. And then you're just supposed to do these grunting exercises to force the blood and keep it into your head. Because if you're doing a really tight turn, it's pulling all the blood out of your brain and putting it into your fucking feet.
What does the pressure suit feel like? Is it like getting your blood?
It squeezes. Like getting your blood pressure. It'll squeeze your legs.
You know that feeling you get?
Your arms.
You know that feeling you get and you're praying that it's going to release?
Yeah.
Because you're like, holy crap, I can't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is your whole body getting that feeling?
Yeah, you get squeezed and then, it would keep the blood in your head.
Yeah.
When you're doing these high G maneuvers. And, so they showed some guys blacking out, and I just imagine what it's like. Because, you ever just wake up and you kind of don't know where. Yes, every morning you don't know where you are. When you black out.
Are you talking about the time you fell asleep on the air for about 40 minutes?
Yeah, exactly. And then I woke up and went for a second, I'm like, there's a mic in front of me. I'm like, why am I? Because you're asleep. Right. And then you kind of come to and you're going. There's a mic. You got to kind of acclimate yourself again to your surroundings. You just, what the fuck is... But I'm sitting here in a seat. Could you imagine just blacking out and then waking up and going,
hell no.
I think I was just doing something. Oh, that's right. I was being shot at. And I'm in a plane and I'm plummeting. Then look at this guy. Look at this guy black out.
Looks
like
Iraq.
Yeah. Look at him go.
Oh, my God. He's out.
He's out.
Which way is he going?
He's going
They're doing a
up.
loop. They were doing a real tight fucking loop, and then he kind of comes to.
Is he out right now?
Yeah, he's coming to.
How's he not puking?
Who's flying it?
Look at him, and then he looks around like, "Holy shit! What the fuck? You come right the fuck out of it, like, hey, wow, fuck!"
These guys are pros, man.
No kidding.
Is he flying or is he in the back?
He might be in the back.
Sure.
Wow.
I would hate to do that.
Oh my God, no way.
That's fucking crazy. I think he's in the back because I don't see him doing a loop like that and passing. Okay, yeah. Now he's doing a real high G turn. He's trying to do the breathing to keep the blood in his head, but he's out again. There he goes. You look so stupid when you pass out.
You really do look like an idiot.
They're probably trying to make this guy look like he's a fighter pilot. It's probably some dumb reporter from...
There goes his head bobbing forward again. Hey, I'm back.
Maybe that's how they train you. Maybe that's part of your training.
Oh, you gotta fucking do that. Yeah, I'm sure they fucking bring you up there and
know what to do, right?
They throw you in that centrifuge too, where it just spins you around for minutes at a time.
I want to get a pressure suit and then cut the asshole out of it, so it just makes me shit really well. I want to wear my pressure suit. And just all I want to do is sit there with my space helmet and pressure and shit until my fingers are wrinkled like I was in a shower all day.
Just squeezes you like a tube of Crest.
Or if you get a girl with a thin pussy, I want to put a pressure suit on her and cut the cunt area out, and fatten her pussy up and fuck her in a pressure suit. Watch her head drain of all feeling.
When are we getting our white tuxedos, by the way?
Oh, for our shit show.
I asked Anthony this morning, I'm like, do we have a white tuxedo ready or what? Or do we have to go to the bathroom now? Hey, Stephen S. for Bayshore, he's now calling himself the Minister of Useless Information.
Oh.
Do you realize, Ant, that it's almost a year ago you fell asleep on the air?
No way!
October 5th, 2007, according to Stephen S.
Are you shitting me?
That can't be right.
And you woke up and you just saw this black thing in front of your face, and you had to think, all right, I'm either being facially raped by Yaphet Kotto or I dozed off on the radio. And you actually rooted for the first one.
Yes, of course.
You want to talk to a crew chief?
Right.
Ryan in Tennessee.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I was a crew chief in the Air Force in F-15, and I got an incentive ride before I left, and we were tracing clouds and doing cute stuff, and I asked the pilot if we could go ahead and try some dogfighting maneuvers, and he asked me if I was sure. I said, yeah, let's do it. So he cranks it up and cranks a 90-degree right turn. He pulled 8.5 Gs.
Oof.
I didn't black out, but my chin was stuck to my chest, and I couldn't move my head. And I just had to look down at my feet until we got done turning. And that's all I could do.
Fuck that.
I would just puke.
Just puke all over the place.
I get motion sick on a Greyhound or on a boat or on a plane.
You're riding a dog for anyway.
I didn't mean to ride it.
That's just silly.
I was trying to fuck it and it ran.
And you threw up.
No, I did.
You got motion sick.
You know what it was? I was about to come and he took off my cock. I heard my cock pop out and it went... And I got a whiff of dog asshole on my dick, and I fucking ralphed all over my fucking white shoes. I was wearing nurse shoes, and I threw up on them.
Did you?
I was, and I'll confess now, because the statute of limitations, I was the nurse shoe dog fucker who was terrorizing suburban neighborhoods. There's a nurse shoe, because if people would only see me, I look like Michael Caine in that scene in Dressed to Kill.
Yeah.
When fucking Nancy Allen, that fucking finished whore, gets out of the shower and sees white nurse shoes. Finished. Oh, she did blow out with Travolta after that.
Yeah.
And then his wig fell off and he made out with a guy in front of the 737. Fucking Mo. nice bald head, dick. Looked like Ed Harris.
You think he takes his wig off when he gets at like 35,000 feet? It's safe to take the wig off.
Of course he does. It's pressurized so it fucking mats to his face like a Lego person.
You may now remove your wig. The captain has given the signal to remove your wigs. We're at 35,000 feet cruising altitude. No one to see you to be embarrassed. Please remove your wig.
That's all his plane has on it is asshole grease and those mannequin heads for wigs like Pesci had in JFK. And fucking tube after tube. He had asshole grease laying around the way Sinatra had cigarettes. Like every 4 feet, he has to have a tube of asshole grease.
He hits turbulence, and his wig just pops 2 or 3 inches off his head each time as he's flying.
He looks like a cartoon character getting angry. Fucking, oh, is that fucking great? Oh, it gets all askew. He comes off. He's been fucked so hard, it's all crooked and to the left. He looks like a fucking white hip-hop kid wearing his baseball hat.
But it's his wig.
Oh, his fucking wig.
Oh, he fucking, how wonderful is that? That crooked do.
Let's do one more.
Oh, fuck, that's funny.
One more F-18 pilot here. Driver, really?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We got Anthony
they
Nevada.
Call naval aviators.
Sure.
Hello
Yes.
there, boys.
Hi,
Good
sir.
evening.
Hey, Anthony.
And I just had to tell you, man, it's not a pressure suit. It's just air bladders that go over the pads. We call them go-fast pads. There's no suit about it. And your boys, the Blues, they don't wear them. The Blue Angel drivers and the Thunderbird jockeys, they don't wear any kind of go-fast pads.
Why not?
They're up there.
I'm guessing they're not doing the kind of maneuvers you got to do in combat to need them, right?
Oh, all of those maneuvers are exact replicas of everything that we do.
Really? Why don't they wear them then?
They take up space, and they can't really have the maneuverability with their hands to hold onto the stick. You got about 57 pounds of pressure on that stick, and they're doing those maneuvers a lot more frequently than we would in a combat situation. These days, most of the time, we'd be able to take out an enemy before he even knew we were there.
What's your call sign?
Call signs crash.
Crash. That probably wasn't earned in a very nice way.
Hey, do they have directionals on the planes? Like if you're gonna make a left, you have to
I got a flat I need to put on my four-ways. All right, boys, punch it out.
Well, I hope
Anthony.
not. That's why they call him Crash.
Yeah.
You don't want to be call sign Crash.
Exactly.
Call sign Viper.
I'd rather be caught blowing guy in boot camp.
See that stenciled on the side of your plane?
Lieutenant Cocksucker.
Caught some guy blowing you on the front.
Hey, caught blowing someone in boot camp. What's your vector? I don't even know what vector means.
Sounded good though, Jimmy.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Passed out from Sea-Lock. Boo again.
Boo.
Boo.
Hey, what's going on? It's Bill Burr, and I'm hosting the worst of Opie and Anthony this evening, or this afternoon, or whenever the hell they're running this. All I know is I'm doing this in June, so I'm not even here right now. All right? I hate to fucking kill your fantasy. I love how I'm looking back on it's literally 5 years, and I feel like I'm on Johnny Carson right now, like I actually have 40 years of incredible radio. So enjoy this one. How is that for an awful ending? Well, I'm not getting paid, so I don't give a fuck.
Broadcasting the worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
What happened in Camden, New Jersey this past Saturday with Bill Burr?
Stuff of legend.
It really is. I suggest you go to YouTube and check out the entire performance of him just taking on the entire crowd. But we have some highlights here.
A little booing going on.
We
there were
should,
a couple of little booers out in the crowd.
Yeah, we should set this up again just in case people weren't listening yesterday there, Jimmy. What was the vibe? What was going on?
It was getting rough. They booed Jimmy Schubert early. I mean, again, Philly is notoriously rough. And then Tracy got them back. And, the show was going well, but Philly crowds are always on the verge.
They were right on the brink at any minute.
And the second half of the show started. Bobby Kelly went out and just kicked ass.
Voss killed. Everybody, for the most part, killed.
Jimmy
Schubert was destroyed.
I'm going to give Drew Boogie some props. He did a great job as a DJ, man. He held it together. I mean, believe me, that's a lot more important than people realize to keep the music going, keep people happy with what they're listening to. And then Bobby Kelly kills. Dom Herrera goes out. He's doing well. And then he loses them a little bit. They boo him a little bit, which was really weird to see Herrera get booed. He's such a good comic.
I know, and a legend.
But it was late. And again, these psychos have been drinking since 11 a.m. So, I mean, they're getting a little rowdy. They booed him a little bit, but he handled it. He handled it better than Schubert did, because Schubert, I think, just went on autopilot. Whereas Dom kind of, I think, addressed it a little bit or slowed it. Whatever he did, he made it work, and he left. Billy Burr comes on. And from what I saw, Bill's first bit or something didn't work, which happens a lot to us as comics. You know what I mean? You just come on and your bit doesn't hit. It's no big deal.
You want to open strong, though, don't you?
But you do. But again, Billy is in a position on the show. Everybody knows him and likes him, and he's really funny. So it's like he doesn't have to prove himself. So it's like if you're bombing for 10 minutes, they're going to give you a hard time.
Right.
But one bit, they'll usually get no big deal. But I think Bill got annoyed at them because they booed Herrera and said something to them about it. I was watching this on a monitor, and then they started booing him.
Started booing Phil. Oh.
And it got really loud, and I'm like, are they booing Burr? And then I just heard him snap, and he had a moment of clarity.
Yep.
He was going to go down and bomb horribly, or he was going to attack back, and he attacked back.
He knew.
In a lovely fashion.
He had time backstage to say to himself, look, if this happens to me out there, I know how I'm going. I know what direction I'm taking.
He was a third guy.
So he threw his act away.
Yep.
And then just improv for like 12 minutes and just beat up Philly.
Slammed him.
Everyone is talking about this.
Yes.
Everybody's talking about this performance. So, Than, what's the first clip? Him getting into the rant?
Yeah, that's when the wheels start to, well, the wheels don't come off, I guess, because he killed. But, yeah, it's just him. It's none of his actual, like, normal bits.
Right.
It's just the start of when he starts losing it.
Okay, so, yeah. The setup, basically, he did his act, started doing his act, the booing started, and he said, you know what, screw you all, and this is what started to happen.
You don't stop talking, do you? Like, I'll just cook this side for a while, just... You know what's funny? I'm cooking my brain talking about nothing. I'm just walking around like, I just got a cheeseburger. Oh, all you people. You know what, you losers? I hope you all
Oh my God! How many beefs are in
Was
that?
that the beginning of the tirade right there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny. You could see Bill with the line about the cheeseburger. As
Yep.
a comic, you could see right there. He's really like floundering internally, going, "All right." That was his moment of truth. Like,
Right.
I'm going to try to just turn this around with this, and then it just they gave him a little hard time. And
That was him standing at the crossroad right there. It was like, all right, do I continue with the cheeseburger joke?
just talking because I think he felt again, like you said, the wheels coming off, and he was trying to steer. All right, let me get back off the shoulder here, and then he just kind of
Screw
saw
it.
his wheel rolling in front of the car, and he just aimed for the children.
Is this worth playing with all the beeps?
I think it's at least play a couple of clips. I think it's funny with the beeps to just show how
It is funny with the
vicious
beefs.
it was.
Yeah.
Please play a little. It took me over 2 hours to do.
All right, no problem. But the people listening on XM, don't worry. Later
You'll
on
get
this
it.
morning, we're going to play the whole thing in
Yeah.
its entirety without the beeps.
That's
No
right.
bitching.
You'll have to hear a couple commercials, but aside from that, we'll play it for you.
No bitching.
Bill's thing is sponsored by Bud.
And for the people that don't have XM, just go to YouTube and throw Opie and Anthony in the search, and you'll get to see this for yourself as well, unedited.
Or get XM.
Or get it.
You
Yeah, Opie.
chislers.
How about you throw that out there as an option?
No, you got to balance the two here. Don't you get what's going on?
Well, he means today, too.
If you don't push XM, if you push XM too much, then the people down the hall here get pissed off.
Oh, I know.
And if you don't push XM enough, then XM down there in Washington gets pissed.
Well, I'm
it's a
looking at-
balancing act. We're like spinning plates here.
I'm looking
No,
at
Henry.
I'm looking at poor Elo's face over here on Pal Talk, and I just figured, hey, there's an option, perhaps.
Do you think I was saying it without saying it? That's how smart I am.
Ooh.
I was keeping everybody happy.
I don't like his creepy goatee. He looks
It
Puerto
hasn't
Rican.
grown in yet.
I don't care. He looks Puerto Rican, and I don't like it.
All right, here's some more. Bill Burr takes on Philly on stage at the Tweeter Center. This is where he gets into the whole cancer thing.
Harold Carmichael jerseys, by the way, made me really happy.
Goddamn losers, 52 hours into a show. What the am I going to do at this point? You people on a goddamn acid. Be up here talking about Hitler. That ain't going to work. What do you want me to talk about? Hey, throw out some topics. Let's talk about heart disease. You're all going to die of, and I'm going to laugh at your funerals. It's going to be great. You're all going to get cancer, which is fantastic because all your heads are shaved anyway. No one's even going to notice. You're going to get fired for coming to work too late because they're not going to notice that you have bone marrow cancer. The only thing that's going to give it away is me laughing at you in the background. You bunch of losers with your cell phone pictures.
Beep.
11 more minutes of this.
And then he starts counting down how many more minutes he has. Because, like, when Dom started getting booed, he cut his set. Bill's like, not only, I'm not cutting my set, I'm doing every single minute I was supposed to
He's
do.
counting down every minute he's doing.
That takes balls. Is it worth playing? We'll continue. I just love hearing the beeps, actually.
At the end there, I don't even know what he was saying. It was just beep, beep, beep.
Well, then he got into the Ben Franklin Bridge down there in Philly.
I hope you all get in your Ford Focuses. Drive off the side of that faggot-ass Ben Franklin Bridge. You one bridge having piece of city that no one gives a about. The terrorists will never bomb you people because you're worthless and no one cares about you. You are this high above New Orleans. FEMA would never show up for you. I hope your mother has herpes and the center of her and you go home tonight kids getting on your and some other horrific happens and involves cancer. So all of you. 11 minutes left. 11 minutes.
Oh, did he go off? You're one step above New Orleans. No one cares about you. No one cares about you. Oh, wow.
Should we go on? I can't get enough of this now.
I say at least one more. You
All
have
right.
to. You have to.
Then it goes after Rocky and the Eagles.
That was great.
All you losers. Rocky is your hero. The whole pride of your city is built around a guy who doesn't even exist. You got Joe Frazier is from there, but he's black, so you can't deal with him. So you make a statue for some 3-foot Italian, you stupid Philly cheese eating jack. to do a show? Look at you in your Donovan McNabb shirt. I hope he snaps both his ankles the first goddamn game. I hope you go 0-16. I said 8 minutes left. 8 minutes left.
This is one for the ages.
Wow.
One for the ages.
Oh, my God.
Started getting some huge laughs until he went after the Eagles, and then the booing got louder.
The cheese melts on your face. Like he was just throwing every icon, every Philly icon at them. Yeah, cheese steak, but that cheese melts all over your face.
You want more?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Here he goes after the Phillies.
What's next? The Phillies? That faggot-ass team named after a female horse? You bunch of pussies? You won one World Series since 1880? Bring Tom McGraw back from the dead, you jackasses. Maybe you'll win another one. It ain't ever happening. It ain't ever happening with your red candy stripe faggot uniforms. Your team should be selling cotton candy in the Russian League. You have a soccer team? That's all I got left, huh? You got a ping pong team? Some other ass team that's never going to win a championship? You guys haven't won a Super Bowl since they had face masks, you jackass. Roman Gabriel running around like a helmet. God, was he a dad or something? You don't know who the he is. Iron my shirt for the was it the Banana Republic? Take the $20 shirt off the rack.
He's just making this up.
He's just throwing. He's windmilling. Windmilling. Love it.
This is just a taste, by the way. It was 12 minutes.
Yeah.
All right. We have two more clips. We might as well play them. They're short.
So anyways, back to the jokes. I got a computer recently, people. I'll put in 2 minutes left. The last 2 minutes is going to be my rider for the rest of the tour. I go on first. I do 3 minutes. That's it. I come on here with a gun, right? That's what I do. I come on with a gun, hollow tip bullets, and I just start shooting people, okay? And everybody's chained to their chairs. I just blow all your brains out, like just one after another. Just one, 2 to the back of the head, never ending, coming out like a Mexican with those 2 crosses of bullets. I just blow all your brains out. I would really enjoy blowing everybody's brains out. Just the next day, somebody mopping up the 3 pounds of brains that are actually in this goddamn crowd. 1 minute left in the period.
The 3 pounds of brains that are in this crowd. He's just there screaming about how he wants to shoot everybody in the head. What a maniac. 1 minute in the period.
And this wasn't his act. I just got to keep saying that.
Oh.
He wrapped up.
Hi, listen. This doesn't change anything, this said. I still hate you people. And I hate this city. I hate the way you eat your little ass subway. And why don't you build something for Joe Frazier and get that idiot. You guys all gonna go see Rocky 19? Oh, dude, I think you can win. Listen, I'm out of time. You guys were here, man. Thank you very much. All of you go yourselves in your own. Have a good night.
And there you have it. Just a taste.
Oh.
Just a taste. It's the video everyone's talking about today, and you can check out the actual video on YouTube. Throw Opie and Anthony in the search. Unbelievable.
Yeah, because to see him, the energy in him was amazing.
Yeah.
He was pacing like a panther.
Yeah.
And just swiping at people. It's great.
And we'll play it unedited over at XM, the entire thing.
Yeah, relax.
So don't worry. Let's say, oh, man, I lost the guy I wanted to talk to. A guy in Pittsburgh said it's the greatest thing he's ever heard. Let's say hi to Richard in St. Louis. Richard!
What's going on, boys?
Hey.
I went home straight after work, watched that video, laughed my ass off. the funniest thing I've seen since the bee sting video. Sent it out to everybody.
Oh, that's very
The
cool.
virus like crazy.
Yeah, that's how you spread the virus. You could use that video to help us along.
Oh, yeah.
YouTube is going to help you guys out tremendously. Loved it. Thanks.
All right, Richard. Thank you. Let's say hi to Mike. What's up, Mike?
Hey, the best part of the Billy Burr thing is when he's doing the countdown. Beep, 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 beep. 7 minutes.
7 minutes, yeah. He ain't leaving.
All right. Punch it
He
out,
was
guys.
like, I'm not leaving.
Right.
Go screw.
Let's go to Greg in New York. Greg?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
It's just so funny. Watched it last night when I got home. Hilarious as S. But one that pointed out, if I'm pretty sure, it was talking about the Eagles.
Yeah.
They haven't won a championship since they've invented the face mask.
Yeah, We're talking about their leather helmets.
So funny. One other note, just real quick on your Letterman. Have you seen the edited with Anthony's hand over Opie's mouth?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty funny, actually.
Oh, the photoshops that people have been doing. And
God,
yeah.
that's so funny.
Cool.
Take care. Punching out.
All right, thank you, Greg. Someone's asking Dan from Long Island, what was the atmosphere like backstage when Bill got off stage? Was he pissed? Was he pissed? Are we allowed to say pissed over here?
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Sure. He was,
Well, what I know, what I noticed was when Bill, started getting booed, the whole place backstage is like, what? We got to see this.
Yeah.
And everyone went to the side stage. And halfway through it, people, I'm not kidding, were falling down, high-fiving.
They loved it.
They couldn't control themselves. And I think Bill was going to walk off like this effing crowd, but then when he saw the reaction backstage, I think he realized he was onto something,
Yeah.
right?
I don't know. I was actually I was worried about going on, so I was kind of concentrating on that, and it was odd. I watched what he was doing, and I just kind of felt like, yeah, he got him back. It was great to watch, man. It was great to see him pull that nightmare and make it something, and he made it something really funny. And it's the crowd, as much as they wanted to smash him, respected what he did. He got 10,000 people to turn around and respect.
They loved him when he left the stage.
Oh, yeah, he got a tremendous ovation.
Gave him a huge ovation when he was done.
Except for one guy in the front row wanted to beat him up. Bill's
Yeah,
like-
one guy was
Bill's like-
truly
Bill's like,
just
just
hated
relax.
him. Yeah, relax, ass.
Let's say hi to Bruce in Louisiana. Bruce, what's up?
Yeah, hey guys, how you doing? You know, I watched that on YouTube this weekend, and it is amazing how he alienated that crowd, brought them back, and did it again like 6 times. They would boo, cheer, and boo.
Yeah.
Awesome. How did he do that?
You guys
Punching
did-
out.
Yeah, right when he started getting him back, he would hit him with some something they really are passionate about, like their sports teams. Yeah, and he'd just nail him with that. Boo! He'd lose him again. Go F you. And then he'd bring him back again. Amazing.
The pictures are up on opieandanthony.com. You see the crowd. E-Rock was taking pictures of the crowd during the thing. And you see a ton of people, standing up and clapping, but then you see guys leaning all the way back to get their boo heard.
Yeah.
All in the same shot.
Yeah, putting their hands around their mouth, really trying to get a loud boo out.
All right, let's say hi to Ryan in New Jersey. Ryan.
Showed him.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Ryan.
I saw. I started watching yesterday when I was at work on YouTube, and the funniest part is when that guy that wanted to beat him up, he called him out and said, "What are you going to say, sir? Something intelligent? Something from a guy who never made it out of the 5th grade."
Everyone has their favorite parts. All right, let's go to Tony in Buffalo. Tony, what's up?
Hey guys, what's going on? Absolute best download ever. Opie, I got to agree with you. Yesterday when you said when you kept watching, you kept picking more and more things out. I watched that thing for 45 minutes, and it got funnier and funnier. Burr's he's a riot. He's awesome.
All right, right on, man. Thank you. Let's go to Pete in Jersey. Pete.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, I was at the show on Saturday, and the best part of the entire Bill Burr rant was when he goes, "Do the Flyers even exist? You could put ice capades on the ice."
You could put ice capades on.
Let's go to Ted in Philly. Ted.
Smart ass. That's great.
Ted.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yeah, guys, I was at the stadium on Sunday or on Saturday night.
Yep.
And I was sitting up on the lawn, and everybody was sitting on the left-hand side going nuts. You guys still even there?
Yeah, we're listening.
We're listening. We're really good listeners.
Your
believe it or not.
storytelling skills stink.
Well, everybody on my left was absolutely going nuts, booing Burr, and then all of a sudden he would say something, and the entire crowd would unite and booing, and then and then on the right-hand side, we'd all start going nuts when he actually started being funny again. I tell you,
I want to thank you,
one of the
Ted.
best sights I've ever seen.
Got to thank Ted because he kind of let us know when the segment was pretty much done.
I know.
You took a fun, interesting story, and you built a quick brick wall up. Congratulations. You're a drunk driver in a limousine on the way to a reception. Congratulations, Ted.
Good job. Everyone was having fun, and now just tragedy.
That's right.
I guess
you're a 6'1" blood alcohol level plowing into the bride and groom.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
Ladies and
One
gentlemen,
of the heroes. You know, you've heard a lot about heroes, I'm sure, today, watching the news coverage. It pales in comparison to the hero that is in our studio right now, Mr. Bill Burr.
What's up, Bill?
Hey, gentlemen.
Wow. We just discussed your...
What did you guys do this weekend?
Oh, Jesus.
We just discussed your set in Camden.
Discussed it. We watched it in the office.
It's already a bootleg on YouTube.
I watched it at home last night. I cannot get enough of it. It is the most watchable act I've ever seen. It's like you could look at it, you could watch it 10 times and catch something new every time.
Yeah.
Animals.
Yeah, I literally had a headache at the end of it. I felt like I yelled at a relative.
You know what it reminded me of? It's like somebody that should get the Congressional Medal for rushing a machine gun nest and actually living through it. like it's and one man single-handedly took out an entire machine gun nest and bunker emplacement. Thought you were gone. Thought you were dead. You turn that around.
Yeah, can you walk us through it? Because we have no idea what really happened.
Here's
We're just
what we
getting
know.
phone calls and things like that.
You walked out on stage. I guess it was after Dom Herrera.
No, it was after the show was about 3 hours and 15 minutes old.
Right,
and
okay.
Ideally, Jim, what would you say, about 90 minutes is the ideal comedy show?
Yes, and you want to go on probably 50 minutes into the 90 minutes at the latest. An hour at the latest.
Ideally, the people aren't drinking in a parking lot for 7 hours before the 3 hours and 15 minutes starts. It was basically, I don't know what had happened. It turned into Ozfest up on the lawn.
Yeah.
And they were booing guys, like even guys who were doing well. I was kind of walking to the side, and they were booing, and it was just getting worse and worse.
So you heard where it was coming from.
I really had no idea. They kept saying it was up to the left. It sounded to me when I was out there like it was coming from everywhere. I gotta admit. But so anyway, so then Dom goes out, and Dom's doing a great job, and that's just almost like they just decided.
Yeah, out of nowhere.
Booing the guy, and this guy's like from Philly.
Yep.
He's been doing it forever. Half the reason they got comedy clubs in that damn city is because this guy. They boo him off like they don't even know him. So
unbelievable.
And Dom's funny. I mean, he doesn't deserve to be booed. He's a great comic.
Exactly. So I was pissed, and I went out there, and the second I walked out, I was like, hey, whatever. I was walking down the street. Did ya? They started yelling and heckling.
Oh, boy.
And then I went into that Hitler bit, and I was like, oh, no. They've been playing this on Opie and Anthony like 9,000 times. Then I kind of messed that up, and then they started booing me. And fortunately, I had been booed before, and I had made mental notes about things that I did that I liked and didn't like. And there was a lot more stuff that I didn't like. So I had made a mental note the next time if it ever happened. I'm talking about all your mothers. I'm trashing your city. Anything I can think about, and I'm
the
not.
Liberty Bell, Rocky, the Betsy Ross Bridge, cheesesteaks,
the sports
the
teams.
fact they hate blacks. The sports teams, exactly, Anthony.
I swear to God, I already mentally worked it out. If they started throwing stuff, I was going to go behind the DJ booth, and I was still going to finish. I just was not.
You were dedicated to finishing.
Yeah.
I was in the back watching.
Oh, it was fantastic.
And I didn't, again, because you couldn't hear the audience response from the monitors. And I saw you go, what are you people not going to laugh? Like, you just scolded them like, Bill, because you are like, I hate to say money in the bank. It's a faggot expression. I mean, you never have bad sets, like, especially gigs like this. I'm like, how could they give Bill a hard time? And then you just went crazy. It was so good to see.
And he made all this up
so great
off the cuff. And we need to tell people that again. This wasn't your act. This wasn't what you decided to do in Philly. You were just making it up as you go along in front of 10,000 people. That to me, I bow to you today.
That was the funny thing. I had a bunch of people had come up to me, all those people afterwards, probably at least 15 people had come up to me, and they were like, "Did you just make that up, or is that like part of your act?" Oh, no. That's a 15-minute chunk of my act. When I go to Seattle, I just go off on specific stuff about Philly, and somehow it kills.
Yeah, that's what I was amazed at too. It's like, God, this guy knows a lot about Philly.
Oh yeah,
dude, you should be leading tours there in your time off. It was frightening. You mean everything about Philly? He just recalled stuff subconsciously that he heard in school. It was like your whole brain worked for you. And
the teams, old players from the Phillies, like he's just
Roman Gabriel.
He's pulling up old players from
Joe Frazier.
You mentioned Roman
and
Gabriel.
The lack of respect he gets.
And then you yelled, "You don't know who he is." You mentioned him, and then you screamed at them.
Yeah, they're not going to win ever. They're never going to win.
It was good to see the real Bill Burr finally, because we know this is what you're really about, and that it finally came out for everybody.
It was fantastic to watch.
You saw the reason why I need to do this.
To me, when I was watching that, like when you're watching you yell like that and just berate them, I'm like, that's what Bill hears in his head every time he looks into the mirror. I never loved anyone as much as I loved watching you do that.
And you completely turned him around when you were done. And you did your little countdown every minute. Like I said, there's a teleprompter showing the comics how much time they had left. And you'd berate the audience and then go, okay, 6 minutes. And you kept going and going.
And I'm selling my CDs.
Yeah, and I'm selling my CDs.
And then you turned them around, and they're laughing their asses off.
Yep.
Now the laughs are much bigger than the boos, but the boos continued, right? And you knew that you had them, and then you're like, and I still hate you people.
Yeah, I still hate you people. And when you left, they gave you a hell of an ovation.
Yeah.
Just for doing that.
I got to tell you, it was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen, Bill,
I never
as far
saw
as
a set
comedy
like
goes.
that in my life.
As far as comedy things go.
The brutal honesty of what you did and the fact that it looked fearless. I mean, as a comic, I understand how we are internally, but just the fact that you exploded and weren't going to back down. And they knew
He's not leaving.
He's
not leaving.
He will not leave. You can only boo so loud. So they just knew that you were going to kick 10,000 people in the face for 15 minutes until your time was up, and it was just great.
Tony Montana up on the balcony getting shot. Come on!
And that guy walked up to your back with the shotgun, and you turn around and you slapped him with your hog.
Yeah, it was blind rage by the end.
Oh, yeah.
To the point when I got off, I was really, when I walked back there, I didn't know what the reaction of you
Dude, we all ran to the stage because the word spread. Bill Burr's getting booed, and he's just attacking the crowd. We all, every single person backstage just about was on the side stage just watching. We're jumping up and down. We're hugging each other. We're falling on the ground like idiots. We loved it.
Having gay sex.
Right.
Yeah. Just had to mention that.
That's right. That's what I told myself in the rest area last night. This one's for Billy.
And someone bootlegged it. It's up on YouTube. And the word hasn't even really spread. I mean, now it has, obviously, because we're talking about it. But this morning, it was already downloaded thousands of times. I'm like, man, people are talking about this thing.
Yeah,
you go to YouTube and just throw Opie and Anthony in the search, and there it is. It's there.
The first time I got booed, that is this amazing feeling when you just realize you can't get them back. And the first time I got booed, I didn't leave that time, but I kept trying to do jokes or something. I didn't leave or whatever. And then they ended up bringing me off, and people came up to me afterwards going, I got like these awful compliments, like, I thought you were funny.
Oh, hey, yeah.
And the best one was...
You mean all the compliments Jimmy Schubert was getting after his set?
I mean, that dude, he just got thrown to the dogs.
Oh, my
Jimmy
God.
Schubert is hilarious. Like,
Yeah.
that was the thing, because I love Jimmy, so I was pissed from the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
And having gotten booed, I know what he was going through. And then he has got to stand there for the what was it, the 5 hours. And you two guys, Jesus Christ! Before I go up, these two
and what did we do?
Stand-up virgins. Hey, we got this great idea.
Oh, we were just trying.
We're gonna walk 40 rows
For
into
the crowd. Yeah.
That's great. Anything you can do to steal their focus more from the stage and whip them in.
Hey, so we get credit for your brilliant set that people will be talking about for years.
And then they come up with the concept. And right after we intro you 50 rows in, the two stars of the shows, we're just going to cut out the lights, and they're not going to look at us and try to find out where we're going.
I thought that was a little ridiculous too. Yeah. Like I was like, this.
Hey man,
this could be distracting to the comedian.
We make it up as we go along. What can I tell you? We won't do that again, Bill. But Jimmy Shore was your biggest cheerleader on the side of the stage. He was jumping up and down, just applauding.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we were joking about that afterwards. Like, I felt like we caught the last chopper out of Nam. We were going to look down and see, like, Dom Irera, like Willem Dafoe in the tree line. Oh, it was brutal.
It was unbelievable.
You must have seen him.
It was Platoon.
You must have seen him, though, getting booed, know what it's like to be booed, saw what the crowd is like, and kind of prepared yourself, like, if these sons of bitches even try, I am unloading.
My mindset when I walked out was, you animals, you don't even deserve a show. I'm going to come out here and I'm going to start tap dancing, trying to get your attention. You're not even giving anybody any chances.
So the second they started moving, you were already locked and loaded, ready to go.
Teams, I'm talking about.
It's like, I don't know why I even ironed my shirt to come out here.
I don't even remember half the stuff I said. It was
my God.
Total Tourette's.
I've watched it like 10 times already.
It is all good, and it is all brutal.
Yeah.
It's just fantastic. I've never, ever seen a set like that. I've never seen anyone handle a stupid heckler in a club is one thing. You got 10,000 people, and you just trashed them to the point where they loved you when you left.
The worst of Opie and Anthony. Brought to you by Quentin Tarantino's Inglourious Bastards, starring Brad Pitt. In theaters tomorrow.
Now listen.
Your attention, please.
The Virus. Sirius 197, XM 202. It's the worst of Opie and Anthony. Hosted by Bill Burr.
And we're back. And we are back. We are back, everybody, for the final segment. The non-existent producer. How are you, sweetheart? And she's got a kid. Why did that woman just wave to me? Does she want it? How are you? Jesus Christ. Did you see that girl?
Yeah.
She's had that classic Irish, just beat-down face. Have you ever watched, like, a Red Sox game? I'm a huge fan of the Red Sox. Have you ever seen how fucking ugly people are in Boston? Oh, they're horrific. Like they've all been beaten with lobsters. Anyways, okay, this next clip coming up, it says, comedians, myself and Ralphie May, we're in studio, and we're palling around. You know what I mean? I'm having a bacon, egg, and cheese, and Ralphie's eating a full chicken, head and all. So anyways, I love conspiracy theories, and evidently Ralphie was into them too, and I really loved this. I found out about Ralphie that he's totally into guns. He bought a place, I believe, out in Tennessee that has its own well water. He's totally into it. And there's just nothing funnier than an armed 700-pound comedian. But anyways, we talk about conspiracy theories surrounding the bailouts of the banks, the car industries, and colonizing the world. And after that clip, that's going to be the end of my 5-hour tour here. I hope you enjoyed it. All right, go fuck yourselves.
The worst of Opie and Anthony, hosted by Bill Burr.
The three CEOs for the big three automakers are in Washington. They're trying to get money to bail them out because they're all in the shitter. So they were chastised the other day, at least the General Motors guy, for flying in, using his private jet to fly in. And it's like you're crying poverty and you're flying in a private jet. So now, like, this isn't some calculated fucking move. They're all driving in hybrid vehicles. Driving.
It's like, why not just take I don't think anybody would fault the CEO if they've got him a first-class ticket on American Airlines. I don't think anybody would
It's a business
fault that.
trip, of course. You fly in a commercial airline.
Yeah.
If you fly in a private jet, you're going to catch shit. But if you fly, a regular airline. But now it's like, look at us. Could you please? It's like when you see a fucking murderer, and it's just a savage fucking animal that they caught, his mugshot and everything. And then in court, they're all clean-shaved, haircut, in a suit. And you're like, this guy's never looked like this.
Right. Well, how come they're getting so much shit and the bankers didn't? That's what I don't understand.
That's an odd thing. I think a lot of
$750 billion. We're going to help you guys out. You know what? We're going to keep it and buy other banks.
I think the government had their hands so far into the banking industry anyway, with the lawmakers and the deregulation, the power that they gave these banks, that wound up turning into the fucking, that they had to do something, or else it was going to get to the point where it's like, oh shit, wait a minute, I'm to blame. So they threw money at the banks. The automakers, though, They, dug their own grave, pumping out fucking SUVs while gas is at $4 a gallon.
But we just gave them $750 billion that they were going to help us with, and then they decided to keep it because stuff changed over like 2 months.
Yeah, so now they're buying other banks with it, and they're using it as just capital, as liquid assets that
and they're charging me like 3 times the fees.
Yeah,
and I didn't do shit.
This wasn't a bailout. It was like, here's some cash, business as usual, but now you have a lot more money.
Yeah.
It's frightening what has happened. I'm waiting for the big downfall. The other day, I guess yesterday, a Russian battleship and a few other ships went through the Panama Canal for the first time since World War II. And they had a little meeting with Venezuela, another country that just loves us. And it's all adding up to the United States is becoming just nothing.
Vulnerable.
We're becoming this. Soon we'll be a third world nation, relatively soon. But in the meantime, we're just losing any power and any influence we had in the world because we're like a joke now. Europe is all happy and friendly with each other. They got their own fucking money now. Germany seems to be in check for the time being.
No, they're where we're going to be.
They're Euro?
Yeah, they're going to put us all on the Amero. This all goes back to one World Bank, one world government. That's what they're going to. They already did it.
Oh, I love this. This is the Illuminati.
No, it isn't, dude.
No, I know.
It's like
they want to have the America where it's like Canada.
I get so much shit for this conspiracy theory stuff. All this shit that's happening, I read about this like a year ago on the Internet, which, of course, the Internet, man, the Internet lies. TV's telling you the truth.
Yeah,
but the Internet, that's all lies. Dude, I'm telling you. The only way we would ever get off the dollar is if they so fucking devalued it. And that's exactly what they're doing. NAFTA made no sense. Hey, let's take all the industry from this country, give it to other people, and fuck everybody here and stick them in cubicles. And this is like the last thing that they can fuck us on is the big three. These are the guys who made the tanks and the jeeps when we go to war.
Right.
They're gonna get rid of this shit. The fucking Somalian pirates can take us over at this point.
We love those stories.
But one global bank, not necessarily one bank, but one monetary unit, one unit as a planet is actually advancement. I mean, it eventually a planetary unit is actually.
How is that?
Because
that gives a lot of power to someone.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Entity.
I'm talking about beyond that. Eventually, when we're not breaking ourselves down into different
twat loops.
When you're looking at and Dr. Kaku talks about that. When you're looking at planetary things like colonizing the moon or advancing in space, Earth is going to have to be one group.
Can't happen.
It will, though. Of course it will. To me, like individualism, I know it sounds crazy, is a part of being primitive. As we advance,
they're setting up an aristocracy.
You're a commie.
No,
they're not bringing us together.
I'm not talking about them even. I'm talking about as a group, as we all eventually, it will all work itself out. It's just going to take a long time. But to colonize the moon and to branch out into space, no one's going to say.
He's doing a bit right now.
100%.
Is he serious?
No, he's serious.
100% serious.
He's filibustering.
100% serious. Listen, like Dr. Kaku when he talks about
Dr. Cockring.
When he talks about planetary powers and advancement of a species.
We're not ready to wing off and start commerce with Saturn.
No, not yet. We are, but you have to start. I'm talking about going out into space and utilizing stuff like that, as opposed to just
Jim,
our fucking Earth resources.
Banks are nothing more. It's legalized extortion.
I'm not even talking about I'm not talking about the banks.
That's all it is, dude. 27% interest rate. What point is it usury?
They're awful. They're rapists. They should be shot. I'm not talking
what kills
about
me
that.
Is the entire world is run by those guys you didn't pick in fucking gym class. Those people who struck out playing kickball.
The Jews.
No, but why you always got to do it? It's blue bloods.
Blue bloods?
Straight across, yeah.
But I'm not talking
fellas, all those guys.
I'm not talking about them. I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about.
You're talking about colonizing space.
But it's a reality. It's where we're headed.
MasterCard.
It's where we're headed. It's like when you look beyond as a species, I'm not just talking about the next 100 or 200 years. When you look as a species, people talk about space travel and advanced civilizations. Picture 1,000 years or 2,000 years into our evolution as a species. Are we still going to be broken down into states? And are we going to be like, this is the Earth is one unit?
Do you think that's a good thing?
Of course it is.
How is that a good thing when certain cultures advance faster and better than other cultures?
It will eventually become a planetary culture. But again, dude, it might be 5,000 years from now. But eventually that, to me, is going to happen.
5,000 years. We're talking about
Jim,
maybe
there's an
20
unbelievable
years.
population problem right now to the point where melting the ice.
That's
on
what
top
they're
of this
talking
planet.
about. Exactly.
So what they're going to end up doing is there's going to be a bunch of people who are going to get processed. Dude, I swear to God, I was watching this thing on Hitler the other day.
Hey, I watch those all the time.
When they got in control in Parliament or whatever their branch of government was, they passed through this whole pact that basically all of a sudden they could start arresting people without charging them, detaining them. It was the fucking Patriot Act. It's the same thing, dude. Like, I don't know what's... I feel like I'm living in Germany in 1931 right now.
If only.
And we're all sitting here going like...
dare to dream with beer steins in our hands. Just having fun.
You know what the thing is? Anthony thinks he's going to make the cut. He thinks he's making the team.
I would make the team.
You're not making the team.
I'm making
a
the
railroad
team.
car right next to me. What are your skills? What are your skills when they take you to
I'm
the
essential
detention camp?
to the war effort.
He's a great shoveler.
When they take you to the detention camp, what are you going to say? I talk shit into a microphone for 20 years?
I am very influential. I could be the minister. I could be a minister of propaganda.
I am asking the questions. Do you have any science background?
Yes, of course.
Explain your mustache.
Oh, why? I could be a minister of propaganda.
Is it longer than the
I could
Führer?
spread the word that needs be spread amongst the people, the common people.
The best you can hope for is you're going to be sitting in a trench like it's 1918.
With 50 tear gas being thrown at me.
You're going to be the guy who's going to sing Silent Night on New Year's Eve.
And get one between the eyes an hour before the war ends.
Don't you see how, like, we have this... And again, we're in the minuscule part of what's eventually going to happen. When you look at... I'm not talking about the banking scumbag. On a bigger picture, when you look at, like, the cosmonauts in the space station and the Russians and the Americans, and now we're talking about going to Mars, that's all about colonizing fucking moons. And it's not just about overpopulation. It's about certain natural disasters will eventually threaten the Earth.
But do you realize there's no atmosphere? You can't colonize those places.
Of course... You have to make create a false atmosphere or something.
We call them shake and bake colonies.
We absolutely
sham wow moon.
We absolutely will eventually live on other places.
We're going to end up going to LV 426 and set up a shake and bake colony.
No, we're not. What they're going to do is they're going to fucking eliminate at least
the company manufactures
a
these.
good 3-4 billion people. They're going to be processed, and then I don't know.
Yeah.
There's going to be a gated community and servants.
You think that's it? That kind of class?
We're going back to a feudal system.
Feudal system.
Survival of the species dictates that we have to be able to eventually move from where we are now.
I can't agree with Jimmy.
No.
Well, you can kind of talk about what might happen in 5,000 years.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's all speculation.
Yes.
The thing is, all of our technology that we have is based on where you're from and what was necessary for the time. Space travel, the only fucking reason we did that was to show the Soviets, who we hated, that we were better than them. And the reason that they had their program was that if there's no competition in this world, we're not going to all join together for the good of science to do anything. No, we base our whole technology, our whole advancement and evolution is based on hating someone else.
Which beyond that is a need to survive ourselves. It's not just the anger. Beneath that is my hatred of you as a threat to my survival. So it's like when you look at Comet Shoemaker-Levy hitting Jupiter was a major event because it made clouds that were the size of our planet, and the Earth gets battered all the time. The moon has obviously been battered. It's not crazy that something a quarter mile long will hit the planet. That's not out of the realm of speculation, and eventually we'll be able to see that happening. It's a necessary part of survival. And
that would be a godsend compared to fucking walking around with a microchip with all your information on it. And if you fuck with the deal, they turn your chip off and you become homeless. And they're not going to totally turn it off. They'll just turn off all the financial shit.
So then all of a sudden you're saying that you walk around and the chip is your life. It's all your information, your financial information. And then if you fuck with the system, they shut your chip off, and all of a sudden you don't own your house anymore. You have no money, no car, and you're homeless.
You're out. But they won't totally turn your chip off because they're still going to need to know where you are because they can't have a group of chipless people all getting together.
If we mass together as triplets people,
like a Will Smith movie,
then you have power.
And then you all,
then
you
you
can't
have power.
have that. You'll be completely 100% fucked, and they're going to be able to do it.
I love Phil Ver.
They're going to be able to do it, and everybody's going to say the exact same stupid shit that they said when they started tapping our phones, going, "Well, if you ain't doing nothing wrong, what's the problem?" Because you're taking away your ability to ever rebel against oppressive rulership.
Thank you. That's why I feel strongly about the Second Amendment.
Which is why people like Rosie O'Donnell do not understand the importance of the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms.
Dummy.
Yeah, let's just have the government and bad guys be armed, and the rest of us will be sitting here like fucking idiots. We're already screwed, dude. How do you, like back in the day, you could actually put together a militia and have a good, standoff, a good scrum.
Yep.
Packing. Now, what am I going to do? Some guy in an F-16, and I got my paintball gun.
But the thing is, look at how rebels have done, how well they've done in Afghanistan against the Soviet Union, in Iraq against the United States.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point.
They usually just an armed with basic weapons public that is outraged at an army doing shit has done very well. Vietnam is another prime example.
Right.
We outplayed them as far as equipment goes. Tenfold, even more. And they kicked our ass. Threw us right the fuck out of there.
Dude, when you got the commitment to be like, did you ever see the footage of that one-legged soldier with the AK-47?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, jumping around and shooting that fucking thing.
If you're going to fight to that level, it's just like, it's just not happening.
I just can't picture Americans being on that level. Like, I always said I can never picture a bunch of American refugees having to go into Mexico and Canada just streaming in with like when you see refugees, they have their kids hanging on a tit and something, maybe a change of clothes on their head. And we'd be like with our nice rolling suitcases and with useless makeup and shit.
I'm going to tell you, dude.
And just horrible stuff.
It would come back quick. That Viking DNA.
You
Look
think?
at the history of this country. We all
well,
got it in our
hopefully
genes.
those people that would need that shit would be gone, just fucking gone. And the people that are a little stronger and can survive off of the fucking land might be that sometimes you need a good purging of these motherfucking assholes to rebuild on.
Have you seen that commercial for the Duracell batteries? Where remember, that's an actual bit from my act where I talk. Like they used to, back in the day when they sold batteries, it was some guy in the rain, like, oh, thank God I had batteries in my flashlight. Now they're selling batteries. Some woman can't find her kid in the park. Kevin! Oh my God, Kevin! Then she takes out that little device,
tracking device,
and here comes fucking Kevin running over the hill, and they're like, Duracell batteries. It's like, dude, fuck the batteries. What was that thing she just took out of her pocket? That kid's sneakers weren't glowing. He didn't have an antenna coming out of his head. What the fuck was that?
Yeah, where was the other part of that?
Evidently, it's a band that has the microchip in it, but they never show that part.
No.
Dude, they're gradually...
They're making us comfortable.
They're going to
of the possibility.
They're going to create a fear.
Start with the commercial.
They're going to create a fear that if you don't do this to your kid, you're going to lose your kid. My big conspiracy theory is whatever they're doing to dogs, they're going to be doing to us in 10 years. Dogs right now are microchipped, castrated, sitting in shelters waiting to be rescued. That's going to be us. We're going to be in FEMA camps. Avenge me!
Boys! Avenge me!
You forget that we're evolving, though. You forget that
we are not evolving.
We're not.
Of course we are. Physically,
you need to read about banking and realize what's really going on, dude.
We're not evolving fast enough for how we're fucking ourselves
up. But look at where we were. You want to go Cro-Magnon era to where we are now. You think we just stop evolving? No. We don't stop evolving.
Just physically and mental capability hasn't changed.
Back in the days,
we had the same brain area as a Cro-Magnon as we do now. It was all just filling in what we were ignorant of. The intelligence potential was always there, but we didn't know anything because we hadn't done anything. It took a long time to figure shit out, but after we figured it out, that's just what we do as humans. We're very curious things.
The physical evolutions take millions of years, though. Like the sharks really haven't evolved, but we are still evolving. I'm telling you, we are. We're getting more connected mentally.
I doubt we're not evolving, but you know something? It's not at this rapid rate where even in 5,000 years we're going to be any better than we were. Than we are now. We suck. We have hatred in us. We have primal instincts that prevent us from being united
like a bunch of
as
monkeys.
a people.
a bunch of
we're
monkeys.
animals that
But this
hate
is the
other
thing,
people
Jim,
because they
just
look
because
different.
you used to have a record player and now you have an iPod,
that isn't
that's
evolution.
Not evolution.
Not
and
at
now,
all.
now they can
Exactly.
listen, and because they can listen to your phone calls now, that is not.
I'm not
that's
talking
not
about
progress.
that. You're
Not
misreading
evolution.
me. I'm not saying that.
You're talking about Saturn.
Another fucking finger would be evolution.
We are
a fucking a dick growing out of your forehead.
So we
you
didn't
can
just
eat ass while you fuck a girl is evolution.
What do you think we did? We didn't just
As
show
you
up
agree
here
with her. Yes, that does feel good.
We didn't just show up here with 2 legs and 2 arms. We came out of the fucking gunk millions of years ago.
Dude, I'm not talking about us evolving.
That's what's eventually going. Why do you think they're living above the earth in a fucking? And I know there's probably some paranoid reason. It is eventually to learn how to adapt to space because we're eventually going to have to move.
Well,
We're going to have to.
That wasn't the initial idea.
That's eventually, yes.
We're talking about 2 different things here. I'm talking about how a lot of this shit that they used to tell me when I was a kid that I'm lucky I don't live in Russia because now they can do this is now they can do it. Now they can pull up in a black van and just arrest you for nothing because they suspect you of terrorism. You never were able to do that shit. You were never able to do that.
Yeah, but you would
that's
also.
That's not evolution, dude.
I'm
That's losing.
I'm not saying it is evolution. I'm not saying you're taking a conspiracy theory, and what I'm saying
the
is
Patriot Act is not a conspiracy theory. It's a document.
But you just said about pulling up and arresting people for no reason, and they're doing it like they used to do in Russia.
No, I'm saying they can. They can legally do that now.
They can't just arrest you without
Yes,
any.
they can.
Without any.
Yes, they can.
I don't believe you. They can just walk in and arrest Anthony. We suspect him of terrorism.
Yes.
No
Yes,
court
yes,
order.
they can.
And absolutely no grounds for suspicion.
Yes.
Just I don't believe it.
Yes.
I can't buy it.
Can't hold me.
Yeah, well, I don't buy it.
They can hold you
They can arrest
indefinitely.
you.
Jose Padilla, they held indefinitely
Under the
as an
Patriot
enemy
Act.
combatant.
What would I
do is
All they
declare
have to
him.
What would I
brand
have
you,
to have
they
done,
just have
though?
to brand you suspected of terrorist
what?
activity.
For what? What did I do? What's proof?
Whatever they fucking can come up with.
They don't have proof. They
But
don't
they
need
all,
it.
you know something?
They don't
Everyone
need it.
down in Guantanamo. I don't think there's some fucking guy that was working at, a Jiffy Lube in Guantanamo
Separate
going,
argument.
what the fuck
Separate
happened?
argument.
Yeah, but you're making a
That
separate
is a separate
argument from what I was
Completely
making.
separate
Dude,
argument.
the Patriot. I
It is
wasn't
a
talking
separate
about
argument.
that.
It's a
You're right.
completely
It
separate
is
argument.
separate.
I'm just saying
But-
that what they're doing to them down there, they can do to you.
But Bill, you're making a
But
separate
but people
argument
are
from what
saying
I was
that-
making. I was
people are
talking about
going
something
like,
else. Let's
well,
talk
dude,
over
if
each
you ain't
other.
doing nothing,
You were
then you're
talking
not
about
the
two
fucking
different
problem.
things.
They set
You're
it up,
making a
dude.
separate argument from what I was making.
The
I wasn't making
the
an
standing
argument.
president can now suspend elections if they want to.
I'm not talking.
Indefinitely.
I was not
Indefinitely.
talking about the Patriot Act. I'm not talking about we're going to get arrested. I'm talking about as becoming like you talk about Europe becoming one or the U.S. and South America and all these things eventually happening. Yeah, there's a lot of shitty elements to it, but eventually we are going to become one planetary unit. Like as far we are going to,
And
That's
everybody's
going to
be Puerto Rican.
And the reason for that is for power. It's not to evolve and to have world peace, dude.
I didn't say
It's
world peace, but power as a planet where we're eventually going to go out into space and go to other
This
places.
is
That's
one of these
eventually going to
arguments where
happen.
neither person can hear what the other person's saying.
But I
don't
am
know
here.
what
We're
you're saying.
having two different arguments.
I don't know what you're saying.
You're using conspiracy theories.
This is
and
two
stuff.
different arguments.
Dude,
I know it is.
I'm not using Patriot Act is not conspiracy theory.
But you're
Okay,
acting like
the
any-
dog thing.
Americans
I made a little funny there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you that. It is supposed to be a comedy
Yes.
show, but the Patriot Act is not a conspiracy theory.
But Americans are not just being sopped up and thrown in jail by black vans.
You know, Jimmy, one of my things on my to-do list today is to buy your book. Okay?
Okay.
And I'm going
Yes.
to tell you, if we can continue to argue like
Which
this.
one? They're both
I'm kidding.
bestsellers.
I'm just joking.
We're not even arguing about it, dude. You don't like the fact that I'm talking about something else. I'm talking about something
I
on
was
a
trying to
bigger
have a
level.
This is a different-
I was trying to have a funny way out of this.
No, there's two different arguments
Yes.
going on here.
I'm saying
two completely different
I
arguments.
was only when you were saying that we're becoming, like you were
I
saying,
like the
Europe
Snickers,
is
Jim.
one unit and the U.S. is becoming this.
United
I'm saying
States of North America.
that there's not. It's not
North American
always.
Union.
It's not all
I think
awful
United States
that we
of America.
become like one group as a planet.
I think
Fuck
it
the
is.
bankers. I'm not talking about. I even said I don't.
fuck the bankers. They just created
You
all
know,
this.
what you're
Fuck
doing
them.
is, I said I wasn't disagreeing with you, and I said that. I said I'm not even saying you're wrong about that shit. I'm talking about on another part of it. Becoming one group as a planet is not a bad thing. I even said I wasn't disagreeing with you.
I don't think it raises us up. I think it lowers us to everybody else's level. That's what the thing is. America's been its elite nation, and then by watering us down, it doesn't make us better.
Every
It makes us
empire
worse.
falls. Get used to it. The Romans, the fucking Genghis Khan, they ruled a lot longer than we did, and they went down the fucking toilet.
Yeah.
It happens to everyone. We are going to go. I don't know why we think we're so different. We're not.
What about the difference in religion, though? How does that play out in your future?
Eventually, if there's ever...
You got the Muslims
here's what happens. You find life on another planet. Like, they now just recently photographed for the first time other planets. They're not just the fucking blip of a star going around something. They actually have... A photograph of a distant, like, heat or whatever coming off a planet. Once life is fucking confirmed on other planets, and it becomes a part of what we know to be the truth. Oh, the religions will fight it, but eventually religions, to me, religions are a sign of being primitive. They will eventually go away.
Absolutely.
Eventually, in time, over thousands and thousands of years of evolution and of evolution of thinking, they will eventually go away. Just like the fact that when we look at what Zeus and all that shit, that no longer holds water. I'm not saying that the nonsense hasn't changed, but once we find life on other planets and it's confirmed, and more than just a water molecule, once we have the ability to confirm life on other planets, the idea of religion will absolutely change. And a lot of it will be lost.
Did you get this knowledge from Yale?
No.
Come up with,
but I mean, I'm not saying anything crazy either. I think Bill and I are talking about two massively different scales.
Yeah, we were having a conversation about one thing, and then you jumped in with this planetary stuff. And then
I didn't mean to interrupt your conversation.
No,
sorry.
I'm not saying that.
I'm sorry, I was on the show, too. I didn't mean to jump in and wreck things.
I didn't say you couldn't go in, but you completely changed the subject. That's what that's why I didn't understand what you're saying.
I didn't mean to change the whole...
common ground here.
The common ground was you just made me think of something when you were talking about Europe as a whole.
Right.
Now Europe is this whole thing. And I was saying, I agree with you to a certain point, but I didn't think in the end game that us being one thing is a bad... Like, there's shitty parts of it, but eventually we are going to wind up that way. So even though there's shitty elements to Europe being a part, usually one monetary unit, and there's dangerous aspects to it, I do think that eventually that's where we're headed anyway.
I don't disagree with you, Jimmy, but how long would that take?
I don't know. That's why I said I don't know why Bill's so irritated that I jumped in with that.
I'm not irritated. I was trying to understand what you were saying, but I was saying we were talking about like whatever. I don't know how to make this to simplify. Say we were talking about Dunkin' Donuts down the street. You started talking about malls of the future,
but not out of nowhere because you made me think of something. All right, well,
I'm not saying you're wrong, Jim. I just didn't get what you were saying. Now I kind of understand what you're saying. I don't even understand how it relates to what we were talking about, but I'm an idiot. So
I'll explain to you how it connects to what you were saying
with the euro and Europe being one entity as far as money goes.
The Americas are all going to be one.
North America, South America,
and then I was saying that individualism in countries, the idea of that is going to go away eventually anyway. That not discounting that the bankers are scumbag and what you're saying, not discounting any of that.
Okay, but my thing about it is, Jim, is us being separate is not like they're not getting rid of that because that's a primitive way of thinking.
I'm not talking about...
if I could finish.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, the reason why they're doing that is because they want to have one world bank that prints the currency for the entire world at interest, and which basically financially enslaves the entire world. You make a ton of fucking cash. That's why they're doing it. Not to help people, not to end wars, not to make shit better.
I'm not talking about they. Who is they? It's us.
No.
Who is that? I'm talking about as a species. We're people. I don't look at it like there's a magical they.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about like the Federal Reserve. You read about the Federal Reserve, dude. They print the money for this country at interest. You can't get out of debt with that. It's a private corporation. It's not a government. The Federal Reserve is not a. It's not a governmental entity. It's a private corporation that prints the money for this country.
Okay, so I can't disprove what you're saying. You can't prove what you're saying. So maybe you're right about what the Federal Reserve is, but you can't prove where this is going to go.
I can send you to some information that
you're saying that we're all going to be slaves to one world government.
Dude, have you ever done the math on your mortgage?
Kind of, yeah. That's why I pay into the principal.
I have a $350,000 loan. If I take 30 years to pay it, I pay back $766,000.
Yes, that's why I pay into principal. Yes, I have done the math.
I do that too.
How is that fucking... And this is basically the brilliance of it.
How is that legal, right?
How is that fucking legal? Dude, you remember back in the day, you had a couple friends, you got together, you fucking built a log cabin, you had a house-raising party. It was over. You didn't have to fucking work at Staples for 30 years. Then, by the time you're done... And people are so fucking stupid. At the end of their loan, they're like, oh, I paid $350 for it, now it's worth $800. No, stupid, you paid $750.
Right.
You had to put a new roof on it. The above-ground pool collapsed. That cost you $3,000 to fucking sweep that up. You made $1,000 $100 over 30 years. Now you're 68. What are you going to take up water skiing? It's fucking over. It's over. And then because they print the money, they cause inflation. You can't afford property tax. Then you got to sell it. They move another 30-year-old in. They bend him over for fucking 30 years. That's what they're doing, dude.
Well, you're not going to get an argument out of me about the banks being pieces of shit. I mean, no one's arguing that point. But it's like generation after generation survives. I don't know why you think it's all coming to an end and we're all going to fall into the toilet. We eventually, generation after generation, survives.
I'm saying that these fucks keep taking another slice out of everybody as you keep continuing on, and they're getting richer and we're getting poorer. That's not evolution, Jim. They're creating an aristocracy.
Us going to a global economy is a part of our evolution. It's going to happen. Us going to a global...
For evil purposes, Jim, not to help us.
It's not always for evil purposes. So if we eventually branch out and colonize the moon and colonize one of Jupiter's moons, that's for evil purposes? Like, where does it stop? When does our natural evolution take over or become a part of the theory?
Jim, I know nothing about colonizing other planets.
But it's not as crazy as you think.
Read about
How do you have a war with somebody that you're sharing a monetary... like you're sharing the same money?
I'm not saying you won't.
No, I'm just saying that,
weapon.
like under Jimmy's thing here of one united Earth with a single denomination of currency, how do you then fight a war? Isn't there a conflict of interest with the bank, with the bank, when you're fighting a war? Like, how do you divvy up the money?
If you look at something like the higher, like... people have money on both sides of wars. I don't know. You do. These are huge fucking questions. But all I know is that, the direction they're going in, man, is that they're trying to get everybody in the world underneath the thumb of that. Have one bank, have everybody in that mortgage ass fucking, and it's just continually going to get worse and worse.
Who are the guys? Who are the fucking aristocracy here?
Who is they?
Who is they? I just want to know who they are.
The Illuminati.
Whoever's behind the Federal Reserve, the J.P. Morgans, the Rothschild families. I mean, it's not
Those are old. Like they've been around for forever, but they don't even seem to have the influence that they used to have back.
Have you read any stuff? Do you read that book, The Case Against the Federal Reserve?
No, I
just read up on that type of stuff. Dude, believe me.
I just know these old families.
I'm literally 1 inch into this shit, and it makes way more sense than any crap I see on TV. Now, I can't intelligently debate this thing. Like all the way down to who the fuck is running this shit. I don't fucking know. But like when I read stuff like that makes way more sense to me than they don't like us because they don't like freedom. They're just jealous or any of this bullshit that they just throw. None of it. Or a politician who just stands there up. I think it's time to get America back to work. And everybody, yay! It's like, dude, you're not saying anything.
One of the greatest ways they control people is with religion. Once religion goes, and eventually it will go. Once that goes, then a tremendous element of our thinking and our psyche as beings changes.
We'll always hate people that are different from us.
I don't know about that.
We always will. Dude,
I don't know about that.
How come when there's a plane...
It's a natural state of humanity. You're absolutely right. At this point, yes, you're probably right. At this point, our stupid evolution, you're probably right.
When there's a plane crash in a country or an earthquake or something, the news has to report how many Americans were killed.
Yeah.
Because you care more about them than you do the indigenous people of whatever catastrophe happened. When I see bodies of people in Asia laid out from a typhoon, a hurricane, whatever the hell happens, an earthquake, I don't care as much as I do when I see a natural disaster or a terrorist event that killed Americans and you see American bodies. The news won't show American dead people as often as they'll show foreign dead people. And it's because we don't have the caring for those people as we do for our own people. And it's this concocted thing. We just made up the borders and everything. But there's a caring, there's a unity that we have that is ingrained in us as a people. We don't like different people.
Is it ingrained in us or is it trained? Is it like...
I think it's instinctual. I think it's ingrained in us. It has some kind of a thing that was put in there for protection.
You watch kids play in a sandbox. There's always the alpha male. He's running shit.
Yes.
Kids get jealous.
It's so
kids
primitive.
They steal toys.
Just like they used to drag women in, and it's a part of evolving. We are in a weird way talking about the same
That's
thing.
not evolution either, because you still want to grab women and just fuck them in the street.
But
natural.
But you
the
can't.
evolution and stuff. Yeah, it is natural.
You still want to.
It's just you evolve, you change. I'm telling you, it happens. It's just a very fucking slow process. We're not all talking.
The alpha male is not going to ever go away unless you did like a Planet of the Apes fucking surgery on the side of people's
cut out
heads.
his brain.
Or unless evolution dictates that you don't need to be an alpha male to survive. Unless we go to a point which it's again, we're talking.
So if women would just start fucking nerds, there would be no reason to be the star of the football team.
Nah, but it all comes down to provide. Like, do women really know? Like, it's a biological thing. It's an evolutionary thing. How they fucking want to get knocked up by a certain age because they got that clock. You know what I mean? It's all internal stuff.
So you think dogs will ever change, and cats and fucking penguins, where they'll all of a sudden start? Well, that was due to
I don't know. Sharks haven't changed in 60 million years, so maybe we are at the end. But we've changed a lot in X amount of years. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
But we really haven't. It's like Bill said, getting a fucking CD player instead of a Victrola is not evolution. It's technological advancement just from us becoming more informed on things through learning, not evolution. Our brains did not get any smarter between the time we were fucking carving arrowheads and now. We just figured more shit out and stored it in our brains that were the same when we were cavemen.
Okay, maybe that's where the rest of the evolution comes from then. Maybe it's not this physical thing. Maybe it's mental or whatever.
But then the hatred of other people and other nationalities and other races won't go away, and the alpha male thing won't go away. This is something ingrained in humanity that I can't believe in 5,000, 10,000, 50,000 fucking years is ever going to go away.
If Europe can like each other, how can
they don't? They fucking hate each other.
But work together. He was saying that Europe should love.
They're united in the hatred of the United States.
Whatever they're united in. They are united. And we eventually won't look at it like, he's different because he's this or he's different because he's that. Once you look
think
at it
the Germans like the French?
Not really.
They fucking hate them as much as they did during the war. But they're united by necessity.
They're united so they can have the same currency, so they can do
they
that
have power.
Amway scam. That's why.
Amway scam.
Where do you see us in, like, say, 2,000 years or 3,000 years? What do you see us being the same thing?
Same assholes running things.
So what do you think happens when we discover life on another planet?
Jimmy, somebody is always going to want to fuck somebody's hot girlfriend.
Yeah, I know. I understand that.
Do you know there are people that have an absolute belief that there is other life on other planets
there is.
that still have an unbelievable belief in God and religion and Christianity. Even if they discovered other life, they'd still fucking pray to their God. And
just to have
eventually
that
would go away.
You think?
Yes, I do.
Just to have people on Earth is an incredible waste of space for the universe. What is the purpose of everything else? Everything has a purpose, right?
Supposedly.
Is that all that other shit to make us feel how lucky we are?
That's just us. It gives us this mystery. We need a mystery so we can invent this fake shit that gives us this hope that after you fucking electronic impulses stop pulsing in your body, there's something else. If we knew, if we were in some walled fucking cage that was the universe and we knew everything about it, you'd shoot yourself the second you were born. Why the fuck am I working? Why am I doing this? It's hope. That's what fucking human beings are on this world for, is this hope that something is going to get better eventually, whether it's in this life or the next one that we assume there's going to be. Or we would sit around and fuck all day, or smoke pot, or do anything. We wouldn't do anything. To keep productive.
The biggest thing that keeps people fighting is the idea of country and the idea of religion. And I would say those are the two biggest things that keep people at each other's throats. Eventually, the idea of those things will go away.
Land, prosperity?
That's part of country to me. As opposed to being one big unit.
You know what? I bet, even when the world becomes one, we'll feel that South America or whatever the fuck they call it is getting treated better than us. There'll always be a reason.
There's always going to be.
There'll always be that 7th grade fucking jealousy thing in between people.
We're not digital. We're fucking analog. We can't fucking just distribute evenly anything. There are greedy people. There are people
Yes,
that
there are.
and that I can't see ever changing. A whole brand new species has to fucking come out. We can't evolve from what we are. We need a whole new species to crawl out of the fucking muck and go, you guys are so fucking outdated, like the Neanderthals and the Cro-Magnon. We need that to happen. We need our new age Neanderthal to come and treat us like douchebags. Cro-Magnon fucking kicked ass on those big, rigid, eyebrowed, stupid motherfucking Neanderthals.
Maybe the next form of fucking of evolution for us then is with computers. Is it that crazy where we are, like, where you're starting to think of something, you think of an impulse, and the fucking phony finger moves? Maybe that's the next phase of our evolution, is somehow with computers.
That's not evolution, though.
Sure it is.
Some kind of biotechnical thing where we integrate technology into our physiology.
Technological evolution.
That's cool.
It's not
or genetic engineering, where that could maybe advance our evolution somehow.
Upright. Like shit like that is evolution, but like I said, go from a record player to an iPod is not evolution. It's technological evolution.
But now, wait a minute. I
could still, dude, somebody from the 1800s, how well read they were back then because they didn't watch TV, could smoke me in a fucking conversation about a lot of stuff.
Dude, you read a letter from, like, the Civil War? My dearest Penelope, as I sit here amongst the bodies of my kin, it's like this elegant fucking letter and shit. And we can't even send a letter anymore. It's all email. It's just,
we don't even write.
BRB, LOL.
Right. Semicolon with
it's just happy faces. Look, did you see? My dearest Penelope, I shot a rebel today, LOL.
I saw a guy had a hilarious shirt. It said, "You're retarded," and it was spelled Y-O-U-R. You know, that's just something you saw on YouTube.
Yeah.
You're retarded.
I think genetic engineering is the way that our own brains, that we are capable of doing whatever we're going to do with, can affect our evolution. If we are able to eradicate certain diseases through genetic engineering, grow limbs, just affect our own bodies through our mind, that's an odd kind of forced evolution, I think. That's the only way it could happen with any speed, I think. But I don't know if you can eradicate that natural hatred we have for things that are different.
But look at the way maybe you can't eradicate certain instincts. Maybe those instincts or those primal things take so long to go away. But look, like Bill said about 1800s, you're right. But how about having an argument with a guy from 15,000 years ago? That guy, but
be easy.
You get beat.
He would fucking blast you in the head with a rock. You're like, hey, we were talking.
But look at the differences in the way we are, and the way we look at things now, and the way we look at things then. We already have a global, what do they say, global phone thing, which is the internet. We already have now a completely global communication network, which we didn't have except through separate phone systems. Look what's happened in the last 100 years.
I don't see that as evolution, though.
Yeah, 3 days without food and water, man. You would
it
would.
We'd be fucking,
You'd be surprised
2001: A Space Odyssey, looking at a monolith.
Look at New Orleans.
What part of your brain would...
Yes, of course. We have to survive. I mean, we are creatures that need to eat and drink.
New Orleans, 80-year-old diabetics waiting to be rescued on a bridge?
No, in the Superdome, where it became the Thunderdome. You know, that's basic evolution. That's exactly what you're saying.
That also proves my point.
Wait, is that Ralphie May?
It's Ralphie May. Hi, I've been here for 30 minutes. How are you doing, everybody? I've been enjoying the conversation.
And that proves my point of the disdain we have for people that are different, for things that are different, for different cultures, different ways. There is just, and the people that are in charge now are of a certain ilk and will be more sympathetic to that ilk.
If it's only a small group of people at the top, then how come in one hand it's all like we're all animals who will never get along? Like, so why does it have to be a small group at the top controlling us?
It's an animal with too much fucking control.
The alpha
male. It's the same way, dude. You take the average douchebag who's a nice guy, you make him a bouncer, you give him a little bit of power, he instantly becomes a fucking cunt.
When did these things happen? Like, when did this group that controls it all start?
Well, from what
they didn't keep Genghis Khan on top. They didn't keep the Romans on top.
From what Bill said, and I haven't read the book, and Bill was talking about, but this old money, this old aristocracy, these old blue blue bloods. That's been going on for hundreds of years, these families. Now, whether they have taken their power base and they're using it a little more clandestine than they used to, because they used to be big names.
Because they
used to own
understand,
media
but they understand. They understand that becoming famous is one of the stupidest things you can do if you want any sort of
So you
power.
think the Rockefellers are still, like, have their hands in as much shit as they used to?
Absolutely, it's the genius. Do you think they just fell off?
Then how come the foreigners own every building in New York City instead of the Rockefellers?
Dude,
and
can I tell you something? Do they own it? Who owns it? The bank owns it. And those guys are all paying fucking interest on it, dude. It all comes back to banks. They fucking own everything. They own all of it.
So country means nothing. The fact that China owns and Japan owns buildings in New York, it's like they don't own it. It's this bank.
But what makes the banks...
They own it? They own it free and clear.
Well, they can rent it out. They could do. No one owns anything. If you want to, go that crazy.
If they have the oil, don't they have the things that kind of make?
Dude, it's not even your money. Like, think of all the money you've made in your life. How much you've actually held in your hand. It's a fucking number on a piece of paper. You put it in a fucking bank, and then through penalties and taxes, they can basically guide where the fuck you're going to put it. That's why I'm in the stock market. I don't know a fucking thing about it. I'm just sitting in a bar. People, it's a good investment. Oh, it's a good investment. I just fucking stick it in there. Now I'm trying to pull it out. They're like, yeah, go ahead and pull it out. Watch how far that dick goes in your fucking ass. We're going to take it no matter what. Just shut your mouth and do what we say. That is the vibe. But that's not evolution, dude. It's an insane amount of fucking power that has made major advancements in the last, close to 30 years.
I'd like to know who the they are, though.
I would love to know who they are.
You're never going to know. You're never going to know. And people who sit there and act like that's fucking weird, dude.
Do they know that? Wait.
Do you know
do they know they're the they?
CBS? Do you know who
runs?
Yes,
Les Moonves.
Do they know they're the they?
Yes, and above him, Sumner Redstone.
Do the they know that they are the they? Or is it just the structure of power that puts them in that position that they don't even know that they are the they? You know what I mean?
I don't know. All I know, dude, I just read, I don't know, I read this letter of regret that Woodrow Wilson wrote about being the guy who pushed the Federal Reserve Act. That's from a fucking standing president going, wow, did I just fuck this country up? It's not like conspiracy theory. And then people go, well, how do you know I wrote it? How the fuck do you know you wrote it?
Well,
it's
just before the media would have put it on and crucified him for changing his mind on something. Back in those days. Now they have advisors that would say, don't do that, you're crazy.
I just look at what banks have done and the amount of criticism they're getting versus these douchebag CEOs who I'm not defending from the big three. These guys, look at them.
Yeah,
they're on fucking TV.
Yeah, they are.
They're
right now, live.
These guys are getting hung out to dry. Never happens with bankers. Where are all these fucking idiots? Where are they? Where are these
Weren't the guys from Lehman Brothers and Chase Bank, weren't a lot of those guys fucking called out and blasted publicly? I mean, a lot of these guys were fucking...
They're not going to jail. They need to get raped.
I don't disagree with that.
They need to go get raped.
They just stole $750 billion fucking dollars from every taxpayer in this country.
Yeah.
They're supposed to use that money to help us out. They fucking kept it. They kept it, and
they bought other companies.
They bought up other fucking banks, dude.
Yeah.
And there's nobody's giving them
to
any
get more
shit.
debt,
Nothing's
not out of
fucking
debt.
happened.
But because bankers are scumbags, and they are scumbags, and they do control the money because they know the money better than any of us do, I don't think that's a sign that there's just a couple of little teeny people at the top doing all of it. If human nature is greedy, and we're always going to hate each other, well, then it's going to pockets of this are going to pop up all over the place. I don't believe that.
I'll go along with that.
Yeah.
I'll definitely go along with that. But I also, people who don't believe in secret societies or conspiracy theory, I don't understand that on any fucking level. It's like you can't. Any sort of major... This country came about through a conspiracy. The Revolutionary War didn't just spontaneously... Everybody's drinking beer and then you just started putting...
Yeah, but it isn't this odd thing going, wow, these people were being persecuted and they decided to rebel? You're crazy. It's not... That wasn't a crazy idea of rebelling against a country that was oppressing you.
But you don't just have a revolution. You have to
you have to get into a room and start talking to people. Yeah, that's conspiring, but that's different
you
from...
don't think that England...
Conspiracy has gotten a different...
How do you think England... See, you live here, and it worked good for you, so you look at that was a revolution. England did not look at that as a revolution. They looked at it as this is a group of evil terrorists, conspiracy fucking
Wolverine!
people. Yeah, but it's the same thing.
But the fact is that there was a conspiracy there, and there are conspiracies, but it seems like if you mention a conspiracy theory, like you were saying with the Patriot Act, it makes it look like anybody who is for the government having certain amounts of power with the Patriot Act are deluded idiots who are happy to give up our civil liberties. And it's like you don't look at it like there's any balance. It's like the reality was I watched what happened on 9/11. We all watched. So what's the solution to it? Like, don't let the government.
To my phone calls.
No. But no one's saying that. But what is the okay? So say don't listen to your phone calls. What do you do when you have a potential for a dirty bomb or the potential with suitcase
Jim,
nukes?
Dude, do you think that they weren't doing it anyways? You think that they weren't?
No, I don't, because I think the bottom line is you're giving them too much credit. I don't think the FBI and the CIA were passing information. No. I really don't. I think that these dumb motherfuckers were so proprietarial with their territory and them getting credit that they're like every other human nature thing. They were thinking selfishly.
Well,
they weren't communicating.
I can't wrap my head around the fact that someone who works in the Pentagon is as fucking stupid and as lazy as I am.
It's frightening to think that, Bill, but it's the truth.
With every job I've gotten,
what are you basing that on?
I've been
amazed. What are you basing that on? You've never been to the Pentagon. You haven't worked with. Oh my God,
Bill,
that guy down in the Air Force.
Bill, human beings are human beings. Not that much different.
Any job I've ever had growing up,
dude. I fucking.
People.
They're all the same.
You ever go to McDonald's and you look at somebody, you're like, you know what, dude? You fucking deserve to work here because you're an unmotivated, stupid. You're a fucking idiot.
The guys at the top of radio companies are just as dumb as the guy that was running a fucking blacktop business that I was toiling my ass over growing up.
Absolutely.
And you think it's going to be different, but you get there and you go, oh my God, so this is the same asshole.
There's no morons. We're all morons.
We're all fucking morons.
Really?
You're right.
You never meet anybody and just be like, wow, this guy is a fucking.
There's a couple
smarter people, but they're not that detached from humanity.
Right.
Like when I hear,
like you said, cut the food off, and that smart guy, he'll probably win because he's a little smarter at making some shit. But I'll tell you one thing, he'll be just as animalistic to keep himself alive.
I quit. You guys.
But we're not even.
No, I'm not. Don't give me shit. I'm just thinking more listeners. Do they really want to listen to this fucking?
The phones are fucking packed.
They probably. When you look at when I hear 9/11 conspiracies, the military was told to stand down. Like let's break that down. What guys? I know a lot of military guys. What military guys were? Look, there's some hijacked planes being flown into the buildings. Don't get up. Don't fly your planes up. Okay, sir. You couldn't keep Abu Ghraib a secret in this fucking day and age with the internet and with stuff. Information is passed.
Jim, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about 9/11.
No. I'm only using. I know you're not.
That was an unclipped cock.
I'm only using that as an example. I'm just using that as a conspiracy example.
Okay.
Of the way people think that they can be so completely detached from the humanity that we deal with.
Right.
Well, you know what? I gotta tell you, dude. I hope I'm wrong about all this shit.
You're probably not totally wrong.
Went to the wrong fucking YouTube fucking video. I really hope to. You think I want to be right about this shit, dude? I have panic attacks watching this shit. I gotta stop. I have to literally stop watching this shit.
I'd love some anarchy.
Don't watch the news.
Dude, give me some fucking anarchy, please. I'd love it. I'd love it. Crush the whole fucking financial industry. Good. Come crumbling down. So where there's lines of Americans looking to Canada for soup.
And you don't feel like you're going to be in that line?
Fuck no. Fuck no. I would absolutely not.
He's got new hair.
I got new hair.
Yeah.
Fuck
Do you know how to farm? Can you grow soup?
I've hunted.
You do it.
I've survived in shit.
40 acres of soup.
I've hunted for myself. I've skinned and cooked animals. I've fucking gotten my own water.
Then you're right.
I've lived in the Mojave Desert, not for years, but
Me too.
for
I did
a long
shrooms.
time, for
a long weekend,
for an extra long vacation weekend. But it's just one of those things where I learned survival.
But he's right though. This is the type of shit that dude, I'm fucking useless.
I don't need Walmart.
Jokes.
I don't need fucking to go and buy some shit at the store, or else I'm not going to be able. I'm starving. What do I do? I'm not some fucking piece of shit.
I go to Whole Foods.
Hold on.
Housewife or jerk off guy. That's
so where are you going to go hunting on Long Island?
Thank you. What's your first move if there's anarchy? Now you have to leave the studio. Where are you going to go?
First move is to get the fuck away from the multitudes of people.
Okay,
that would be it.
So
you'd have to go to places where they can't survive. He's going to get in the left lane on the highway
because that's not going to be crowded.
It all sounds well and good, but where are you finding food on Long Island?
Fuck Long Island. Don't go near a city.
But you don't have your car,
dude.
Everything stops at 11
How does everything stop? You don't think you could grab a fucking bike and fucking just get the fuck away from people?
So you would hit the mountains.
63 years old.
I would go somewhere where there's no. Fuck the 63-year-old. He's fucked.
I'm saying you.
Me?
63.
If I'm 63, then I'm fucked. I'm sitting in my window with a shotgun shooting people. Then what do you want from me?
All right. let's play this out. So
the ultimate prey.
You jump in your car and you head where? Mountains?
I
would stay warm.
Wherever you'd have to, you'd have to be on the fly. You'd have to see where the people are going, where they're not going, where you can.
How are you getting
hunt.
off Long Island if everyone else knows that? Fuck, I got to get out of here.
Fuck it, grab a boat. Get the fuck out of here.
What if other people grab
Other
boats?
people, not everyone is. You know why? Because everyone's weak and stupid and waiting for someone to help them. People don't help themselves like those fucking douchebags in New Orleans. Fuck them all. Help yourself. Help your fucking self. Get the fuck out of there. You waited and died and sat in your own shit waiting to be helped. Fuck you. Help your fucking self. They're weak. They're motherfucking weak people. That's
had no
why.
money.
No,
fuck them in their money. Walk over a fucking bridge and get the fuck out of town.
No,
get out of Dodge.
Wait. No, this is what happens. It was literally like, every time we're up here, every time it's going to snow, they tell you, this is the big one, man.
Yeah.
There's going to be 20. This happens to them anytime there's a fucking hurricane. And this
the
is the
sheep
time.
all went to the fucking slaughterhouse is what happened.
This is the time.
Fuck them.
This is the time it actually happened. Yeah, and when you have fucking people with guns on the other side of the bridge not letting you go across.
They weren't.
Huh?
There weren't people with
Yes,
guns on the
there
other
were.
side of the
Yeah,
bridge
there
not
were.
letting
Yes,
them go
there were.
across. What? National Guard people?
No, civilians. Yeah, and they would block off whole neighborhoods with militia.
Then grab your own fucking guns and shoot them. It's called fucking survival.
Anarchy. It's called anarchy.
It's called anarchy.
It's called murder.
If someone's keeping you from surviving with a weapon,
But he is making a point here.
you then have to fucking survive. That's why I'm talking. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
But
when there's a breakdown of
but
society,
it's white people versus black people.
you're going to sit there. No, fuck race. Fuck race.
That's what it was.
No, fuck that.
But
No,
Anthony
I'm not talking
That's
race.
the truth. You can say fuck it all you want
Fuck
to.
it. I'm not
the
talking
Ninth
race.
Ward
Okay,
is,
so you're
being
telling
poor,
me the
it's
black
also
people.
black.
So what you're saying?
not what he's
What you're
arguing.
saying is black
That's not what he's
people
arguing.
were too stupid to leave.
No,
That's-
you're saying that.
You're saying race, motherfucker.
No,
you're
listen,
saying race.
Listen,
Ooh,
I'm
that's a
saying that they were
coming
too
out in you.
poor.
I know.
They were
You're
too
saying
poor
race,
to get
motherfucker.
transportation to leave. On an off chance, if it costs $500 to go visit relatives in,
And why does it cost $500 to get your ass from point A to point B?
if you don't have a car, how are you going to get
Leave.
there?
Fucking leave.
How? You don't have a car. How? You just start walking?
Improvise and fucking
How do you
leave.
outrun a hurricane that's 150
Leave.
miles wide?
Leave.
How?
You don't see the fucking weather map that it's coming?
How?
Walk the fuck out.
150 miles in 3 days. Or 2 days.
150 miles. The
First of all,
hurricane didn't go
the
150 miles
hurricane
inland.
was 150
It did
miles
not go
wide.
150 miles inland with
It
that.
was
that much wind.
150
It was
miles
in
wide.
fucking New Orleans. Those
was
people stayed there,
150
waiting for
miles.
help.
Wow.
Help me, help me, help me. Fuck you, I'm helping myself.
Where do you go? Where do you go?
Do you think that thing went 150 miles inland with wind
Yes.
speeds of 150
Yes.
miles an hour?
Yes.
The second
Google
it hit New Orleans,
Google
it
it.
started getting weak.
Of course it did.
Anthony.
You
Of course
think
it- but
200
Google it.
miles inland, it was the same damage as New
Yes.
Orleans?
Look at
Bullshit.
Monroe.
Bullshit.
No,
And then
bullshit.
people
That's
gonna
right on
talk-
that one,
Bullshit.
Ralphie.
It was
You just start-
hurricane
you
strength
just start
winds
walking
were up to
north.
150 miles inland.
No
Opie,
fucking
Opie,
way.
let me ask you a question,
You just
too.
start
No
walking
fucking
north.
You
way.
think New Orleans is on the
That
Gulf? It's not on the
disaster,
Gulf.
that disaster where all the people died was right on the fucking coast and right up the river.
Bill
it had
Burr.
nothing to
Opie.
do with anything inland.
right, okay,
I want
Leave.
to ask you a question.
All
I
right,
wanna
Bill
ask you a
Burr.
question.
All right, Bill Burr. We
Okay,
give the
if-
mic to Bill Burr.
Bill Burr,
if you're
everybody.
broke, you're living in New Orleans, they're always telling you the big one's coming. You have nowhere to go. You don't have any fucking money.
Right,
Okay?
none, zero.
You're going to roll the dice. This is probably bullshit again.
I lose my
but
house.
even if you go to leave, dude, if you got $3 in your pocket, where the fuck are you going to go?
Oh, hell, now I agree with Bill.
Then
I'm
why
just gonna
the
walk down this way? There's no
All
place.
right.
Look,
All right, Bill's
I
got me
understand
back.
what you're saying.
Then it's
Bill's
your
side now.
fucking problem that you have $3 in your fucking pocket.
And you know the thing about Anthony right now is a lot of people probably listening thinking that he's sounding like this insensitive fucking person. But what he's doing is he has the mindset that you do need to survive, where you put it on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those people, the problem was they had belief that the system was going to help them, and like insurance
Where's my
companies.
water? We're fucking dying over here because we have no water. There's water everywhere. Pick up a fucking pot that's washed up somewhere. Fucking build a fire, put the water over it, and drink it after it's boiled, and you're fucking fine. But those fucking cunts sat there waiting for pallets
got
of
oil
drinking
in it.
water.
It's got
Fuck
oil.
you. You can purify fucking water
If
with
you have
fire.
a purification process.
With fire and
No, you
gauze.
can't.
With fire and fucking gauze and a
he knows.
bed
He knows
sheet.
how to survive,
a fucking
Ralphie.
bed sheet in a pot, and you're drinking fucking clean water. Bullshit. They waited
You can't
there.
take the oil
they waited
out.
there
You
like
can't
the
take the
sheep in
chemicals
this
out.
country. Yes, you can.
No, the molecules are too small.
Bullshit.
Look it up. What are you talking about? You're gonna take
Purify
some
any
sewer
fucking
water from fucking
You
New
can
York sewer water.
Shit in
Boil
water,
it.
and I'll fucking
Bill
purify
Burr,
it.
All right, let's do it right
Carolina.
now.
Worst of Opie and Anthony. Brought to you by Halloween 2, a Rob Zombie film. In theaters August 28th.